He's patting the San Admin on the shoulder in a friendly manner again. Tickner eats a lot.
Good boy.
Yeah. But he's carrying anyway. Well, good morning everybody from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Fourth and final day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Derbyshire. The game intriguingly poised. 291 for 8, Leicestershire in their second innings. They lead Derbyshire by 382 with those two second innings wickets in hand. The moment we are set reasonably fair. It's chilly, but there's plenty of blue sky around, and the clouds, for the time being at least, are largely the white, fairly fluffy variety. So we are starting on time. Ben Mike and Ben Green, the two Bens ready to go. The two umpires out there in the middle.
Beat them. Derbyshire's record run chase against Leicestershire is 279, but 89. So the record, had to break the record in against another county, which rather pleasing was to go in 2020 in the Bullish Trophy, 367 for 7, of course, the overall record, 379 for 9 against Australia in 1997. I'm out of stats now. They were all David Griffin's, of course. He reminded me. I didn't know the Leicestershire one, I knew the other two. I was quite pleased that I knew the other two. And I think it would be a shame. I would love it if Derbyshire could win. I'm not sure that they will. They seem pretty confident. Wayne Madsen said a few players had left some runs out there in the first innings and were determined to score them in the second. But it's nice that Australia is their biggest run chase in a first-class match.
Yes. Just looking out in the middle at the moment, there's a
discussing the ball, are there?
Discussions going on involving Wayne Madsen, and well, Zach Chappell was ready to bowl and actually came running in a sort of warm-up run, but they've decided that Blair Tickner is going to bowl instead. That's a late change of mind indeed on the part of Messrs Madsen and the Derbyshire Brains Trust. Quite what the thinking is there, who knows? You'd have thought the plan would have been sort of sorted beforehand, really, but they've got out into the middle. They've sort of looked at the ball again, which obviously was in the umpire's coat pocket until being handed to Zach Chappell. He looked at it. Wayne Madsen looked at it. There were discussions, and they decided Blair Tickner was the right man to be bowling, and he's going to be bowling to the Leicestershire all-rounder Ben Green. Fletch goes next door because we both have updates to do, being back on a weekday. Not that BBC Radio Derby didn't do updates yesterday, they did. BBC Radio Leicester didn't, so you'll hear from me sort of switching into news mode from just occasionally at the top of the hour in the morning. So Green, 19 of 55 balls, ready to face Tickner, who is in from the Bennett end and bowls. Green, as he did so often yesterday, just leans forward and plays defensively out towards mid-on. Madsen picks up. There are no slips, just guessed behind the stumps. Sort of gully, deepish gully. Square leg. Pretty much everybody else on the boundary, so very much a run-saving field. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. Tickner is in, bowl, stand leg side. Yes, we've had just the two deliveries down here at a slightly cloudy Grace Road. Leicestershire resuming that second innings on 291 for 8, which means they lead Derbyshire by 382 with those two second innings wickets in hand. Those of Ben Green, who's 19 not out, and Ben Mike, who has yet to score. There was a little bit of head scratching at Grace Road yesterday as Leicestershire played it quite slow in the final hour yesterday. People kind of expecting them to crack on and maybe have a little bowl at Derbyshire yesterday. They chose not to do so. took a little bit of time out of the game. Be interesting to see what their approach will be this morning. First run of the day has just been scored by Ben Green. Leicestershire now 292 for 8. Green just pulling the short ball from Tickner down to Jack Morley, who I thought bowled really nicely yesterday evening. Really did sort of block up an end and picked up a wicket or two as well in the process. And I think he came in for a certain amount of praise from his skipper as well. It was a really good spell. So the lead goes up to 383 as Tickner clears the nasal passages very pleasantly, leans forward. Ben Mike on strike, yet to score. First ball duck in the first innings. Ben Tickner is in, bowls to him down the leg side, flicked on its way, not flicked on its way, tried to. It was a short ball down the leg side, and Mike tried to help it down to fine leg, didn't get anything on it. Fletcher's back with us.
Somebody in our office trying to catch me out. I just said there that all 4 results are possible, which of course they are. And he said, what's the 4th type of outcome? So I've just explained to him.
The difference between a tie.
Well, I haven't explained to him the difference between a tie and a draw, but I think he's going to ask me that now because he's replying to me, which could take a while. But yeah, all 4 results.
You could say, yeah.
Unlikely.
Tickner to Mike, full, clipped away in the air, down towards deep backward square for 4. Nice pickup by Ben Mike, who gets a little cheer of approval from the Leicestershire dressing room below us. Picked up 3 wickets in Derbyshire's first innings, Ben Mike. No runs, as I say, in his first time at the crease, but he increases Leicestershire's lead by 4. It is now 387. So 95.1, take off 2 for the change of innings. Even if they were to declare at the end of this over, Derbyshire would have to score at 4 and over.
Probably be about right, wouldn't it? Pointless the batting, but yeah.
Round the wicket goes Tickner and bowls short, pulled wide, fine leg between long leg and fine leg. Well, he has a super eye, and he moves on to 8 off 6 balls. 300 is up for the Foxes. They lead by 391.
I know Ben Mike was only there for 3 deliveries yesterday, so he's absolved from anything that I'm about to say. But why on earth were they not doing that yesterday? Just a question.
The attack was slightly different, wasn't it? I mean, it was a.
Well, not
they weren't.
really,
They weren't bowling sort of leg stump bouncers.
Oh, they were. They had 3 out on the leg side, 1 just in front of square. It was a very similar feel.
Not to Morley.
They didn't. No, but they didn't actually play a shot in anger for an hour.
No.
Rather wasted time as far as Leicestershire were concerned to me. I mean, Derbyshire were more than happy for that to be the case because it took an hour out of the game. Here's Jack Morley then, bowling to Ben Green. He's on 20, 300 for 8, Leicestershire. And the first delivery from the left arm spin of the day is eased out into the offside. They're going to come back for 2 as well, as poor old David Lloyd continues his patrol of the boundary in front of the manual scoreboard.
Be interested to see what his satellite receiver tells us in terms of ground covered.
We'll be in the red zone, I would have thought. This next delivery is clipped straight to Martin Anderson. And the first wicket of the day falls, and it's good reward for Jack Morley, who picks up his 3rd wicket of the innings. Leicestershire 302 for 9 now. Their lead is 393. Handy for me if it was a nice round 400, even though it is on the scoreboard now. A comfortable catch in the end for Martin Anderson as Green goes for 22.
It's so comfortable that I thought for a minute
I thought it had gone over him.
I thought, well, he must. He just barely had to move.
He nearly did me, especially as I didn't look up until the last minute.
But well, Ben Green wanders off, having absorbed 60 balls for his 22. What curious dismissal! It's a funny old game, this, isn't it? As remarked of another sport once, Green has a chat to somebody very diminutive. I'm not sure who that is. The Leicestershire acting 12th man, whether it's an academy boy, I'm not sure. Anyway, Tom Scriven is coming out, no declaration immediately.
No point declaring now. You either declare overnight and have a full allocation of overs, or you carry on batting. So at least they haven't baffled me on that one. Derbyshire have done it in the past. And they should. You need to take. Leicestershire needs to take 10 wickets. Surely to goodness you'd want as many overs in which to take 10 wickets. That's essentially. I mean, they're in the box seat. No question about it. Teams rarely chase down 400. I know it's been done, but it is the exception rather than the rule.
It is hard to explain other than as concern about losing, isn't it?
Well, it just shows a slight timidity, doesn't it? And I understand it because Derbyshire do
caution. Isn't it timidity?
Yes,
caution.
I think so. Morley bowls to the new batter Tom Scriven, who gets off the mark straight away, punching the ball out off the back foot out to Anish Dal, who is now patrolling the boundary in front. It wasn't Anish Dal before, was it? It was definitely David Lloyd.
Pretty sure it was David Lloyd.
I'm sure it was David Lloyd, but Anish Dal's there now. Good to see him on the field. Obviously suffering with that back slightly, but batted nicely in the first innings. He's just bent over there. There he goes again, just trying to stretch that back out. As Morley comes in and bowls, and that's defended by Ben Mike, who's on strike now, of course, after that single to Scriven. Talking to Wayne Madsen last night, as Morley comes in again and bowls. That was pushed to Anderson. Same way, the first job is to take 2 wickets very quickly. Well, they've got one of them. Morley has got it. Final ball of his 23rd over of the innings. Mike goes back and pushes it out into the offside. Jewell does the fielding at cover. He is on 8. That's Ben Mike. Scriven has 1. And Leicestershire are 303 for 9, leading by 394. Because the ideal would be I have an 11.25, which can extend slightly due to the quiz nature of it, is if they're all out and during that break I can go and speak to Radio Derby. That would work beautifully. I don't know if Derbyshire are aware of this. I'm fairly sure that they're not.
Is this a regular Monday thing or a daily?
It's a regular weekday.
Weekday
thing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been going on for 3 or 4 years now. It just lets everybody on the radio know where the cricket is at a time other than the news. The newsreader always mentions we're online, but bit of publicity.
The tattooed Tickner took off his sweater there and his shirt rode up and his back was spectacular as well. In he goes and bowls to Scriven, who lobs it up to square leg. Oh, dropped. Unlucky. Running back. Stuck out one hand. Couldn't quite hang on. He got a good hand underneath it. Is that...
I think it's
Anderson.
Anderson again, yeah.
Running back from sort of mid-wicket, really. It was just lobbed up into the air by Tom Scriven as he looked to turn it off his legs. And it looped tantalisingly away from Anderson. He sprinted after it, dived and got a hand underneath it. Couldn't quite hang on. Scriven picks up 1 fortuitous run. 304 for 9. The lead 395.
Good effort from Anderson.
Tickner bowls short. High. 1 for the over. Surely waiting for umpire Watts to so signal. He does. Mike ignored it, basically.
He's wearing his gloves today, umpire Watts. It is that breeze coming from the south is usually warmer, isn't it? But it
isn't
not
today,
warm.
is it?
No, it's not a warm breeze.
It's come from the, what is it down there? The Antarctic, isn't it? Long way. But it's still
got to go through
chilly.
some warm air on the way through there.
It has. Tickner in, bowl short, helped by Mike off the top edge, over the boundary for 6. Well, I think it was a wristy pull / hook, but it was a lot of top edge involved as well, and it flew with Tickner's bounce and pace all the way down to the finest of fine legs for 6. 310 for 9, now 401. Mike on to 14.
Yes, even a backstop wouldn't have an opener with next to no runs. Keep batting foxes. Thank you, Nick. He's a Derbyshire fan.
Tickner back over the wicket to Ben Mike bowls. Slightly short. Mike goes back and pushes it away towards deep square. Wait there, he says. Well, one of them says Scrivener suspect, having reached the striker's end and turned to see that Kame had quickly got onto the ball, getting there just before Dahl. Single taken, Mike onto 15, 311 for 9. The lead, 402. 403 off what would effectively be 91 in the equation if the declaration were to come. Tickner is in, nicely played away off his legs by Tom Scriven. It was slightly over pitched out towards deep mid-wicket. There's another run for Kame, this time in the opposite direction. He picks up and throws, and Scriven picks up a couple more, and Tickner kicks the sort of repaired earth, so to speak, away from the crease. Happens, I don't know why grounds staff
like
bother really. Bowlers don't.
No.
They repair. Well, they don't repair it. They fill the hole and with a sort of clayey mixture, don't they? That bowlers have made on the crease where their foot lands. And
bowlers take it apart.
Yeah, quite often within an over, the bowler's kicked it all away again because it loosens straight away, basically. Tickner is in. Bowl. Scriven is turning it in the air round the corner, and that's going to be 4 more. As it again bisected the fielders at deep backward square and long leg, Dahl and Morley, and Scriven picks up 4. So Tickner's been a little bit expensive this morning. 14 overs, 3 for 82, 317 for 9. Chappell, having been ready to bowl and indeed bowled a loosener, goes through his warm-up. His side presses, if that's the right word, and stretches, and I like Tickner's Elvis with one arm swinging impersonations. 317 for 9. The lead is now 408. Oh, proper press-ups. Only 3 or 4, but
enough,
impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just thinking there, if Blair Tickner's going to persist with that line, why not have a leg slipping or a short, fine leg? Anyway, they're better qualified than I. Jack Morley begins a new over, and Ben Mike just guides it into the offside, backward of square. When Madsen comes around from slip, pick the ball up, return it to Morley, and he's early the ice cream man, isn't he? No chance. Morley bowls, big heave down the ground. Well, it's more than a big heave, it's connected with that. My word, that's 6.
That's big.
That is huge. Down on one knee, got every last bit of that, and blazed it away onto the top deck of the pavilion away to our right-hand side. That has gone miles. 6 more to Ben Mike.
Lovely swing of the bat.
323, or has it already gone on? No, I don't think it has. 323 indeed, as the next delivery is guided out for 9. That is guided out by Mike to Dahl in off the cover boundary. 324 for 9. Mike moves on to 22. Although it says 21. That says 318. It's carnage again with the scoreboards. There we go, 22. Oh, Morley bowls. This one's coming our way. It's up in the air. Is it going to be a catch for Tickner? No, it bounces just inside the boundary. And it goes over the rope for 4. This is what they should have been doing from around about 5 o'clock last night. And then they'd have had an awful lot of overs to bowl Derbyshire out. As it is, it's going to be 90.
Did you think that was it? It was as simple as that. We'll give ourselves 90. I don't know.
I have no idea. We'd have to ask the question. But Morley is in again. This one is driven down the ground by Scriven for just a single. I think they're coming back for 2. Tickner has got a decent arm, but he had to move around the ball. And then it's not taken cleanly by Morley and just bumps into Mike. Scriven moves on 2. 14, 330 for 9. 1 ball left in the over. And then 92 left in the day. They would lose 2. Perhaps they're going to bat till lunch so they don't lose any overs.
Over 8's +5, so Derbyshire no issues in that respect.
They could stand still for half an hour. Next delivery from Morley off the back foot, punched to Anderson by Scriven, and the over comes to an end. No sign of a declaration. We go on pointlessly. Derbyshire's highest fourth innings score is 396. That's in any first-class match. Thank you, David Griffin. And it was here at Leicester in a losing cause in 2007. So there's another record to add. That they're going to have. They're going to break so many records that Griff won't get any sleep for about a month, filling them all in.
It is a little hard to understand now. 422 would have been the target from 90, and that's sort of well over fours, isn't it? So
with the pressure of the scoreboard and all the rest of it, this is entirely pointless. It's not the first time I've watched pointless cricket, though.
Chappell, just the 2 overs from Tickner. Chappell takes over, bowls short. Mike tries to pull the short ball. It's a little bit slow. He's onto it far too fast. It's a slight loosener from Chappell, and Mike implies that it didn't really get up very much, probably because it was a loosener. And one way or another, it thumped into his sort of midriff somewhere and dropped at his feet.
That stat came from a tweet or a post from David Griffin, and the hashtag was declare.
Chappell in, bowls short, pulled around the corner by Mike, this time more or less straight to Anushdahl at long leg. Wind gets up, you can probably hear it in the effects mic. If it gets annoying, let us know.
Well, there's a train.
And we'll turn things down, but it's beginning to get a little bit cloudier. And yes, as I say, windier.
No rain in the forecast, though.
At all.
Don't know what they're doing there.
Chappell in, bowl short, down the leg sides, appeal for a catch behind. Chappell's appeal was sort of in the nature of an inquiry rather than his usual full-throated bellow. Scriven went for the hook and clearly didn't get anything.
Tell a lie. There is a chance at 4 o'clock. I think we'll know which way the game's heading by 4 o'clock. It may or may not be welcome by 4 o'clock. Just after tea.
Chappell in, short. Scriven kind of knew that was coming. He stepped right across his stumps. He was miles outside off stump when he tried to hook it. He did get some bat on it, but he sort of flapped it down into the ground and guessed. Made the stop on about the 3rd bounce. It's all rather messy and frankly unedifying at the moment, from any point of view, really. Chappell in, bowls, relatively normal, in that it was a slightly short of a length delivery, and Scriven didn't really go anywhere, just went back onto his stumps and turned it through backward square for a single. He moves on to 15, 3-3-2 for 9, the lead 4-2-3. If the declaration were to come after this ball, that would give Derbyshire 89 overs, depending on how many there are in the last hour, but
Yes,
usually 16.
We sort of got to say a minimum.
Yeah. Chappell, as the sun comes back out, bowls short, good bouncer, because it was over Mike's right shoulder. He got in position and he rehearses the sort of hook, but it was a little bit too wide of off stump. He decided, well, not wide of off stump, but well directed really. He's a good straight bouncer. He just leant away from it and let it go through. Chappell gets a pat on the back from his skipper. He's got none for 50, which is a little bit unfortunate from his 12 overs. Leicestershire 3-3-2 for 9, and we go on. No declaration.
No. Madsen deep in conversation with Jack Morley because as Richard said, they are +5 on the over rate, so there's no real rush. Taking now on the boundary at long off. I assume there's a long on as well. I can't see him in between the slats. As Morley bowls, that one is driven out into the offside, and as Dahl will get there, they'll probably come back for 2. Dahl is quick, but it's the bending down bit that he's struggling with.
Lewis Rees down at long on.
Rees, is it? I have to go after this delivery.
Quiz time.
Quiz time. Well, I say after this delivery, if it's ever bowled, probably have to go. Doesn't look like it's going to get bowled anytime soon. Jack Morley is trying to move. Harry came square at point. In fact, he's gone to backward point, quite deep. Wayne Madsen's a very deep gully, and Morley comes in and bowls, and Scriven plays it straight back to him. Hardly worth waiting for, really.
Good luck. I hope you come out on top in the BBC Radio Derby quiz. In goes Morley, bowls outside off stump, cut away, or attempted to be cut away by Scriven, rather shovelled in the end out to Caleb Jewell, who's at extra cover. His first experience of county cricket, probably wondering slightly what's going on. Morley in, bowls, tosses it up, has to reach for it, Scriven. Don't think he got anything on it. It bounces past Guest, and that's going to go for 4 byes. Bounced a little bit. Guest right hand went up into the air. Came off the top of the gloves, I think, and ran down to the finest of third men boundaries. Third man boundary. Anyway, for 4, 338 for 9. The lead 4-2-9. Morley bowls, tosses it up. Scriven plays firmly, but only as far as Anderson at a short-ish, straight-ish mid-wicket. Morley looking for his 4th wicket. In, bowls, outside off stump. Scriven again has to reach for it, doesn't get anything on it, and this time Guest takes it cleanly and comfortably enough. Good couple of feet outside off stump. Morley to finish his over. In, bowls, Scriven cuts, this time straight to backward point. And again, there is no run, and again, there is no declaration. Ben Mike did glance back to the pavilion then, whether he was looking for any sort of sign, who knows. If he was, he didn't get one, because Zach Chappell is going to continue from the Bennett end. 33949. So 87 maximum number of overs will be left to Derbyshire to score at the moment 431. Perhaps Leicestershire just don't fancy coming out to field in these temperatures. Chappell is in, bowls to Mike, short, pulled like a rocket down to deep square for 4. Mike knew that was coming, was in position. He is a good puller and hooker. He's a good batsman. And my word, he connected with that one. Moves on to 27 off 19, 27 off 16 this morning. 343 for 9. The lead 434. Just £4 to get in to the Uptonsteel today. You want to see whether Derbyshire do try and chase. I think it's unlikely. That I won't really sort of blame them for not trying now. 435 off potentially 87 is not an enticing target. Unlikely to hit too many in the air in those circumstances. Chappell in again to Mike. Length delivery. Mike just leans forward and almost lets it hit the blade of the bat, dabs it down, and it trickles towards Caleb Jewell, who is now at a sort of backward point. Tickner and up gets the wind again. Tickner and Wayne Madsen both having a word with Chappell as he walks back through the now very strong and cold wind to the top of his mark before running down the slope and bowling short to Mike. It was a slower bouncer and Mike had to adjust, sort of paddled it around the corner in the end from well above waist height, but played the shot well. Picks up a single, moves on to 28, 3-4-4. The Leicestershire score. To an extent, it's becoming something of an irrelevance. RichardRay23@gmail.com if you want to email. At RichardR23 on Blue Sky if you prefer a more immediate response. Short again from Chappell. Scriven again steps right across his stumps and tries to lift it down to fine leg. Doesn't get anything on it. The ball goes over the stumps into the gloves of Guest. Well over the stumps. And just at the moment it all feels like we're going through the motions rather. Chappell in, bowls, bouncer. Too short for Scriven to try and hook it, and he just moved his head to one side. Went above that and is signalled one for the over by umpire Watts. (8-6) the bonus points. So at the moment, the odds very much favouring sort of 16 points to 14. Chappell is in, bowls, turned in the air through backward square again by Scriven. Dahl has a lot of ground to make up to the ball running up from sort of wide long leg. Gets there, throws, but Scriven picks up an easy 2. And still no declaration. 346 for 9, the lead for 3-7. So it'll be 86 at the most. Will be left to Derbyshire. Morley's going to continue. Well, it's over fives, 5.08 now, so that isn't going to happen. Morley into Mike, who is forward, just bunting the ball out into the offside. Jewell fields in the covers and there's no run. Tosses that one up. Mike drives, and I think that's going to be full. Wide of Tickner, running across from long off, and indeed it is full. Brings up Leicestershire's 350. Moves Mike on to 32. The lead on to 441. Looking at the stream, the pictures, it looks glorious weather, and it is bright and sunny, but I promise you the temperatures have dropped markedly from the first couple of days. That wind is a cold one. All the players thoroughly wrapped up out there in long-sleeved sweaters. Madsen wanders over to talk to Morley. As we've been saying, the over 8 is +5, so time very much on Derbyshire's side now in terms of saving the game. We'll have to sit now and watch as the long conversation goes on. What is Madsen going to do? What is the result of said conversation? It's to send Anujdahl back from the cover boundary to the sort of extra cover boundary, and Harry came to go back from backward point to the point boundary. Long conversation for that change. Morley is in, bowls, Mike swipes over wide extra cover, and that is going to go for 4. Bounces over the rope, so Dahl needed to go quite a lot further to cover that particular shot. Mike picks up another 4, moves on to 36, 3-5-4 for 9. The lead 4-4-5. Fletcher's back with us, and he's going to tell us how he got on in the quiz. Triumphant,
No,
I trust?
not really. It was foods of the world, but a lot of brand names, and there's a lot of silly brand names out there, isn't there? That's silly to us. If you
Okay.
translate them into our language, I didn't do very well at
So
all.
they gave you the brand name and you had to say what the food was?
No, it was.
Or-
Is it real or not?
Ah, okay.
And
Have
given,
you got them all? Come on, we'll
Oh, no,
we'll
I
play.
can't
Can we play?
remember any.
Oh,
But given a 50-50 chance, I think I got less than 50%. So.
I think playing that would have been more, would have more point than
Oh yes, it was certainly more
what's
enjoyable.
going on at the
This
cricket
is-
at the moment.
Yeah, talk about giving the opposition a tempting target.
It's well over 5s now.
We can't talk about that because it isn't one.
Morley in again to Mike, who swings hard, and that's a good 3/4 stop by Anderson. A brave one, because as you could tell from the sound of ball on bat, he hit that pretty hard and low to that short straight mid-wicket position, down on one knee rather elegantly. Went like a rocket towards Anderson, who managed to, as I say, get something on it, examines his fingers a little ruefully. Mike picks up 1, Morley in 2, Scriven outside off stumps, steps across and steers it down towards Came, I think it is down there. Back down at the
yes.
backward point, and 1 more is taken. Scriven on to 20. The partnership's 54 already, but well, as Morley goes in and bowls, and Mike top edges, and he's going to get away with a huge attempted mow, and it is going to bounce between Came and Madsen. Madsen is at a sort of halfway back wide third man position, and that is the declaration. Well, not perhaps
Well done,
before
everybody.
time. It comes at 357 for 9, with Ben Mike on 38, Tom Scriven on 20. The lead is 4-4-8, so Derbyshire have to score, if they want to win, 449 from 86 overs. Good luck.
Well, if Leicestershire don't win now,
If Derbyshire are 8 down at the close
yeah,
or something
if
like
Leicestershire
that.
don't win now, they will only have them. They're still the favourites, clearly, but I've
I
no
think
idea.
the draw is the
No
favourite.
idea what we've just watched.
I'd suggest the
idea
draw
at all.
is the favourite rather than... If anyone's going to win it, then you'd favour Leicestershire, but I don't think anyone is going to win it now, but we'll see.
I no longer think all 4 results are possible. I think we're down to 2. Leicestershire win or a draw. And if it's a draw, Derbyshire will be more than happy, I think, having been behind for long spells in this match throughout the course of the 3 days and 1 session. And the heavy rollers come on again. That's twice the heavy roller have been on this morning. That's terrific news. It's good news for Derbyshire, clearly. So 449, pointless, 449.
Off 86, I think that's what, about 5.2, something like that. I'll do the, I'll get my calculator out.
5.22093.023.25581. I'm
There you
guessing. Round about that anyway, I would have thought. Yeah. Now, in this match, in fairness, Leicestershire have scored at 4.5 consistently over the course of their 2 innings, I would say. But in the 4th innings, you want the opposition to score 5.22. Now, the other, sorry, I'm prattling on.
No.
The other thing is that we know how Caleb Jewell will bat, and David Lloyd to a degree. So they might get a couple of wickets nice and early. Leicestershire, that would buoy them, and they'd have to be careful of that, Derbyshire, that's all I'll say. But they will bat in a certain way, unless they completely confound me, and I'd be delighted to be confounded. Yeah.
The other thing, of course, is if Derbyshire were somehow miraculously to get anywhere near, remember, this isn't white ball cricket. Leicestershire can put every fielder on the boundary if they want and make it very hard to score quickly. So we shall see what happens. So there's a little bit of head scratching going on, but is this the result of 8 points for the draw and 16 points that they're concerned about? Not if they didn't lose 8 of those points, obviously, but well, anyway, no doubt there'll be answers given post-game. We'll take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back with you at the Uptonsteel ground eftsoons, all right, speedily.
The 86, so they've wasted 10 overs. I mean, there are only 2 results. 16 points was what you get for a win if you didn't get any bonus points.
You do many.
But then again, there should be bonus points. 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, none for a defeat in the table doesn't change, never changes over the course of the last 15 years. The odd side in the middle areas will just swap over, but nothing changes as far as the top 2 or bottom.
There's final statistics to be more incentive to win games. 357 for 9 declared. There were 22 extras. 4 byes, 11 leg byes, 5 wides, 2 doubles. Derbyshire bowling figures: Zach Chappell 13 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 57. Lewis Rees 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 38. David Lloyd 11 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 49. Ray Tickner 14 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 82. Martin Anderson 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 32. And Jack Morley, 26 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 84. This now means that Derbyshire require 449 to win in 86 overs. I'd just like to mention as well that the friendly race will not actually be open today. So no plate today. Sorry about that.
However,
Almost.
okay, here you go. You can have Cajun salmon, pesto chicken breast, Mediterranean veg and cheddar.
3 out of 4. No, that'd be perfect. Say perfect.
Okay, salmon again.
They've got a lot of frozen salmon in there.
Morrison's are doing a good deal. You can buy whole salmon from the Cape government for it. I wouldn't buy it. Or supplements from around here. So it's not out of a lot, put it that way. If the waterfalls, up the waterfalls.
John who said it. Selection of seasonal vegetables package, check what's in the freezer. It's on his menu, but again. Frozen. Seasonal frozen vegetables.
Hello again, we're back at the Uptonsteel County Ground and we're going to see how Derbyshire get on in their quest and, well, Herculean quest to chase down 449 off 86 balls. Oh, 86 balls, 86 overs in fact. I suspect it'll be a case of, well, just playing the game out from here, but you never quite know. Caleb Jewell is an exciting attacking batsman. David Lloyd gives it a clump. If they can start like Sol Budinger and Rehan Ahmed did yesterday. 13 overs, what were they? Oh, 86 without loss off 13 overs, Leicestershire, then all bets are off, but I suspect that won't be uppermost in their mind. Ian Holland is going to open the bowling for the Foxes in this second innings. As you know, it hasn't changed. BBC Radio's Leicester and Derby. Richard Gray and Dave Fletcher, your commentators, as it gets a little bit darker and the wind whistles across the terrace up here. The Morris Burrows Terrace atop the Leicestershire Pavilion. Conventional field, just the two slips, not exactly surrounding the bat.
Don't want to get too attacking too early, do you?
Holland then from the pavilion end. In he goes and bowls and cuts and good falling stop away to his right by Rehan Ahmed. Lloyd got hold of that one. It was width on offer.
Going for
Wristy cut. Yeah, clearly. There's the message sent.
This would be truly.
This is where
be
should
historic,
Leicester be posting a sweeper already?
Yeah,
Not yet.
Get a backstop in.
Not yet. Everybody onto the boundary. In goes Holland and bowls. Lloyd defends. Pitches well, it's a sort of lovely colour now, very light, but unresponsive, as we were bemoaning the sight of the heavy roller trundling up and down as so often during games these days. I mean, they don't have to be used, but every side seems to take advantage of it being on offer to them twice in a game. Holland in, bowls. Lloyd leaves. No obvious movement. It wasn't that far from off stump, but it wasn't quite as close as Ben Cox and Louis Kimber and Peter Hanscom behind the stumps might have implied. Kimber's doing the Elvis thing, wheeling one arm around and around.
Get out of the box, bring him on to open the bowl.
Yeah, that went well, didn't it? Lloyd bowling those 2 overs of those 13. I suspect not.
21 runs.
Holland is in and bowls. Lloyd is all care and attention as he sort of leans forward and defends that one. Everything very close together. No way through for Holland on that occasion.
Minor threat of rain around 4 o'clock, but I suspect, as I said earlier, we'll know roughly the course of this game by then. Of course, they won't get a new ball either, will they? Or they will, perhaps just about.
Holland is in and bowls slightly fuller. Lloyd just waits for it and bunts it out to Scriven at wide-ish mid-off. Yes, that's another one.
6 overs with a new ball.
Well, yes. Potentially. Brave souls in the green seats of the Uptonsteel stand. One from Holland that bounces a little bit. I suspect Lloyd just sort of tucked his bat inside the line there as it bounced and swung away. We'll have a look at the replay. First sign of a little bit of away movement for Ian Holland. So he opens with a maiden, so 449 off 85. Now, did Lloyd play? I don't think he did, really. I think, although he stepped across, I think he did sort of curtain rail the bat back inside the line. 0 for 0 off 1.
Just realised that I've got to add 1 to whatever it says on that board because it says they trail. Right. As long as I can get that into my head, we'll be laughing.
Don't know how much laughing we'll be doing this afternoon.
No. Logan Van Beek removing his sunglasses, cap and sweater, which rather suggests that he's going to bowl from the Bennett end. I'll stick with the New Zealand pronunciation. His surname, the Dutch international. 4 for in the first innings. Batted nicely as well first time around. He's on his way in now over the wicket to bowl to Caleb Jewell, and the first ball is driven very pleasantly by Jewell. The tumbling Scriven stops it at wide mid-off. They're trying to be as enthusiastic as possible out there, the Leicestershire fielders. I had to get an email off, I won't read it all off, Nick Johnson, who's a Derbyshire fan. As Van Beek bowls, and that one is guided down towards wide third man. Ben Green does the fielding. The first run of the 4th innings of this game has been scored. Derbyshire 1 without loss.
Will Jennings on email, just before we do that one. The lack of a declaration is a bit baffling. His mind drifts back to the game a couple of years back when County chased 380 odd at Headingley against the odds, but this is overkill. And he says, a quick mention, if you will, to all club cricketers who took their seasonal bow this weekend and are suffering this morning. and he adds, and probably Tuesday and Wednesday too.
So it's usually worse. The longer you go, it gets worse before it gets better.
Kind regards, Will Jennings.
Thank you, Will. Here's Van Beek into bowl to Lloyd, who gets a full delivery and punches it out to the extra cover boundary for 4. Nice shot from David Lloyd to get him up and running in this Derbyshire second innings, 5 without loss. I'm not saying Leicestershire's boring. Loughborough, Rothesay and Quorn, but their cricketers are so afraid of Derbyshire they make us wish we'd never been born. Come on, Derbyshire, he says.
Bit of a spot of poetry.
Nearly. Very nearly.
Rhyming anyway.
Here comes Van Beek, bowls to Lloyd, who gets one on the pads and turns it down to long leg for a single.
Stephen Roberts. A draw keeps Leicestershire at the top of the table, I'll settle for that.
Well, I think that is definitely part of the thinking. The fact that both won their opening games of the season. Kent have gone top with 2 wins out of 2, but I think that should this game end in a draw, Leicestershire would join them. Here comes Van Beek again, bowls to Jewell, who gets up to the top of the bounce on that one and guides it down to Rehan Ahmed at backward point, and there's no run.
Steve Sims, the possibility of Derbyshire having any interest has now gone. This, I fear, will end in the tamest of draws. I hope I'm proved wrong, but if it does end up in the draw, I'm sure we will ask those responsible for the decision what the thinking was, says Steve Sims.
Van Beek in again, wide of the off stump, left alone by Jewell, goes through to Ben Cox. You know how to get in touch, all the usual ways are open. Please keep us company throughout the course of the afternoon. Nearly in the afternoon now, 7 minutes away from midday. Van Beek not happy with the footmarks, or the landing area, not the footmarks. I suppose they are footmarks, aren't they? 6 without loss, incidentally. Just another 443 to win. I nearly got caught out down at Sussex a few years ago when Adrian Harms kept saying, they're going for this, they're going for this. And I said, not a chance, Adrian. And they went for a rather large target, but settled for a draw in the end.
Holland in bowls. A little bit of movement back in, perhaps. Not much though, really, and it's worked off the back foot by Lloyd to mid-wicket, where Budinger is the fielder. Looks like 2 sun hats out there. Cox, inevitably, and presume No, I think Van Beek's down at third man, isn't he? So who's that down at wide long leg? In goes Holland and bowls slightly squared up there, Lloyd. Thickish outside part of the bat, runs it out towards cover. Ahmed quickly onto it.
I think it must be a substitute fielder because he's just turned around. He doesn't have a number on his back.
No. And he's so far away. I haven't a clue from this distance. I'll keep an eye on that situation as to who might be off already or didn't come on in the first place. Holland is in and bowls. Again, a sort of suggestion of shape from leg to middle and leg, and Lloyd goes back and works it out to Budinger again at mid-wicket.
Can I see Ben Mike out there?
I can't, so you may well be right, I think, on that score. So maybe Ben hasn't recovered from his batting exertions, perhaps. Holland in again, bowls. Lloyd gets a foolish delivery on off stump, just leans forward and plays it back down the pitch to Ian Holland.
Light aircraft somewhat annoyingly.
But it's gusty up there if it's a little aeroplane.
I want to be up there. I want to be up there
Bumping
anyway.
around in the currents. Holland is in and bowls. Decent shout for leg before, but not from Holland. It looked a little bit high. Cox leapt into the air. Kimber likewise. The leg by is taken as the ball squirts off into the offside, but he was squared up there, Lloyd, and it did swing a bit. Possibly did a little bit too much. Let's have a look. A touch high as well, I think. A little bit of nip.
Doesn't necessarily preclude the umpire from giving you out, of course.
No.
Um,
Hassan Adnan at this end there. Leg by. Moves the score on to 7. A bit of encouragement there for Ian Holland, who is into Caleb Jewell. Back foot defensive punch out into the offside. Requires a jog across. Well, I was going to say from Ben Green. He does jog across, but it's actually Budinger running from the sort of sweeper position on the offside. Sweeper already, who makes the stop. Jewell has a couple, and after 3 overs, Derbyshire are 8 without loss. Target now 441. To win 441, the target is 449 still, of course, and won't change.
the target is to bat for 83 overs. Quite frankly, over 8 plus 3, so we can expect lots of discussions later on when they're busy trying to work out how to get a wicket. As Van Beek begins a new over from the Bennett end. On his way into Jewell, who pushes this one out into the offside, and they go through for a comfortable single. Important that they'll know this. They just keep picking up the runs as well, though. They don't want to look at the scoreboard and suddenly see they've scored no runs off 40 deliveries. These two are unlikely to allow that to happen anyway, but nothing worse as a batter if that happens to you, I'm told.
Substitute fielder now down at long leg, and I'm still not sure who it is.
Beak at the top of his mark. Lloyd tapping away at the crease. Just the 2 slips in place, bowls, and that one is guided out into the offside. Just in front of square this time. Ahmed moves around to do the fielding. Again, there is no run. 9 without loss. After Leicestershire eventually declared on 357 for 9. Just after 11:30. As Van Beek is in once more and bowls. That one is guided, glanced down towards fine leg for 4 runs by Caleb Jewell. Off target there, Logan Van Beek. Jewell moves on to 7. But batters now have a boundary as they settle into what they will be hoping will be a lengthy first wicket partnership from a Derbyshire perspective. Haven't had the one for the day keeping low yet, though, so there's always that to look forward to.
Caleb Jewell got it, didn't he, in the first innings?
He did. Rian Ahmed suggesting one a day had kept low. He's a backward point as Van Beek bowls, and that's a very solid defensive. It wasn't Jewell in the who got the 4 either, it was Lloyd. One's right-handed and one's left-handed. It should be very straightforward to tell them apart, and I've singularly failed to do so. That and the numbers on their backs. So there's a number of clues out there. So Lloyd moves on to 9. In fact, Jewell has 3. Lloyd's got a couple of boundaries. Sorry for anyone scoring out there. As this next delivery is defended again by David Lloyd up to mid-off. 2 balls to go in the over. Clock ticking around exactly to midday. I'm taking no chances.
Jamie Dunk and Jay Maidan, M-A-D-A-N, are the Leicestershire substitute fielders available today. That's Jay Maidan. Ben Mike has now appeared, at least, as in goes Van Beek, and he's pleasantly driven by David Lloyd, but there is the sweeper out there now on the offside boundary. So Budinger, so it is just a single. End of the over. Fletcher's disappearance means that we too on BBC Radio Leicester will be doing an update shortly. And that single moves the score on to 14 without loss off 4. Caleb Jewell has 3. David Lloyd has 10. Holland is in and bowls to David Lloyd. He goes back and defends on off stump. Again, a little bit of shape to it. Blocks it out to mid-off and there's no run. Bowls again, similar delivery, similar shot, similar result. This time Lewis Hill, who's in the covers, is the man who picks it up. Ben Mike is now out there in place of Jay Maidan, one of the academy products. Out there a deep backwards, well, wide long leg really. Can hear the sound of Lloyd's bat hitting the crease as Holland runs in and bowls, brings the Welshman forward. Solid defence. Back down the pitch on the onside, rolls to Ben Green, and there's no run. Here comes the update. Yeah, that declaration means that Derbyshire were required, on paper, to score 449 off just 86 overs at well over 5 runs, and over that is a very, very steep target and most unlikely to be reached. Looks as though the game in that respect is heading for a draw, and it's a sign, because of the size of the target, that Leicestershire don't think the pitch is going to give them enough to bowl Derbyshire out for a second time. They've started to try though. Derbyshire are 14 without loss at the moment. David Lloyd has 10 and Caleb Jewell, the Australian, has 3. Missed just one delivery on commentary that Ian Holland bowled to David Lloyd just outside off stump. Lloyd again staying on the back foot and playing it out into the offside. 1 ball to go in the 5th over of the innings. Holland runs in on his toes and bowls edged wide of second slip. Think it was short of the reaching Peter Hanscom. Hanscom's quite close in there at second slip. Fell across to his right, didn't get there, but arguably the first edge of the day. The ball runs through about third slip down to the third man boundary for 4, but question, should there be a third slip at this early stage of proceedings? Again, it's sort of part of the same feel of a slightly, arguably, overcautious mindset that there isn't.
Potentially. Thanks to Greg, who has emailed in, Greg Watts, as ever, great commentary. Richard's not bad either. This could be an exciting finish if Derbyshire bat aggressively and a couple of players post big scores. I think we can do more than that. As Logan Van Beek begins a new over, bowling to Caleb Jewell, who just pushes it out into the offside for a single. He moves on to 419 without loss. Incidentally, I've never heard of Johnny Sins either.
Oh.
Are we in the same territory as the New Zealand badminton team's nickname? Yes, very much so.
Ah.
Very much so.
New Zealand
Well, I'm going to write it down
team.
for you. I'll tell you what the New Zealand badminton team were known as.
Oh, okay. I've kind of guessed already. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. I'm going to have to scrub that out now as Van Beek bowls wide of the stump. Yeah, rub it into that. I'm just going to colour it in. Ironically, in a black pen. Yeah, that was wide of the off stump and allowed to go through to Ben Cox, 19 without loss. Derbyshire. Initial target, the target 449. It's down to 429 now. I wouldn't to mention it too often, really. The Derbyshire substitute fielders and somebody from Leicestershire have got some chairs out on the mid-wicket boundary, enjoying the sunshine. There's Van Beek bowls, edged and caught. And David Lloyd goes. Peter Hanscom with the catch. He went quite hard at it, David Lloyd. He's perished for 14, and after just 5 overs and 3 balls, Derbyshire 19 for 1.
Yeah, good catch by Hanscom. 2 hands to it. Took it calmly because it was travelling. He, as you say, he went at it quite hard. Lloyd, thick edge, and it was to his right, Peter Hanscom. So got away with it in the previous over against Ian Holland. Not on that occasion. David Lloyd goes for 14, but say he clearly had been given the okay to sort of go for his shot, so Derbyshire sort of vaguely interested in seeing what happens, I suspect, early on, knowing that given the state of the pitch they could probably shop at sort of any time perhaps, really, but we'll see. 5th wicket for Van Beek in the game.
The idea that Derbyshire are going for it is fanciful, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah, not sort of going for it, but you're allowed to play your shots and see what happens.
Well, that
sort of thing.
That's why these two have been put together. We're told as an opening pairing.
Right. Okay. So it will always be that way.
Derbyshire off to a flying start, but it hasn't really worked yet. David Lloyd's disappointing trot, as they call it, continues. He's dismissed for 14. Brings Harry Kame out to bat, who I assume is one of the batters to whom Lloyd would have been as well, to whom Wayne Madsen was referring last night. Got a 4-ball duck in the first innings. We'll certainly want to improve on that. He's come out with still 50 minutes to go until the lunch interval. He's very much a bat twiddler, Harry. He twiddles his bat, now settles. Van Beek now strengthened the slip cordon with a 3rd slip. And Van Beek is in and bowls to Kame, who pushes that back towards the bowler. They'll be pleased to get bat on ball early. And it remains at 19 for 1. Take a wicket every 6 overs, then Leicestershire will of course win the game. Going to need some pretty decent partnerships over the course of today, you would think, as Van Beek bowls. Kame leaves. Ball goes through to Talks behind the stumps. Oohs and ahs, there always is. Rihan Ahmed, incidentally, is the third of the 3 slips. Kimber at first, Hanscom at second. Just trying to see who was clapping there, but I couldn't quite see. Van Beek into bowl to Kame, who guides that one up to mid-off. And the over comes to an end. Successful over for Logan Van Beek and Leicestershire. And indeed, a wicket and just 1 run off it. Jewel on 4. Harry Kame yet to get off the mark. Derbyshire 19 for 1. And there's still 80 overs remaining in the day. Now we have Derbyshire trailing by 429 in enormous writing in the bottom right hand corner of the scoreboard, but we also have the to win number, which is of course 1 more, which is just below the remaining overs, as well as the target. So
we have no excuses at all.
We're informationed up to the eyeballs here.
They think we can't work the 1 difference out, which is fair comment, really.
Absolutely is.
Certainly given my performance so far. Holland into Caleb Jewell. Over the wicket to the left hand. A little bit of wit punched away by Caleb Jewell, sort of through Rihan Ahmed, who sort of was on the ground all the way. Beautiful piece of timing, but Ahmed sort of got his feet out of the way and tried to sort of drop on it going forward, and it was travelling far too quickly for that. Absolutely raced through to the boundary for 4. That was a cracking piece of timing from Jewell, who moves on to 8. Holland in again, bowls to him. A little bit of shape back into the Australian. He plays accordingly with care, pushing it out towards Ben Green at mid-off. There's no run. Wide third man in position. Also, Budinger in front of the well-wrapped crew at of the Stench and Benno stand. I can see some blankets on knees over there as well. It looks chilly. Holland is in, a little bit of bounce, and this time Ahmed diving to his right as he cuts, does make a half stop. Makes life reasonably easy for Lewis Hill running in from that wide third man position to complete the fielding. Jewell takes his single, 24 for 1, Jewell on to 9.
Even though Caleb Jewell was relatively subdued throughout the first innings, he's 83, came off 104 deliveries, so he wasn't exactly sluggish. He's at 100 runs combined in the match against Gloucestershire, came much better than a run a ball. So we sort of know what we're going to get from Caleb Jewell. It's very exciting to watch.
Watch is on now as Kame, yet to score, faces Holland, gets forward, smothers the ball rather than blocks it out into the offside. Same result. Again, Ahmed running across from point is the fielder.
Harry Kame batted for just a touch over 3 hours against Gloucestershire, so he can bat for time. We've seen that before from him, 83 from 124 balls.
Holland in, bowls, fullish, gave it a chance to swing. Did a bit, but rather floated it slightly. Jammed out by Kame. He went for the firm push stroke drive, didn't quite time it, and bounced kindly for Scriven at mid-off to make the stop. Is that Rishi walking around down there? Oh, we'll have to get him up and spell us. In goes Holland and bowls. Ooh, a little bit of shape to it initially, but then it held its own a bit, and it was left by Kame, and it went sort of straight on about 6 inches outside the off stump. Decent delivery. Kame finding his way at the moment, having a good look. He remains scoreless off 6 balls. Caleb Jewell 9 off 10, 24 for 1 to win 4-5.
Nick's been back. That's a dreadful shock given the state of the match. This is the David Lloyd one. Now that he's no longer captain, we've got to question his place in the team. 42 runs in 4 innings is nowhere near good enough. Annoyed, says Nick, making his views perfectly clear. I've also got another email here from Anthony from Heenet. I'll read it in a moment. This first delivery of a new over from Logan Van Beek is pushed up to mid-off by Caleb Jewell. Morning, Fletch. Oh dear. Kind regards, Anthony from Heenet. Yes, indeed. You may well be right, Anthony. He's certainly having a difficult time of it at the moment, as they say in sport. Which Wagstaff was in the squad. Here is Van Beek bowling to Kame, who goes to put his toes and forces the ball out into the offside just for a single, as it's fielded out there by Lewis Hill. Probably 25 for one.
Leicestershire listeners,
26 for one, sorry.
it's all right. Because Leicestershire listeners will be familiar with the sound of tiles, polystyrene of some variety, going up and down in the commentary box ceiling. That has started to happen as the wind has gotten up.
We're safe though. Van Beek bowls. Oh, that's a thick inside. It was Jewell who hit that last delivery, by the way, not Kame. What a shocker. Kame isn't off the mark yet. Jewell's on 10, 25 for one. Played that one off the thick inside edge of the bat to the onside. Harry Kame. I'll get it right eventually when I start to concentrate at some point over the course of the next few hours, potentially. It's definitely getting breezy. The trees aren't really moving that much. It's weird, isn't it? It's just us who are in the wind up high, I think. Certainly a lot windier up here than it was down there this morning. As Van Beek bowls to Kame, who just pushes this to Ahmed at point.
Yeah, I suspect down in front of the pavilion it's probably not unpleasant, but up here you're in the teeth of the icy gale.
Yes, yeah, but we're not complaining. We'll soldier on. We'll battle through it. Having given the all four results possible at 11 o'clock, I'm down to 2 now. At midday, as Van Beek bowls, and a slightly false shot there from Harry Kame, looking to push it sort of straightish, but on the offside. Plays it straight to mid-on, causing some to get excited. 25 for one. It remains, yet the gentleman's back who always sits in that seat. Fair play to him.
Sits very upright as well, doesn't he?
Yeah,
Wrapped in attention.
Really good posture.
Very.
I could learn a thing or two about that from him as this next delivery is guided down towards third man. There is one. And they're only going to get a single. It's Ben Green. Away to our right hand side. It was the last ball of the over. 2 runs from it. Kame did get off the mark at the 10th time of asking. Jewell has 10. Derbyshire 26 for 1. 78 minimum overs remain in the day's play. They're trailing by 422. They need 423 to win. They're not going to get them.
Third slip has gone in. Leicestershire inching onto the attack as Holland is in to Kame, who gets a delivery just outside off stump. He just waits for it and works it towards backward point. Ben Mike now back on the field after his exertions with the bat earlier. Picks up and throws, but Kame speedy. Little legs twinkling between the wickets. Was back for the second. Rahan Ahmed has gone in at third slip. As Holland is in and bowls again. A little bit of outswing, reaching, playing with a nice angled bat. Pushing the ball through gully is Harry Kame. Third man has to come in and field. And Kame takes the single. Moves on to 4. 29 for 1.
There were a number of exciting draws, weren't there, in the first division especially. I think the rest of the second division not so much, but the first division in the first round of matches. They can perhaps take some solace from that at Derbyshire.
Holland in. Jewel gets a delivery down the leg side. He sort of fends at it. I don't think he got anything. Might have come off the thigh pad. Cox can't gather. No, he didn't hit anything. Just bounced and swung away. And Cox shows Peter Hanscom how it curved in the air. He might have got half a glove to it, but he was unable to stop it, and it runs down to the fine leg boundary for 4 byes. 33 for 1. Bowls. Jewel gets a delivery on off stump. Initially steps forward, but then goes back and plays it firmly out through the covers to the sweeper on the offside boundary and takes his single. Has a word with Ian Holland as he goes past. They will have probably come up against each other in Australian club cricket this winter, perhaps. Not sure. In, bowls, came, plunges forward and is thoroughly beaten. Bounce and movement from Holland. And came fortunate not to edge through to Cox behind the stumps there, and indicates with his right hand that there was plenty on there on that occasion for Ian Holland. He does have that ability.
I'm glad he did it. Like all batters, I'm always pleased when I've seen a ball bounce and beat them that they show with their right hand that it bounced and they were beaten.
Holland in again, slightly fuller, so can get forward and get to the pitch of it and push it out into the offside, and there is no run, but food for thought there for Harry Kame in that over. Even so, runs from it, especially in the shape of the byes. 34 for 1 after 9. Derbyshire.
I'm sure they only do it to get into their own minds that that's happened. Clearly it's not an indication for us. It might be for their batting partner and those in the changing room. But
I think it's a thing lots of movement there. It wasn't my fault. There was lots of movement. I didn't play down the wrong line or
just to convince themselves that they did nothing wrong. Caleb Jewell on strike. I'm 100% certain it's him. And Van Beek is in from the Bennett end. He drives it straight down the ground for 4, or up the ground for 4, but that's raced away. Beautiful shot from Jewell, who moves to 15, 38 for 1. He's very stylish.
I know it's relatively early, 15 balls in, but he's kind of impressed me more in this innings than I mean, he played some super shots first time round, but it was a bit, and he was a bit loose at times. But he's played beautifully so far. Famous last words, but second dig, he looks pretty solid as well as a very fine hitter of the ball.
Big on his way in again. This time he's just turned into the leg side. There might be 2 here. I don't think there'll be 4. It will be cut off, in fact, by Green, coming around from long leg to square leg on the boundary, and they do go back for a second. 17 to Jewell, 40 for 1. Unsurprisingly, the game at Bristol appears destined for a draw. Glamorgan are just 11 behind, following on us. Not necessarily, I suppose, but they're 150 for 3. Fascinating game going on at Old Trafford. Van Beek is in again. This one is pushed by Kame up towards mid-off. They go through for a quick single. The shot the stumps misses. It was close for Jewell. It was Jewell who pushed it. Kame called. It was Tom Scrivens shot at the stumps, incidentally. Lancashire 176 for 3, still trailing Northamptonshire by 92. But they're not losing wickets particularly quickly. They lost 1 very early, but only 2 since.
Slightly risky single there from Jewell.
Yes, it was.
Scriven is quite quick over the ground.
This one Beak is in to bowl to Kame. He pushes it up towards Scriven, but Lewis Hill intercepts. There's no run. Just get the right batter that time, which is remarkable. Somerset 6 down, they did another 413 to beat Sussex.
That'd be a great win for
implausible as Derbyshire
Sussex if it happens.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But it might mean they stay up, which will be disappointing. This next one, it's almost a caught and bowled. He got one in the first innings. Lloyd, he got out caught and bowled in the first innings, Logan Van Beek. That one, whether he's just bowled it a fraction slower and came through the shot, and it spooned up to the left of a diving Van Beek, and he couldn't collect it.
I think he pushed his fingers.
Harry Kane gets away with one. Oof. It was close, wasn't it? It was close. But ultimately, no damage done. Kane waits, he's on 441 for one. Van Beek bowls to him and he pushes it into the onside. We all got very excited by that delivery as well, I'm not sure why. 41 for one at the end of the over. Jewel has 18, and better than a runner ball. Harry Kane has 4 from the same number of deliveries, actually 17. Derbyshire 41 for 1.
1 for 22 from 5 for Van Beek. Looks as though he's going to be a great acquisition for the Foxes, whatever the outcome of this game. Stay fit, young man.
He's a good player. I'm sure he's that young, but he's a good player.
These things are relative.
Well, yes, no, yeah, but you're a young man to me.
Ian Holland continues from the pavilion end, bowls to Jewel, who goes back to the in-swing. It stays touch low. He sort of jumped into the air and came, giving the impression it had perhaps not got up quite as much as he thought it was going to. Still managed to play it very firmly out into the gap at mid-wicket-ish between Ben Mike and Tom Scriven, and take a single. He moves on to 19.
I don't think that counts as the one for the day, though.
No. But nothing untoward really so far, as I'm sure Rehan Ahmed too polite to point out. In goes Holland and bowls to Jewel, who is forward, slightly inside part of the bat. Perhaps didn't swing quite as much as he thought it was going to.
It's catching.
And it's fielded in his follow-through by Holland. What is?
The inability to spot the right-hander and the left-hander. I've got it into your mind now, haven't I? That was Harry Kane.
Yeah, did I not say Kane?
Jewel. It's not a criticism. I'm merely worried that I've got inside your head. I've got into your head.
Holland bowls. Kane is careful, pushing that one off middle and leg out towards Ben Green, who's at mid-on.
A little cold out there, don't they?
Isn't doing quite as much for Holland yet. Take, what, 10, 12 overs for the worst excesses of the heavy rollers, to the effects thereof to wear off. In goes Holland and bowls foolish this time. Came thinking about driving. It's a little bit too straight, and he pushes it firmly to Scriven at mid-off.
Stuart Chesterfield suggested we could do with a couple of Jeffrey boycotts. I think one's possibly enough, but I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Batters who just like to be out there. That's what Derbyshire require.
Holland bowls. Came again looking to get forward, and there's movement, and it's thick inside part of the bat, and lots of ooze from behind the stumps in particular. And came again. He's just struggling to, at the moment, just doesn't look like he's feeling fully confident in the ball hitting the middle of the bat. Just needs a little bit of time at the crease. Jewel, the contrast with Jewel at the other end, the moment is marked. But it's Jewel who's watching at the moment as Holland is in. Bowls to Kane. That's better from the batter's point of view. He's very solid behind that one, pushing it out to mid-on, and there is no run. End of the 11th over. 42 for 1. So yes, Lloyd's gone, but becoming a reasonable start as far as Derbyshire are concerned. Still, another 407 runs required from 75 minimum if we get that far.
So 450 deliveries. It's not yet a runnable. Yes, you're right, but I don't know why Harry Kane should be lacking in any confidence. He got 80 odd in the first match of the championship season and played really nicely in pre-season. Logan van Beek begins a new over. That's been driven into the offside by Caleb Jewell for a single. He moves to 20, 43 for one, and really cemented his place in the side with some good knocks. If he was out once, that was as many times as he was out in pre-season. He certainly retired a couple of times, having batted well. And got that big score against Gloucestershire. Here comes Van Beek again, bowls 2 Kane. That one's down the leg side and well taken by Ben Cox, diving away to his left hand side. Ian Wayne Madsen put on 180 for the 3rd wicket in the first innings. The first innings against Gloucestershire. Madsen making his first century of the season in that match. 17 years in a row. He's got to 3 figures in first class cricket for Derbyshire now. I think it is a record of Kim Barnett's that he can break. I don't think he's got a hope of breaking any of the others, but he'll know it, of course. As Van Beek bowls 2 Kane and pushes this one up to mid-on Scriven Fields. And there's no run. 43 for 1. It remains. Logan Van Beek in his 6th over. He must be getting towards the end of his first spell, you would have thought. It's not as blisteringly hot as it was in the first 2 days when spells were kept to a minimum by both skippers. Van Beek is in. Kane gets a little squared up by that one, and it comes off the outside edge of his bat all the way along the ground to Green at 3rd man. They go through for a comfortable single. Moves to 5, 44 for 1.
I've just had an email, not quite spam, but it's headlined, "One reason why you should retire as soon as possible."
Oh dear.
That invites the...
Yeah.
I've no doubt I'll get plenty more very soon.
Next delivery, Caleb Jewell drives slightly airily out towards the extra cover boundary. Chase round there for Lewis Hill, but there was nobody in the vicinity. The ball was in the air, and he picks up 2 more to move to 22, 46 for 1.
I daren't open it because you're an incompetent idiot.
Yes, that would be terrible, wouldn't it? Yeah, got lots of those. Were you born before 1964? Well,
Yes.
You know I was, because that's why you're targeting me. Van Beek in, bowls to Jewell, dabs it out into the offside. They're going to go through for another single. Rian Ahmed moves around from point to do the fielding at cover. That's the final ball of Van Beek's 6th over, 1 for 27. Jewell has 23. He's pinched at the strike. Kane has 5, 47 for 1 Derbyshire, with the only man out so far, David Lloyd, caught by Peter Hanscom at 2nd slip off the bowling of Van Beek for 14.
When you have to fill in your sort of birth dates with those scrolling things, when you're scrolling, flick.
I dread those things.
You get very close to the end of the possibilities these days. Replacement for Ian Holland, so no breakthrough for Holland. Tom Scriven is going to get his chance from the pavilion end.
But as miserly as ever, 6 overs for 15.
Yeah, nagging away. Not quite, as I say, as much movement as he might have hoped for. I suspect to get a little bit more in his 2nd spell, whenever that may be. Scriven then to Jewell, who is, as I say, looking in really good touch out there at the moment. 2 slips as he stays over the wicket to the left-hander and bowls. He drives very pleasantly out to Budinger, the fullish delivery. Goes out to the extra cover boundary for a single. Ben Cox, in his determination to take it on the full, goes running forward, takes it round about his ankle level and has to sort of keep going as a result. Almost falls over, tumbles forward, doesn't. Manages to keep his feet before returning to his position behind the stumps. All change, right hand and left hand. Rehan Ahmed comes across, umpire Watts heads across as well. Scriven, quite short strides as he comes in and bowls very full. Got that one wrong, but a good diving stop and good work by Budinger at mid-wicket. Having made the stop, picked himself up and hurled the ball at the stumps. Came, had to make sure his bat was back down in the crease. He did, the throw missed, but keeping him very honest. Good work by Budinger.
Cox on the move again because he went from behind the stumps to go below 5.
It's that sort of day you want to keep moving, isn't it? I would imagine out there to keep warm, although they'll have their, I'm sure, thermals on underneath. Or Cox will anyway. Scriven is in and bowls on driven pleasantly by Kame, who's starting to time things nicely, both in defence and attack. He can't get that one through the field though. It goes more or less straight to Green at mid-on, who examines the ball minutely before polishing it first on his sweater and then on the back of his trousers. Still just the odd patch of blue, but essentially we are clouded up now. There's a sort of high layer as well as the fluffier ones beneath. In goes Scriven, bowls again. It's very full, clipped by Kame, wristily, but once again without sufficient direction or force to beat Green, who moves across to his right to field. Leicestershire's a diminutive 12th man. I told you about Jay Maiden being on the field earlier for Ben Green. You've seen him before, Fletch, actually, because he fielded as sub at Derby last year. This is Jamie Dunk. In goes Scriven and bowls on off stump. Kame just blocks it out into the offside and there is no run. Walking in front of the electronic scoreboard at the moment.
You won't be surprised to know that I
You don't remember?
Don't remember. No.
Yes, bearing in mind I sometimes don't remember what I had for breakfast.
Oh, I could tell you what I had for breakfast, but I won't.
Will it? Why is it? Will I be shocked or?
I don't think anybody would be shocked.
Scriven is in 2, Kame on drives. Again, he can't beat Green. Again, nice piece of timing. And Scriven just concedes a single from his opening over, the opening spell of his over. 48 for 1 off 13. Run rate 3.7. Almost below 400 now, number of runs to win. 401 from 73 is the notional target at the moment.
Yes. These two are just settling in nicely. Following the loss of David Lloyd in the 6th over, we've got to over number 13 now. We are going to see a change, are we, at the... Is that Ben Green is going to have a go from the Bennett end? Look at that, Mr. Watson. The umpire folds Green's sweater very neatly indeed. Rolls it up in a ball and sticks it under his arm.
I don't think you can crease these materials, can you? No. I don't know what the materials are, but
I don't think
I'm not sure there's much wool involved.
I've never seen a sheep, no. No, they've never seen a sheep. Which is probably good for the sheep population.
Well, removing wool doesn't necessarily kill them, does it?
No, but they could get a bit chilly, can't they? Sudden cold snap in the middle of summer. No wool. Very unpleasant. I've no idea. Here's Green bowling to Jewell, who goes up on his toes and forces the ball to a wide mid-off. And they pick up a single. Tom Scriven does the fielding. Jewell moves to 25 off 23. Came back onto strike, 5 off 30, but that's unimportant. He's tried to score, especially in that last over when he was driving very nicely. But kept picking out the man who's got the ball in his hand now, Ben Green, who's in and bowls 2K, who guides this down to third man. There is one. It's oh dear. Oh, it's Logan Van Beek. I saw the number and panicked, but Logan with 87 on his back, of course. Leicestershire. 5 teams on from Derbyshire, where he wore 37. He did tell us what the teams were, but quite frankly, I can't remember any of them apart from New Zealand A. 50 for 1. Oh, that one does keep low. Caleb Jewell was trying to force it off the back foot into the offside and ended up almost collapsing. Goes through to Ben Cox. Well, batters like to give the impression that the ball is keeping low, but in this case it doesn't matter because Leicestershire don't have to use this pitch again this match. Ben Cox taking it very low down. As Green is in again. Oh, and he's beaten him this time. Past the edge of Caleb Jewell's bat. That hasn't happened too many times in this innings either. He just scratches out his mark, his guard, and goes for a little stroll into the leg side. Good delivery from Green. Morgan are now in front at Bristol. Very exciting. They lead by 3. As Green bowls off the back foot, punched into the offside. Single for Jewell. Moves to 26 at a runner ball. Still only 3 down, incidentally, Glamorgan. Lancashire now 200 for 3, trailing by 68. Somerset still 6 down, needing a further 401. Need another 269 to beat Surrey. They're 4 down. As this next delivery hurries came a little bit by Green. He keeps the ball out, squared up. Nottinghamshire lead by 281 against Essex, but that's only in the 3rd innings of the match. Warwickshire need another 257 to beat Durham and Chestnut Street. They're 82 for 2. Here, Derbyshire 51 for 1, 6 to Came, 26 to Jewell. 72 overs to go. The next target, though, is for these two to be there in 18 minutes' time when we reach the lunch interval.
Endeavouring to part them is Tom Scriven. Just the one slip, though, as he runs in and bowls outside off stump to Caleb Jewell, who cuts very wristily and pleasantly, powerfully, but more or less straight to the man at wideish 3rd. Not quite in front of the electronic scoreboard. Ben Green it is down there. Took a good running catch in the first innings on the boundary, 2-handed to his right, Ben Green. Fine all-round cricketer. Single taken, Jewell on to 26 at a runner ball. Cabe has actually already faced more deliveries. He's on 32. He waits with bat raised as Scriven, with a short mid-wicket now, is in and bowls. Said short mid-wicket. Louis Kimber, who was at first slip, fields the ball. It bounces more or less straight to him.
When we have 2 mid-wickets, we'll know that they're starting to panic, because that's usually the sign of a team who are trying to find a way of getting a wicket.
Yeah, Rahan Ahmed at point. Ben Mike at extra cover as Scriven is in and bowls. Slightly squared up is Came as he advances forward, playing a little bit of French cricket, pushing that one out into the pitch on the offside. Scriven fields and lobs it to Mike to do the polishing. All sorts of, as you said, people out preparing to use the lunch interval for some sort of exercises and training. I can
torture, I was thinking. There's a stretching going on.
Scriven is in, and Bowles defends on off stump, drops it down, and again Scriven fields and tosses the ball to Mike. Members of the second team. That's a Loughborough t-shirt, tracksuit top I can see over there as well. So perhaps somebody on trial or an academy member who is also at Loughborough. So we'll have to try and find out. Scriven is in, Bowles, thick inside part of the bat, but on top of the bounce is Harry Kane, guides it down to long leg. Green, the fielder, takes his single, moves on to 7. Pushes the hair away from his face, Tom Scriven. Not that he's got a long hair. Nobody's got sort of longish hair at the moment, really. I don't think, looking round. Scriven is in, and Bowles shapes back in to Caleb Jewell. He pushes it firmly back past the bowler. He's going very straight, and he takes half a step down the pitch after it, just in case there's a single to be snuck, but he decides not to. Wisely, as mid-off was on to the ball fairly quickly. And Bake, end of the over, 53 for 1 off 15. Came 7 off 36, Jewell 27 off 28. The partnership 34, the only man to go this morning. Well, on the Derbyshire side, that is. David Lloyd, who was neatly caught by Peter Hanscom at second slip, pushing hard rather at a delivery from his not his former teammate, because of course he wasn't at Derbyshire when Van Beek was. He was dismissed for 14, 19 for 1 at that stage.
Green begins a new over from the Bennett end, bowling to Harry Kane, who pushes this one up to mid-on. Scriven does what you told everybody he does, what Leicestershire supporters will know, taking the sweat off the back of his neck. Lovely. I don't think various parts of my body are quite sweaty, but I don't think the back of my neck's one.
Doesn't occur to me.
I want to take it from anywhere else, though, I suppose, as Kane pushes the next delivery from Green up to him, and he just reaches round for that bit of sweat.
They're convinced they can get him leg before here, I think. What's the likeliest form of dismissal?
He was leg before when he made 83 in his only innings against Gloucestershire.
He was leg before against Holland, first dig as well.
Green in and bowls, and Kane pushes this one into the onside once more. It's Lewis Hill who does the fielding on this occasion. Mid-wicket. All the staff who are going out are well muffled, apparently. They're going out to help those lads do their lunchtime exercises. Bobble hats, gloves, big coats. Got a big coat in the car, but it's not much use there. What do we do? We are warm enough in here, of course, as Green bowls. Kane leaves alone, possibly on length, as it goes through to the keeper.
We have the option to close the window, but you do lose a bit of the atmosphere,
Yes,
don't you,
no,
if you do so.
You feel detached, completely detached. It is one of the, I said it to...
It's the one disadvantage at Derby, I think, in your place. Yeah.
the window that's open.
But in front.
No.
Fletch looks askance, how dare you.
It's the best media centre in the country, as this next one is guided to slip, actually. I thought it had been guided down to third man. Hanscom stopped it brilliantly with his right hand.
It is a very fine facility indeed.
Threatened to throw down the stumps. Yep, no, I know what you're saying. I mean, some of the windows, the one next door, which doesn't open at all, and I understand you. There is air conditioning though, so...
Yeah, it's not the temperature, it's just the sort of atmosphere of a ground. It's the same with a football ground. For a while, come back to that thought.
As Green is in, bowls to Kane, clips it slightly aerially initially into the leg side, but it's fielded by Hill, and the over comes to an end. 53 for 1, Jewell has 27, Kane has 7. You have a thought about that?
No, just simply, I just remember for a while, Leeds United's press box was sort of behind the glass, and didn't like it. It was warmer, obviously, but nobody really liked it. You much prefer to, if you can be outside, as long as you're under cover.
It is the strange thing about the two jobs that I primarily do is that in the middle of winter I'm sitting outside, in the height of summer I'm sitting inside, but it's just the way it is. I do enjoy being outdoors-ish, as we are here.
Scriven is in, bowls short, square driven, but good work by Rehan Ahmed, who dives to his right, makes the stop, and then rolls slowly as though in agony. Where did it hit it? Well, he got his right hand. I presume it's his hand that's sore now. He's picked himself up. Everybody's looking rather concerned at him. Peter Hanscom runs across to check he's all right. Maybe just landed on his...
Or has it hit him on the chin after it's gone through?
Yeah.
He hit it hard, didn't he?
He did, very. You wouldn't want to be at point for someone like Jewel, who fairly does crack it away. But Ahmed is a very fine fielder, and he made the stop and saved 4 runs in so doing. At some personal cost, it would appear. Scriven is in and bowls. It's stretching forward is Caleb Jewel and just guiding it very neatly, carefully out to Budinger on the extra cover boundary. And the single is taken. No sun now here at the Uptonsteel, and it is quite dark. Clouds, as you expect to hear from the wind, are moving reasonably quickly, but it is building slightly ominously.
Yeah, get him off.
Scriven to Came with that straight mid-wicket. It's pushed back up the wicket towards the stumps at the other end. Tom Scriven reaches out with his right hand, half stops the ball, and there is no run. Came is really... They're bowling very straight at him. You know, it's not necessarily his fault, but they're bowling well at him, I think. They feel that he pushes across the line a touch, and they're bowling very straight at him. So 7 off 43 balls as Scriven is in and bowls, and that's straight. He's equal to it again, just blocks it out towards mid-off, and Bate comes jogging into field. Rather pleasingly, I think he's actually got his sunglasses on instead of perched on top of his cap, despite the fact there is no sun at the moment.
Light enhancing glasses.
Ah, yeah, could be, yeah.
Rishi Patel had a very fine pair of sort of pinky red ones. Allowed me to look through them. Can't see how it would help really, but
Scriven is in. Came again, gets a very straight ball, and again he is defending back down the pitch.
required rate climbing. 5.7 runs and over.
With 9 wickets in hand. This is very negative from Derbyshire.
Yeah. You'd have thought they'd have risen
Should
to
be
the
throwing the
challenge.
bat.
You'd have thought they'd have risen to the challenge, wouldn't you?
They should be 90 for 4 by now.
Like Zach Chappell and Jack Morley see it out for 15 overs at the end.
Scriven is in and bowls on driven, but he can't get it past Green again. Came Green. Did have to scoot across to his left and got 2 hands to it. Rolled across and made the stop. 54 for 1 after 17 overs. Then Derbyshire, well, we won't go each time go through the to win and targets because it's quite a lot. Slightly less than 400 though now.
Yes. Yeah.
Off 69.
That psychological 400 barrier. Who knows? Leicestershire may well still go on to win this, and if they do, they'll win it handsomely. But I don't think they missed a trick. Quite often declarations. I'm sure there was no collusion between the 2 skippers as well, by the way.
Certain there wasn't.
Yeah,
Yes.
but quite often they said sporting declarations. There's Green begins a new over. That one is driven off the back foot out into the offside by Caleb Jewel. And there is Lewis Hill, who has to put everything into it to get it back in with that wind out there. Jewel moves to 29, 55 for 1. Harry Kane faced 15 deliveries more than the opening bat. We've been coming in the 6th over. He waits now. 2 slips crouched down as Green bowls, and it's driven very pleasantly by Kane, but straight up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Ian Holland. Because they can't really wear sun hats in the outfield, apart from the fact that it's not that sunny, but they do blow off a lot. Yes, he has. Ben Cox has got a cap on now. As this next delivery is on leg stump, turned into the leg side, but straight to Hill by Harry Kame, and there's no run once again, so there isn't a single sun hat out there now. The umpires' hats would be sort of Panama style, wouldn't they? If it gets really windy, they might put the caps on. That one muffled against the cold. Green in again. Kame defends. The only man who really thought that was out was Sol Budinger, who's at cover. I thought it was close. To me, I didn't think it was out.
He does have a tendency just to sort of close the bat face, which you can understand why that there's a lot of oohing and ahhing, but he's doing so with
If you think there's a lot of oohing and ahhing now,
complete success at the moment.
Wait till the first 5 overs after lunch when they're told to do it again. This one's turned into the leg side nicely by Kame. They've run 1. In fact, he wants to come back for this. No, he doesn't. And he's wise. Hill did well to get there, get back to his feet and throw the ball in. That wouldn't have been good. Derbyshire don't want to run out. Kame moves to 7.55 for 1. He moves to 8.56 for 1. Scoreboard never really got in a rhythm. Certainly hasn't got into my rhythm. Jewel on 29. Last ball of the green over. He's in, and that is driven straight back to it. Green threatens to throw the ball, but of course you're not allowed to anymore, for fear of hitting the batter if he's not a long way out of his ground. Jewel wasn't. He remains on 29. Kame has 8.56 for 1, with 4 minutes to go until lunch. Stand by for lots of chats between the 2 batters, I would suggest. I'm not sure they can keep it down to a solitary over, but I don't think anybody would be too disappointed, would they? Bowl this over, get into lunch, regroup. Will be Leicestershire's target. I mean, the target will be to get a wicket, but Derbyshire would be more than happy to go in with still 68 overs left to survive.
Scriven will bowl from the pavilion end, bowls very straight again to Kame, who stretches forward. Ball squirts away the thickish outside part of the bat into the covers, where Ahmed fields and hands the ball to Mike to polish, suggesting there's still a little bit of shape. Now lots of waving at the 12th man, young Jamie Dunk, who's going to come running on with a helmet. Well, that probably will ensure this is the last over before lunch. The helmet's for Ben Cox to stand up to the stump, so clearly Kame doing a spot of shuffling forward. He checks his guard with umpire Adnan, as Ben Cox does indeed stand up to the stumps. Scriven's ready to go again. Comes in and bowls. Back goes Kame, or at least stays in his crease and turns his wrists on that one. Pushes it out towards square leg. Budinger moves across from sort of mid-wicket E position and fields. So somebody young down below us.
In a cricket ground.
Indeed.
A county championship match.
Scriven is in and bowls again, slightly leg stumpy line, and on the back foot Kame pushes to Kimber at that short straight mid-wicket position.
Whatever you do, don't tell Don Topley.
56 for 1.
Gassed.
I suspect it's member of one of the players' families. Scriven is in, bowls, came again, defends, middle, stump, middle and leg perhaps. Ball goes down the pitch on the onside, Kimber fields.
It's definitely going to be the last over, by the way.
Looking that way, 2 balls to go, 12:59 on the scoreboard at the moment. What did you order? Chicken?
Can't remember. Yes, I think so.
Scriven is in and bowls and came solidly forward again. Back up the pitch goes the ball. 50. So it's remarkable how much of the strike he's certainly not farmed, but just the nature of things. Jewel gets his single off the first ball he faces, really, and then that's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's faced 32 balls for 29, came now 55 for his 8.
Talking of Geoffrey Boycott's single off the first ball of the over. Best place to watch it and play it from the other end.
Fletch goes next door for his 1 o'clock update as Scriven is in and bowls plays defensively out into the onside. 1 o'clock has ticked over and it is a lunch. The game not really intriguingly poised anymore. It looks very much as though this game is heading for a draw, because Derbyshire in their second innings, needing 449 to win, they were given 86 overs in which to get them at 5.2, have made steady but slowish progress towards that score. They are 56 for 1 off 19 overs, which means they have another 67 to score another 393. That is most unlikely to happen, but it looks reasonably comfortable out there for Caleb Jewell, who's played very nicely in going to 29 off 32 balls, and Harry Kame, who has played very solidly in going to 8 off 56. We'll be back with you after lunch. You'll hear me do an update for BBC Radio Leicester possibly in the next few minutes, but otherwise, well, you never quite know, but we'll be back to describe events this afternoon in around about 35 minutes' time.
There's some other scores from around the country, everybody. Chester Street, Durham 387, 276 for 8 declared. Warwickshire 325 and needed 339 and 94. And Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 347, Essex 367, and Central Nottinghamshire 318 for 8. Now being for 298. At the Oval, Surrey 253 and 342 for 9 declared. Hampshire 219 and needing 377 or 115 for 4. At home. once again, match umpires, Chris Watts, Hassan Agnan.
Well, good afternoon again from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Afternoon session on this final day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Derbyshire. Ball by ball commentary brought to you by, in this case, BBC Radio's Leicester and Derby, Richard Ray and Dave Fletcher. Your commentators, Derbyshire about to resume their second innings on 56 for 1. There, he says, pausing for a minute to switch off the sound on his computer. They were set a not purely notional but not far off target of 449 to win from 86 overs earlier today. Foxes having batted on for 40 minutes or so this morning to take their score on to 357 for 9 declared. And as I say, they have reached 56 for 1. The one man to go, David Lloyd, who was caught by Peter Hanscom at second slip off the bowling of Logan Van Beek for 14, 19 for 1 at that stage. Caleb Jewell's playing very nicely. He's 29 not out of 32 deliveries. Harry Kame has battled away firmly and solidly. He's made 8 off 56 deliveries. It'll be Jewell who's going to take the first ball, and it'll be Ben Mike who's going to open the bowling for the Foxes this afternoon from the Bennett End here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. It is possibly a touch lighter than it was before lunch, but it is still very cold, rendered so by a very cold south wind. Ben Mike coming down the slope from the Bennett End, charges in, bowls to Jewell, short, helped around the corner, over the ropes for 6. It sat up nicely, and Jewell, well, here we go. Is it a case of here we go, or was it just a rank bad ball? It was certainly a rank bad ball. The short boundary down there with the wind sat up nicely, and Caleb Jewell, well, lunch continues because that was buffet bowling. Fletcher.
Ah, clever. I see what you did there. I don't think here we go, though, by the way.
62 for 1. Mike, chastened, I'm sure, comes charging down the slope and bowls again. Goes for a huge, mighty drive and misses it. Caleb Jewell launched himself at that one. His first really, well, you might almost call it wild shot. And missed it, got away with it. Can't have a swing for an hour, and if it doesn't come off, don't worry, we can block at the other end or whatever, block it out thereafter. Could be fun. Fletcher not convinced alongside me.
Not in any way, shape or form.
Mike is in, bowls, clipped away nicely through mid-wicket for, I'm pretty sure, 4 more, waiting to see if Sol Budinger running up the ropes can get anywhere near it. He can't, so 10 from the first 3 balls of the session for Derbyshire. They are moved on to 66 for 1. Caleb Jewell on to 39, and he's made a pretty good impression in his brief spell at Derbyshire, but it's becoming better than pretty good. Looks a real fun player to have at the top of the order, this young man. Mike is in and bowls. Jewell drives, doesn't quite get all of it. Was reaching for it a touch, wasn't at the pitch of the ball, so he hit it straight, but it was slightly in out and thickish inside part of the bat. Scriven able to get across from a straightish mid-off to field comfortably enough.
It was one of the overseas, Haider Ali at Hove that day, him and Leicestershire Ploy, the left-hander, all through both of the left-handers, who took it on for a while against Sussex on the final day.
Then Mike is in and bowls, square driven again classily by Jewell. There is a sweeper out on the offside boundary. Lewis Hill out there again. Actually, Rehan Ahmed, who dived and didn't get there, stood up and held his right shoulder a little bit. He landed on it when he brilliantly actually fielded a sort of square drive from Jewel pre-lunch and took some time to pick himself up, and there was a momentary concern among the Leicestershire field. He picked himself up fairly quickly and did so there, but I would imagine he's bruised it or something because his hand went to it again. Mike into Harry Kame for the first time, who covers up. Straight-ish delivery from Mike, push to mid-on. 11 then from the first over after lunch, and run rate goes up accordingly. 3.4 it is now.
Required rate 5.75. I suppose if these two were still together at tea, they'd have to score a lot of runs this afternoon. To score at least 200 runs in the afternoon session, I would suggest. Then it might get a bit twitchy, but it seems unlikely still.
Has nothing for Jewel after his I know he was at the other end, but his record-breaking T20 exploits.
Yes, 12 from 12 balls. Jimmy Chowan went berserk the other round for Hurricanes in the final. Izzy in Holland from the pavilion end, bowling to Jewel, who's almost chopping on. He panicked, turned around. It's a good job he didn't connect a second time, because he was about to batter the ball away, actually with his bat, as it turned out, but 67 for 1 it remains.
Bounced right over the top of the stumps.
Might just calm him down a touch. 11 scored since lunch, Caleb Jewel. 5 deliveries. This time he goes back and pushes it out into the offside. Kimber Fields at cover, extra cover. And there's no run. I've been having therapy for a game I saw down in Sussex when Derbyshire scored 500, then failed to enforce the follow-on and lost. Brilliant. I was quite angry by that. Holland bowls, that one is guided into the offside to Rian Ahmed, who's fielding at point.
Spun out in the second innings or something? Or?
No, just inept. They declared. They declared twice. It's the only time Derbyshire have declared twice and lost. It's also the first time that they'd. Unfortunately, yeah, it was horrible. It was horrible. Lots happens in Hove as Holland is in, bowls to Jewel, who just takes a little step towards him initially and then plays it back, probably cracks him on the shin by the look of it on the way back to Holland, who just hobbled momentarily. And my criticism of the match situation would be the same had it been the other way round, and has been in the past, so there was a body of work there. Nobody can get relegated out of this division. Heaven knows Derbyshire have tried, as this next delivery is driven very nicely, but there is a man out sweeping on the boundary. It's Sol Budinger. And he picks up a single. Jewel moves to 41 and to run a ball 68 for 1. Just imagine, we didn't quite build this game up as it guaranteeing an exciting final day, but you think, well, this could be a really good final day's cricket, but Holland in, bowls. That's edged and caught, and Harry Kame's gone. Low down at slip to his left-hand side. Okay. And Kame goes for 8, and Derbyshire lose their second wicket early in the afternoon session. Dangled the bat, really, Harry Kame, and pays the price. 68 for 2 now. Derbyshire and Leicestershire need a further 8 wickets for victory.
Yeah, really good low catch down to his left, two-handed. Made it look a little bit easier than I suspect it was, but as you say, did dangle it a bit, didn't it? Was the outswinger, and whether he was trying to work it through second or third slip, not quite sure. But, he had to battle. They bowled very straight at him throughout the innings pre-lunch. Perhaps he was just pleased to get a slightly wider delivery. But a very good catch from Peter Hanscom again. It brings the run machine to the crease.
Ian Holland for 8. And the new batsman is Wayne Madsen.
58 balls for his 8. It was quite a lengthy period of time Harry came. Derbyshire's still 381 away from that notional victory target, but Leicestershire move a wicket closer to theirs. Final ball of the 21st over.
Caleb Jewell giving Wayne Madsen a few words of advice. Well, I can't imagine their advice, but perhaps just a word as to what Ian Holland is doing. But Madsen, if you can say has seen it all of any player, then he is that player. Seen it all and dealt with it all. Wayne Madsen's watching as in goes Ben Mike and charges in and bowls to Jewell. It's a quick delivery that beats Jewell's for pace a little bit, I think. He was on the back foot and didn't get the bat down on it, thumped into the sort of top of the pad and bounced out to second slip. So he has got this strong wind behind him, Ben Mike, and that was a slippery ball.
This has certainly troubled Caleb Jewell. He was less troubled in the first over after lunch.
Mike is in, and bowls. Jewell is squared up, thick outside part of the bat, almost a sort of leading edge, squirts out to Rehan Ahmed at backward point again. Good, sharp stuff from Mike.
Always looks a bit different and feels a bit different when a wicket's fallen, doesn't it? Takes 4 or 5 overs for everything to settle down again, and Leicestershire can get another one quickly, especially with these two being out in the middle together.
He comes, bowls, driven in some style from outside off stump by Caleb Jewell out to Lewis Hill, hurls it back in. He always looks as though he's going to throw his shoulder out, Lewis, when he does that. He sort of almost does a sort of almost 360 degrees. He spins himself round as he throws, so he ends up having released the ball facing back where he was sort of throwing it from. It's a curious, not affectation, it's just, I think it's to save his shoulders as much as anything. Anyway, single taken, 69 for 2, Jewell on to 42. And Hill comes into sort of almost a catching mid-wicket, really. About 4 strips back as Mike is into Wayne Madsen, full. And Madsen just calmly strokes it out to Ian Holland, who's at mid-off. Well wrapped up is Wayne. He's got his long-sleeved sweater on, and he looks, as I say, thoroughly insulated out there.
It's a lot colder than it looks, actually, isn't it?
Jolly well is, isn't it? It looks lovely if you're watching on the stream. As Mike is in, bowls down the leg side. Madsen tries to whip it down to fine leg, doesn't get anything on it, taken by Ben Cox. Capped Ben Cox, as in wearing a cap, I quickly had. Moving to his left, I'm so used to seeing him with the sun hat on.
Take off.
I suspect so. Mike is in, bowls. Madsen gets a delivery outside off stump. He tries to cut it away, hits it quite hard down into the ground, and it bounces reasonably nicely for Rehan Ahmed, reaching to his right at backward point to make the stop. End of a testing over from Ben Mike. He hurried Caleb Jewell a couple of times for the first 2 deliveries. Conceded just the single from it. Certainly it was a rather better over than his first post-lunch. Derbyshire 69 for 2 off 22. 380 off 64 is now the, as I say, notional target.
Yeah, it's very notional. I would suggest. Here is Holland bowling to Jewel, who goes back and punches this ball out through the offside. Budgie out on the boundary. Does the fielding, they go through for a single. That's what I heard somebody call. It would make sense.
Could have been Dutchy.
It could have been.
By which moniker Holland is kind of universally known.
I was thinking more of Budinger out there, but anyway, somebody shouted something. It's Holland in, bowls to Madsen, who's fiddled at that one outside the off stump. Sol Budinger can't believe that he's not out.
But she chirped.
Yeah, he definitely fiddled at that one outside the off stump. Wayne Madsen, no getting away from it. Almost involuntary reaction to the delivery. 69 for 2, yet to get off the mark. The Derbyshire skipper, returning skipper, as he waits, and Holland bowls to him and he defends it straight back down the pitch, just manages to avoid leg stump at the
It's an interesting decision from Mickey Arthur and Derbyshire to reappoint Madsen or offer him the captaincy. I suppose he didn't have to take it, but happy to do so. It's not forward thinking as such, is it? But
have a look down the team list and tell me who else you would have picked.
Okay.
Be my answer. As Holland is in and bowls, he drives that one very pleasantly, and he's beaten Tom Scriven and goes for 4. Nice shot from Wayne Madsen to get off the mark. David Lloyd had given it up. Caleb Jules, the overseas. Harry Kane probably isn't experienced enough. Brooke Guest, the wicket keeper. Lewis Rees, Anuj Dal, Martin Anderson, are they guaranteed their place in the side? Zach Chappell's a quick bowler. Jack Morley's very young, and Blair Tickner wasn't here. You couldn't see anybody else really apart from Wayne Madsen. He waits now as Holland comes in and bowls to him, and he guides this down towards third man. There is a third man, so he only gets a single. He moves on to 575 for 2. 3 minutes until my phone buzzes, which is pointless really, because I know it's going to buzz, so therefore the alarm is not really required. But if I didn't have it on, I wouldn't think about it.
It's a good idea.
Oh, the 2 o'clock one always does me. Always does me.
What's troubling
he's
the
down
umpires now?
I think he's lost one of his spikes, or he needs one tightening.
Umpire Adnan has called for umpire Watts to bring the spike tightener. I'm sure it's. What else might it be called? I don't know.
No. Funny little devices, though, aren't they, with the 2 little prongs, and you get one in every single pair of cricket boots you buy now. We've certainly got plenty in our house, and not for me, I hasten to add. You'd be surprised to know. 75 for 2 then. Last ball, Levy and Holland's 8th over. He's into bowl to Jewel, who goes back and pushes the ball up to mid-off. Louis does the fielding, and the over comes to an end. 75 for 2, Derbyshire. Jewel has 43. Madsen has 5. Harry Kane, the man out since lunch, for 8. Caught at slip, low down by Peter Hanscom off the bowling. Levy and Holland.
I had an email from Jonathan Farmer. Hello, Jonathan. He says, hello, enjoying the commentary as ever. Must say I'm disappointed with Hanscom's captaincy today. First the delayed declaration, and then not utilising our 2 potential match winners with the ball. And he cites, controversially, Ben Mike and Rehan Ahmed before lunch. But then he says, but what do I know? Regards, Jonathan.
I often say that to myself, what do I know?
Ben Mike is in, bowls to Madsen, who turns him very nicely off his legs down to the backward square boundary for 4. Just used the pace and whipped it around the corner for 4. I think describing them as the two potential match winners with the ball.
When Louis Kimber's in the side.
Harsh. But not necessarily sure I'd agree with that particular assessment, but we shall see. Things happen, certainly, when Ben's bowling, wickets and runs. And we've seen runs already so far in this spell, but as I say, he was very good at Cardiff, blasting a few out, and he picked up 3 in the first innings here. In he comes, bowls again to Madsen, full and straight, and a good tumbling, diving stop to his right by the effervescent Budinger, who then picks himself up. He knocked it slightly to the side, and for a moment Madsen thought there might be a quick single to be taken, but Budinger picked himself up and stood with a ball ready to be hurled at the stumps. No Friends of Grace Road today, day 4. Meet, I can see, is pretty full though.
Understandably.
Yeah, warm drinks and sustenance in there. Backward short leg has gone in as Mike goes in and bowls to Madsen, who defends on off stump for the clip through the leg side, clearly.
Still not happy with his spikes, Ian Holland. Continuing to work away at them at mid-off.
Continues to blow very hard as Fletch heads off next door to do his latest update. Then Mike, with Louis Kimber at that shortish backward square position, comes in and bowls to Madsen straight, and Kimber is not going to get that one. Clipped along the ground past him to his left hand to the boundary again for 4. He does play that shot really nicely. Leg stump line to Madsen is rarely productive, other than for the batsman, and so it proved on that occasion again. So Madsen on to 13 off 11. Dual 43 off 47. If these two were to stay together for a couple of hours, Leicestershire might have cause for concern, but it is a huge, huge ask in front of them at the moment. 366 off 62.2. Close on 6 and over. Mike in again to Madsen. That's going to be 4 more. Leg stump full, clipped through square leg. Kimber dived to his left, couldn't get there, and Hanscom may decide to give himself some cover there sooner rather than later. Kimber's walking in that direction, I think, to field the ball, but he may well stay out there as well. Yeah, he is staying out there. Hanscom has seen enough already. Just doesn't miss the shot, Madsen. Doesn't miss many shots, in fairness. Certainly not against Leicestershire. Pleasant surprise from Leicestershire's point of view to see him dismissed in the 20s in the first innings. The average is almost 70 against the county. In goes Mike, bowls to him, pokes it, a little ungainly in style, out into the offside, and there is no run. 87 for 2 off 24. Mike 24 from his first 3 overs, 8 in over. Cameraman just walked past me. He's just basically a pair of eyes underneath his hoodie and cap, and a snood up right above his nose, and a zipped up anorak. It is on the chilly side if you're out there in the wind. Holland still searching, comes in and bowls to Jules, swings in a touch to the left-hander, just drops it out into the leg side. Van Beek, who's at mid-wicket, runs into field. No run, just the one slip, because Kimber has gone to short-ish, straight-ish extra cover for the misplaced lofted drive Jewell hasn't really shown any signs of playing in this innings. Fullish, driven back towards mid-off. Well, actually, I think it went on the between the bowler and the stumps, just missing leg stump, so to speak. So towards mid-on. It was mid-off. Green, who got across the field, and seeing that he had a bit of ground to make up to the ball, and Scriven, who was a bit close to the bat, wasn't going to get there. Jewell called Madsen through for the single. Madsen very quick between the wickets, responded. Holland in to Madsen, outside of stump. There's an appeal for leg before, I think, because he left it and it flicked the pad and it went through to Cox. And he pulled the bat a long way out of the line, so not playing a shot, but still got to come back a bit. Let's have a look. Yeah, it sort of did come back, but it still wouldn't have hit, I don't think, another set of stumps really. Appeal on principle as much as anything. Needed to come back a good bit more than that. Holland is in and bowls. Madsen slightly loosely sort of drives at that one, gets a thick inside edge, and it runs out towards deep backward square, where Ben Mike is fielding, and one is taken. Madsen on to 18, 89 for 2. A very excited Dave Fletcher, who thinks it's all on now, comes back alongside. Not at all.
I'm slightly less excited by the fact that the newsreader didn't come to me at 2 o'clock.
They don't. Clearly they've lost faith. In goes Holland and bowls. Forward goes Caleb Jewell. Bat in front of Pad as he plays that, but right out of the middle of the bat, defensively to Green at mid-off, and there's no run.
Lost faith in me, I would have thought.
They'll be thinking, oh, Fletcher's having his post-lunch snooze. We won't disturb him. That could have been BBC Radio Gloss or Bristol of our dear departed colleague.
Yeah, sadly.
Bless him. Holland is in and bowls outside off stump, cut away, and again the diving Rehan Ahmed nurses his right hand, having slowed that one down and really saved 3 runs really, but he performed miracles of athleticism there. He's quite a short, square young man, Rehan Ahmed, but he's definitely lost weight over the winter. He looks really fit and flings himself around at backward point and saves a lot of runs. 90 for 2 after 25.
Just about 6 and over, isn't it?
It is 3:59 off 61, so just under. Easy.
Get to tea.
Well, we used to play
See
60.
where we are.
Do you remember? Was it the Gillette Cup for a season? When it started was 60 overs, wasn't it? The
Yeah,
very was
yeah.
it the Gillette in the very early stages?
I think so. It's 65 overs as well they played. They had lunch
Did
and
they?
tea.
Jeepers. Yeah.
They didn't just have an innings break. They had a 10-minute break between innings.
They did
but
in the
had
60
lunch
over
and tea.
ones as well. Yeah, I remember those. Yeah, it was a long day's cricket, that was. 120 overs.
So it's Logan Van Beek from the Bennett end, and the first ball he bowls is pulled into the leg side for 4 runs by Caleb Jewell, who moves to 49. He's 1 run away from doing something that not many Derbyshire players have done, and that's 4 successive half-centuries at the start of the season. And Griff did give me a list, but he didn't give me a list, he read out the names. And of course I can't remember any. Well, I can hazard a guess, but
Was Kim Barnett one?
no.
No.
It was largely overseas players. I think it was entirely overseas players actually. As Van Beek is in, and that one is pushed into the offside by Caleb Jewell, and he does indeed complete his 4th successive half-century from the start of the season. He's played pretty nicely. He has been beaten a couple of times, but he's got there off a fairly sedentary 53 balls on this occasion. He's hit 4 4s and 1 6. It's quicker than his one in the first innings.
64.
Yeah.
The one in the first innings with 10 fours. But for me, this is a much better innings all round. He looks a really class player.
Madsen on strike now. That one goes down the leg side from Van Beek, taken by Cox. Not sure if I printed the whole thing out. Jewel reached his 80. No, that's Graham Van Buren. He's 50 and 37 balls against in the first innings against Gloucestershire. He likes to get on with things. That's why he's been brought in. It's Madsen on strike now, though, as he waits and just defends this next delivery from Van Beek into the offside. And there is no run. His 50 in the second innings was 48 balls on the way to that 9-wicket victory in the opening round of matches. So both have been slightly slower, but he's got them. It's been a terrific start for him. He's clearly going to be averaging over 50. Especially as he's had one not out, as this next delivery is defended by Madsen. Back towards the bowler. Tom Scriven comes around from mid-on to do the fielding and gives the ball a really good polish on the back of his left leg. I suppose you would say these are the two ideal men out there for the job. Still Brooke Guest and Lewis Rees, now there's Darla Martin Anderson, who've got a maiden century in the first innings as Van Beek bowls himself off his feet for the final ball of the over. It's let go through to the keeper by Wayne Madsen. 95 for 2, Derbyshire. 60 overs left. Madsen has 18 and Jewel has exactly 50. Here we go.
53 balls, including 4 fours and 1 6.
Certainly did. Well done to him.
Chanceless as well. He was,
Unlike the first innings when he was dropped on 2 and 25, I don't think he was dropped in the first match either, so you're right, this is a better innings.
Just everything about it.
Better, doesn't it? Yeah.
I mean, he's quicker to his 50, but it's less frenetic as well. It's curious, isn't it? Holland, 9 overs, 1 for 25 at the moment. Will continue from the pavilion end to bowl to Caleb Jewell. Oh, Jewell gets a little in-swinger on middle and off that he pushes out towards Ahmed.
He's also the only Caleb I think I've ever met. It's a relatively unusual name, isn't it? I don't think I've met any other Calebs.
One of Joseph's brothers in the Bible was called Caleb, wasn't he?
Was he?
I'm thinking of the song, or the musical. Maybe not. Holland is in and bowls in swinger again. Reached for it a bit. It was wide though. It was a sort of tempter, and just took his bottom hand off the bat as he, after obviously he'd connected, but this was reaching a little bit there. Jewell got it out to the sweeper and picks up a single.
Of course, one of the goal scorers for Leicester City, I only now discovered, having typed the word Caleb in, Caleb Akoli.
Ah, okay.
That's his first name. I'd not come across him before. A couple of actors in American football, so it's not that unusual. A common name he has.
Holland is in to Madsen, who drives very pleasantly for 4. Was the outswinger, but it was a half volley as well. Well, Madsen made it into a half volley by taking a good stride, but it was doable, and he did it. And he has quickly matched his first innings score. I think it was 22 he got. He looks back. And looks in the mood, Wayne Madsen. He hasn't... I suspect in the back of his mind, you think, yeah, it's unlikely, but you never know. And he's brought up the Derbyshire 100 in the 27th over of the innings. And the run rate's already... Go on.
Below 350 now.
Holland in, bowls, looking for the Yorker, and it swung a bit, and a big puff of dust as Madsen, with his right foot in the air, does manage to jam down on it. For one who's scored so many runs, and he can sometimes look astonishingly ungainly,
yes.
Madsen, but Boy, does his technique work. Holland in again, bowls, and he's solidly forward to that one on off stump, playing it out to Scriven at mid-off.
He's sort of the definition of finding a way, isn't he? No matter what adversity he seems to be facing, he was the only Derbyshire batter who got 1,000 runs last season in the championship, and often he's.
I suspect he won't be the only one this time round, but I wouldn't put any money against him actually not getting 1,000. If he never would. Holland is in, bowls to him, just slightly over pitched on middle and leg and clipped away with unerring timing as ever, out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Budgie Budinger, if that is his nickname. I don't think I've ever heard him. They all call him Sol, I think.
Got it in there, in the who's who?
Possibly. I'll have a.
But be careful, because if it's a name we've never heard of, it's probably.
Sometimes, I mean, they all, you know, they all are asked, but they sort of pick and choose the questions, don't they? Sometimes the compilers of this august publication.
The thing about Madsen is his fitness.
Yeah.
41. Last season he was out for a little spell, but that's because he broke a finger or a thumb. Fielding in the slip, so there's not much you can do about that, no matter what age you are. The season before he had a little spell out injured as well with a muscle injury.
A nickname is mentioned.
Oh, exciting. Solly.
No, I don't think you'd get it.
No, dual arm strike as Van Beek begins a new over and he crashes this out to the point boundary where Lewis Hill does the fielding. And they go through for a single. Dual moves to 52, 103 for 2.
Apparently he rejoices in the nickname Lord, L-O-R-D. He does come from a well-to-do family, yeah, I believe so.
Went to Eton, yeah. It's unusual.
Went to Eton, but...
is he a Nottingham boy? Because that's where I first came.
I think he was born in Australia, wasn't he?
Oh, was he?
Oh no, he was born in Colchester in Essex. He was
right.
brought up in Queensland, Australia.
Right.
He went to the Southport School.
Van Beek bowls to Madsen, who just a little bit squared up there, and ball comes off a leading edge out into the offside, and Lord does the fielding.
His first cricket club was Coomera Hope Island CC. That sounds exotic in Queensland. He claims to be able to speak 4 languages, but I've never heard the other 3.
Well, you need to ask him the
I have
questions
asked
in
him.
those languages.
Well, I don't know which ones they are. Could try a few.
Oh,
well,
I'd like to see that. Here's Van Beek in the bowls to Madsen, who just dabs this into the onside. There's no run.
One of the, he says he'd like to learn to speak Spanish. So one of those 4 clearly isn't Spanish.
That rules you out then.
And the public figure which inspires him is Don McLean. Is he the one who wrote
Pie.
American Pie? And unless there's another one.
Well, there was another one. He was in Crackerjack, but I wouldn't think that it would be him. It's more likely to be the composer of American Pie, surely. As Van Beek is in, that's clipped into the leg side. Backward of square, there is a fielder down here. It's Ben Mike, and they're only going to get the one. Where Madsen turns and looks keen for a second, but it was never on. He moves to 25, 104 for 2.
Was Don McLean Peter Glaze's mate?
Yes.
Or, okay.
Yes. And have you cleaned your teeth today? I think he was all part of that. He had a very large set of gnashes. Yeah.
That was an odd programme.
Did a bit on Radio 2 as well, I think, on Sunday mornings for a spell. It was strange, wasn't it? As this next delivery from Van Beek is, I thought that had gone through him, is put into the leg side by Jewel, and they run through for a single. Apologies if anybody got alarmed by that, but it just looked as though the ball was getting through. 105 for 2 at the end of the over, 53 to Jewel, 25 to Madsen.
I think Logan Van Beek was of the same mind as you.
Yeah.
A lot of hands started to go into the air out there.
Actually thought it cut him in half.
He likes a pub quiz as well.
Excellent.
Because his specialty subject in a pub quiz would be national flags.
Oh, that wasn't the last ball of the over. Here's Van Beek bowling to Madsen, who goes back into his crease and pushes the ball up towards a wideish mid-off. That is the end of the over. 58 to go then, 105 for 2.
got a motor vehicle that takes up about 8 spaces in the car park as well. That's not in the who's who, that's just observation.
I have that statistic. About 4 successive
Right, you are.
50-plus scores. Simon Katic also scored 4. The only player to have done 5 is Shan Masood. I think one of those.
Just a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah,
presumably
well,
it was.
he only had one season. He's, presumably one of those half centuries would have been a double century because he got 2 in April.
1 here, I think. Holland continues, bowls to Jewell, swings in a bit, and would have been a big shout for leg before had it not hit the middle of the bat, but it did.
Thank you, of course, as ever, to David Griffin.
He was grumpy at lunch, was the Griffmeister, wasn't he?
Yeah, day 4.
Didn't like his sauces. Wanted something plain. In goes Holland and bowls, and Jewell, nice high right elbow as he defends that one out on the off side.
I have heard it before.
Yeah.
But he's still on the ball as far as the stats are concerned.
And bowls driven without getting to the pitch of it, but got loads of it. Caleb Jewell, the sweeper, out there at the moment. Well, it's been Budinger. I don't know whether it still is. I think it is. His lordship feels keeps Jewell to a single.
Some interesting news coming from Kent that South African pace bowler Keith Dudgeon has been ruled out for the rest of the season through injury, one of their overseas players. That's not good news, is it?
Holland is into Madsen. Bowls, line and length. Madsen respectfully forward, drops it out into the offside. You assume that he'll go home then, don't you? And
yeah.
They'll try and bring in somebody else.
He actually sustained the injury in training before their 8-wicket victory against Middlesex. He's going to be return to South Africa to receive treatment. He got 7 for 36 career best figures in that first round of matches. They're at Derby reasonably soon, I think, Kent. And we're down in Canterbury in September.
Looks like they're going to be there or thereabouts, isn't it, at the end of the season? Well, if they can replace said fast bowler with another. Or
stand by for the return of Hardus Viljoen. Be good to see Hardus again if he does come back. I'm not sure he's playing much red ball cricket these days, though.
Cox has put the helmet on and is standing up to Ian Holland. Madsen is forward, right leg, right foot firmly planted in his crease, defends it out into the offside. No run.
Some sad news in the last hour as well. Alex Stewart's wife Lynn has passed away with cancer. He's just stepped aside, hasn't he, from his position at Surrey.
Oh, I'm sorry. Holland in, bowls, driven beautifully on, driven for 4. Overpitched, hit very straight, but just to the right of Holland's reaching right hand, and Madsen picks up 4. That's the sort of news that puts everything into context.
Indeed.
Yeah, 110 for 2 of 29. Derbyshire 339 from 57 now.
I don't need to do the calculation, do I? I can look on here. It's under 6 now. Ho ho ho. No. Come back to me at 5:20. I mean, stay with us, but come back to me on whether don't go away. Goodness me, we'll be deserted by the newsreader and the listeners. That would be careless. Logan van Beek's going to continue. There's a backward point and a point. In fact, they're both backward points. It's Louis Kimber and Rian Ahmed. In fact, Rian Ahmed is well, he's got no idea. He's going backward point, forward point. He's going. And now Louis Kimber's moving anyway, so I'm sorry I mentioned it in the first place, really. And now he's coming back. That's the danger.
Difference of opinion between bowler and captain there.
Yeah. It's also the danger of a +3 over rate, isn't it? Anyway, Logan Van Beek settled on it, a point and a backward point, and he bowls to Caleb Jewell, who bypasses both of them as he crashes that one out to the point boundary for 4. You can understand why they might have both of them there for the miscue. That was anything but a miscue from Caleb Jewell as he smacked it away and moves on to 58 from 60 deliveries, 114 for 2.
I bet there's a lot of Derbyshire listeners just beginning to think now.
I don't think many of them. No, I can't say that. Some of them are friends. Yeah, possibly. They're realistic, though. Here comes Van Beek, balls to Jewell. That one just keeps a little bit lower. He bashes it out into the offside. There's a shy at the stumps from Rian Ahmed. I think he was in, Jewell. And they get through for the single. He moves to 59, 115 for 2. But I suppose in reality, it's the length of time, of course, isn't it? Another 56 overs. They get a boundary in each over. Then it sort of keeps them in touch. And holding on to wickets as well is going to play a major part. It would be an astonishing achievement. It might even make the top of the page on the cricket page on the BBC Sport website. Who knows? As this next delivery is full from Van Beek, and Madsen pushes it back on the almost on the full, on the half volley. He stretches down with his left hand, Van Beek, and just gets a little bit on it to take the power out of the ball.
It would at least, he says, searching very hard for a silver lining, negate any criticism of the timing of the declaration.
Well, yes, no, yes, I declared too early. Next delivery is turning to the leg side, a little uppishly again. He has a tendency to do that. It seems to me, Wayne Madsen, just turning up. Blimey, who am I to talk about Wayne Madsen and his technique? But that little ball towards mid-wicket just can, on occasion, I suppose most batters have the same issue, don't they? But can, on occasion, just leave the ground a bit. He's on 29 from 32, so he's not done too badly. 115 for 2, Derbyshire, as Van Beek is in and bowls, and that one is on the pads and turned into the leg side. They're going to come back for the second as well as Ben Mike gets around to do the fielding. Get back comfortably, in fact, for 2. Madsen moves to 31. 117 for 2. Partnership already worth 49 between these two. And to say how well Jewell has batted, Wayne Madsen's got 31 of them. Seems counterintuitive to me, but that is the case. And we've already had 6 runs off this over. Or we had 7 runs off this over, in fact. World's gone mad. Van Beek in and bowls to Wayne Madsen, who gets struck on the bottom hand there, as he almost seemed like he got struck on the bottom hand after he'd taken it off the bat. That was most peculiar, but it troubled him, that delivery from Logan Van Beek. Fortunately, he was able to keep it away from the stumps. And the over comes to an end. 117 for 2, 31 to Madsen, 59 rather to Jewell. It's a nasty one.
Yeah, it wasn't excessive bounce.
No.
It was just fast bowler's effort bounce. And that will have stung. I hope he's all right. He is. Holland has done his work for now. And as you no doubt heard, he's going to be replaced by Tom Scriven.
He hasn't announced the Soul Night again, which is disappointing. But
Soul Night at the Uptonsteel.
Derbyshire have got a couple of they've got Taylor Swift tribute act and an Oasis tribute act coming over the course of the summer. Some tickets available, I'm sure.
Scriven is in to Jewell, defends on off stump very solidly. Of course, you went to see, was it 2 years ago, The Who? At,
I did.
oh, that was I was very jealous about that.
So I was very privileged to go and see the boys.
Where were you? I was going to say seated, but you don't sit to
Oh,
watch the Who, do you?
No, I was standing up to watch it. My back was killing me by the end of it, but I was determined to stand up the entire time. About 25 yards, 30 yards from the front.
Scriven bowls, driven out to the sweeper, who had tumbles there, but having made the stop, but make the stop he does, so it is just the single. And was it the original line? Well, obviously not the original lineup, because Keith Moon was sadly not there.
Nor indeed John Entwistle, because he's dead as well.
Indeed. So it was, Doctor and Townsend were there.
Yeah.
Plus,
I think Zach Starkey was on drums, and
Pete's brother is always there, isn't he?
Yeah. No, they were very good.
These days. Simon, isn't it? Simon Townsend.
UB40 were on as their support act, or one of the UB40s, because there's a number of them, I think.
Jeepers.
Ali, whatever his name is, his UB40.
It's not a bad evening. In goes Scriven and bowls to Madsen, who drives into the stumps. At obviously the non-striker's end, and don't know if he quite hit it as well as he didn't hit it as well as the previous on drive, which went like a tracer, but it might have squeezed between Messrs Mike and Green. As it is, hit the stumps.
They've had a few there. I mean, they do cricket grounds now, don't they? It's almost as a matter of course. But Elton John was there. He came here, I think.
He did.
Michael Bublé.
Scriven in, bowls outside off stump, cut away. Madsen likes it there. It should be 2 for him. It's a comfortable 2 for him, in fact. Holland runs around the boundary, picks up and throws. Madsen on 233 now.
I had one last year, and I can't remember the name of the band, but there was some kind of rap band.
At Derby?
At Derby, yeah. Put a good concert on at the county ground.
Kincora.
Well, no, not anymore.
Oh, is it not? In goes Scriven, bowls to Madsen, same place, almost the same place. Madsen crossed with himself because he cut it, looking for a similar result, but didn't get it past Ahmed at backward point. Both these batsmen now scoring at a run of ball reasonably comfortably. And that would be enough. 55 after this, 329 more needed. Of course, it's unlikely, but it is not impossible. Scriven bowls. Madsen slaps a wide one away through the covers for 4. Well, Scriven bowled his first 4 overs for just 4 runs and was very, very accurate. Less so in this second spell so far. He's, well, he's not the end of the world, is it? I mean, what is it? That's 7 off that first over, but it certainly wasn't anything like as accurate as the first 4. 124 for 2 off 31. The run rate is then exactly 4s, and it was sort of 3.2, 3.3 around that at lunch. 325 needed off 55.
And it needed to be 5.22 from the start. I'm reminded of the name of the band that I couldn't remember the name of. D Block Europe. Have you heard of them?
Of course.
Excellent. Well, they were at the county ground last year. Very good they were too, I'm told.
Right.
I think the person who sent me the name of that is just to remind me that he's listening. I've got to be on my best behaviour.
You never heard of D Block Europe?
No. 124 for 2. Van Beek around the wicket to Jewel, who just goes back initially and pushes the ball out into the offside. It's fielded there by Louis Kimber. 50 minutes since lunch. Derbyshire have taken the score from 56 for 1 to 124 for 2. Partnership already worth 56 between these two. As Richard said, Madsen's 37 off 38, Jules 60 off 65. As Van Beek is in again, and Jewel eases the ball into the offside, out towards the extra cover boundary. It's a long chase around the rope for Lewis Hill, and they get back for another comfortable 2. It is interesting, isn't it? Because we all concentrate, well, I do, I don't know about you, you also, oh, look at this, it's the short boundary, the ball races away, it's the short boundary. But there are 2s all over the place to the long boundary because it is so far away. And poor old Lewis Hill, a bit like David Lloyd earlier, has got a vast acreage to keep an eye on and patrol as Van Beek is in to Jewel, who gets thumped on the pad there. Did he get a little inside edge onto it? No. That's going to be a leg by. He remains on 62, 127 for 2 now. It's a small matter of 322 runs for Derbyshire to win this game. As Van Beek is in, and that's left alone by Madsen to go through to Ben Cox. Sharpish delivery. He can bowl a quick one, as we know. Logan Van Beek. He now wants somebody moving. I think he's just asking Peter to got an extra slip in. He's going to get Louis Kimber in at, I think it's Kimber, isn't it, at first slip.
Jogging in, yep.
With Hanscom just moving across to second slip. And Van Beek is in to Madsen, who just dabs the ball into the offside. You can hear him screaming no, 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 despite the fact that he was advancing towards Caleb Jewell while doing so. I find that slightly disconcerting. Caleb Jewell won't have batted with his Derbyshire teammates, apart from against Gloucestershire in the first innings here before, so you have to sort of get used to batting with each other. Van Beek to complete his 10th over, and Madsen drives in front of square. There's a chase here for Budinger and a dive as well. It's a terrific stop. They come back for 2, but he saved 2 there. Sol Budinger. And Madsen moves on to 39. Jewell has 62 and Derbyshire 129 for 2 at the end of 32 overs.
We have another Brisbane, or another Queensland correspondent.
Wow.
Jack Wiggins has been in touch. Sorry, Jack, I've only just seen your email and it was a best part of an hour ago.
Obviously,
he says, great coverage this week. He's been tuning in from rainy Brisbane. It seems like we're heading for a draw, though you never know with Derbyshire's batting. You certainly don't.
In a good way or a bad way?
It would be a shame if it does fizzle out after 3 days of good cricket. It's not fizzling at the moment. Maybe the umpires could invent new rules to spice up the last hour, just as they did, or at least tried to, in the reverse fixture 2 seasons ago back at Derby. We were talking about that earlier, weren't we?
Who needs the reduction?
Who needs the rules?
The reduction of 2 overs in the last hour.
I'm sure you guys remember the most bizarre ending to a cricket match I've ever seen. In goes Scriven and bowls, and Jewell covers up on off stump, middle stump.
Well, Leicestershire had an issue as well with over rate, didn't they? And I can't remember.
Yeah, they were hurrying through.
Who bowled it?
Ooh.
I can't remember. Haider Ali faced a maiden over, and because there was only 1 over. And
might have been Kimber actually, but go on.
He rattled through it, absolutely rattled through it, and Haider Ali made no attempt to hit the ball anywhere other than back to the bowler, because instead of 3 overs to get what they needed, they had 1. Derbyshire.
Scriven bowls outside off stump. Oh, that was a bit wild from Caleb Jewell. Kitchen sink at that one, and it swung back a little bit and went past the inside edge into the gloves of Ben Cox. There is no slip now. Hanscom's gone to gully. Kimber at that short straight extra, just for those who don't recall the events of that notorious early game. Scriven is in. Jewell is forward solidly this time, and Kimber does field. The number of overs left in the day changed.
Quite alarmingly for some people.
It did. Well, contrary to the rules.
None of us thought that you didn't lose 2 overs in the last hour, though. Only the umpires.
They decided that, yeah.
The Lords was called. The match referee was marching around.
Looking very worried, like he always does. In goes Scriven and bowls, punched out towards point, but the battered hands of Rehan Ahmed take another blow as he stops that one to his left. Good effort. Ahmed will be glad to see the back of Caleb Jewell for more reasons than one. Eventually, it was ruled there was just 1 over left, wasn't it, rather than the 3 we had anticipated.
Well, we've been told, but then that was carnage.
Scriven is in. Jewell is forward and jabbing slightly at the ball, and it slides past his outside edge. And having looked so good in going past his half century, just in the last sort of 10 minutes or so, Caleb Jewell has just lost focus. I don't know. Wayne Madsen goes down, has a word with the young Australian. Scriven is in, bowls to him, he's driving pleasantly and for 4. Lovely shot, lovely shot. Wasn't at the pitch of the ball, but it came onto him nicely. Scriven can't believe it, the injustice of it all, standing there with hands on hips, just punched it calmly. Kimber dived at that short straight extra cover position, couldn't get there. Green couldn't get there from mid-off, and it runs across the ropes. Jewell's that long off, wide long off. Jewell's on to 66 now. 133 for 2. The partnership is already 65. 316 more to win from 53.
Jed on Twitter has asked me what the highest Derbyshire run chase in the sickenings I've seen is, because he's only seen collapses. He said, well, I was at Trent Bridge. I was fortunate to be at Trent Bridge that COVID season, the beginning of August, for the Bob Willis Trophy, when they chased down 365. That's the highest that I've seen. It's the highest against another county as well. To beat Nottinghamshire, we all thought, here we go. And they battled hard. They ended up losing a game at Liverpool that denied them any chance of getting through to the final. Madsen waits for Van Beek and tries to drive down on one knee, gets a bottom edge, and the ball goes no more than 1.5 yards away from him into the offside.
Afternoon, Ian Furno's been in touch on email, beginning to wish we had batted a bit longer. Great match and loving the commentary duo.
Stop
All the
it.
very best, Ian Furno. I'm beginning to wonder.
Only need 8 deliveries to get Derbyshire out here as Van Beek bowls, and Madsen cuts out to the, well, obviously the offside, the cover boundary. Buddinger does the fielding. He didn't really get everything behind that. It went in front of square, and they go through for a single. It moves to 40, 134 for 2. Partnership up to 66.
You do feel it's in these twos. You know, they have probably got to add sort of 200, 250, haven't they, to a really massive partnership to.
And that would merely be the base. Yeah, absolutely, with the foundations.
But if they do, they'll get it in time. You know, so. And they're both looking prime nick at the moment.
Quick 50 from Zach at the end. Logan Van Beek bowls and he's driven for 4. Is he? Well, Lewis Hill's giving chase, and I misjudged it because he's only going to get 2. Lewis Hill did get round there. He's quick, and the ball was just slowing up the slope. It looked a shot worthy before. It would have been 4 the other way round. I'm trying to think of an excuse here. Jewell moves to 68. 74th, 136 for 2. So yeah, Oasis, Taylor Sub, that'd be really good. I think we're away for them now. More to come, my word. In comes Van Beek, and that's a drive again, but this one's straight to Lewis Hill pretty much on the cover boundary, and Jewell just picks up a single. He moves to 69 to 137 for 2.
Rate ticks up to 4.1.
I'll leave that in your capable hands.
I'm just reading it off the scoreboard.
I'm just looking at the runs required, and it's just under 6 and over still. It's hovering around that 6 and over mark. Started off at 5.22. As Van Beek is in, balls to Madsen, clips that into the leg side off a pad. They've run 1, and Jewell asks Wayne Madsen if he fancies a second, but Ben Cox had come racing from behind the stumps to make sure that they could only take the single. In fact, the leg by 138 for 2. Madsen remains on 40.
T, an immovable feast today, isn't it?
Of course, yeah, 340. Everything stops for tea. Resume at 4 o'clock, and then the last hour starts with 16 overs to go. I've got to get the feeling we might be here a while. Van Beek in and bowls to Julie, almost falls over as he clips that back towards Van Beek, stops it, half stops it with his left hand, and the over comes to an end. 138 for 2. Logan Van Beek is going at just under 5s. 11 overs, 1 for 50. Jewel 69, Madsen 40, and the partnership is now worth 70 runs.
I was buttonholed by a couple of Leicestershire supporters during the lunch interval. Have we left it too late? Have we left? I said no. That was right, I think. In terms of enforcing a win, because it is flat. And these two playing very well as Scriven is in to Madsen, shortish and cut in the air, but safely enough, there being no slips or gully. Down bounces down to Holland at third man. Madsen takes 1. You know, you'd say if it was white ball cricket, they'd be sort of almost in control of this, but it is very different with, you know, Leicestershire can put lots of players on the boundary. They can bowl wide, also they can bowl down the leg side. They can make it really difficult to score.
Yeah, absolutely. So
it isn't as easy to score 6 runs and over as you might think. Scriven is in, bowls. Jules gets a good even gets a good straight ball that maybe just swings back in a touch, and he blocks it on the front foot. Back down the pitch towards the bowler. 69 off 77 for Caleb Jewell.
So it's sometimes difficult to get across to people who aren't avid 4-day cricket watchers. Just look at that and go,
oh, 5, 6 and over.
That's easy. It isn't.
It isn't T20. Scriven is in, bowls again, straight, little bit of a shape into the left-hander. Again, it's blocked this time, up to mid-on.
It did feel like T20 before lunch yesterday when Rian Ahmed was teeing off. They scored 60-odd runs in 13 overs or something like that, didn't they, yesterday? And you thought, well, what on earth is going on here? Derbyshire managed to wrestle some degree of control back after that. Louis Kimber loves warming up, doesn't he?
Might have had the word. Scriven in, bowls, just bottom hand off the bat as it bounces a fraction more than he thought it was going to. I suspect this is a touch wood. Famous last words. A better over so far from Scriven. He's been sort of straight, little bit of shape into the left-hander, and they found a little bit of bounce. I think Kimber's had enough word.
Yes.
Sort of, he's doing enough warming up, I should say, to imply that he certainly has had the word. Didn't get a bowl in the first innings. Looks like Pete Hanscom's going to try something in the second. Scriven in, bowls, Jewel drive, straight, not straight to green. It was a yard to his right, and it was travelling, so he lost his footing as he got down and fielded the ball, and Jewel able to pick up 1. Moves on to 70, 140 for 2. The partnership, 72.
Just 81 balls. Or thereabouts.
Perfect, really. I mean, that's kind of more or less exactly where it needs to be. Can they keep it up for another hour and a half, 2 hours? In goes Scriven. Bowls. Ooh, did that stay low? Did it come back in a bit? Either way, Madsen on the back foot, sort of jumped and came down on it, and in an exaggerated style that suggests it was a little bit uneven. He kept it out, though. And that was a better over from Tom Scriven. Just a single from it. 7 overs, none for 17. 140 for 2. 309 to win from 51.
I'm trying to remember, and I've just got the scorecard up from that game at Trent Bridge that Derbyshire won. But I don't think it will tell me exactly what I'm looking for, really.
Peter Such was the match referee, wasn't he?
Yes. Oh, sorry, that was the one against Leicestershire. With
Sorry, the daft.
with the nonsense at
Yes.
the end. Yeah. No, this is Derbyshire's record run chase against another county at 365. They were already batting.
What's he done to his hair?
Who?
Kimber.
Oh, it's gone a bit fairer.
Yeah,
He wasn't
well,
already.
that's-
Derbyshire were already 129 for 1 at the close of day 3 and went on to get 365. It took them the best part of the day. I remember doing some commentary on the game on the actual radio post 6 o'clock. So Kimber's first delivery sees a wild swish outside the off stump from Caleb Jewell. Bales are whipped off by Cox.
He's definitely acquired some highlights,
Has he?
I'm sure.
Not just been abroad.
He takes 5 for Alaskan. Could have been.
There he is again around the wicket to the Australian. Bowls a full toss, goes for the reverse sweep. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket, not out.
Ooh, that was a decent shout. Let's have a look, see.
It's been going down leg side, presumably. Umpire Watts unmoved, but he went for the reverse.
Might have
Caleb
been
Jewell.
sliding down, but
So we've got 2 reverse sweepers out there now. This is terrifying. As Kimber is in again and bowls. This time he leaves it alone. Nice bounce though.
I'm sure that straightened a bit.
The ball that was called wide apparently this morning, somebody was telling me at lunch that, I'll come back to that, Kimber is in and bowls, and that one is off an edge.
That came, yeah.
Down into the ground, so I think he's getting some turn here, Louis Kimber. At the ball that Jack Morley bowled that was actually a wide in the end this morning, turned a mile apparently. That was from the pavilion end. Kimber is bowling from the indoor school end. I'm only telling you what somebody told me.
I believe you.
I
I
have
just
seen-
don't even remember the wide, to be
Yeah.
honest. So-
I have a vague recollection of a wide. But that turned a lot, but of course if it turns and then it's very wide, it's probably hit the footmarks, and anyway. 2 balls left of Kimber's first over. He's bowling to Wayne Madsen now, who's also a sweeper. He has swept this one. There's a half-hearted appeal, a conventional sweep.
I suspect that was outside the line.
Half-hearted appeal for a leg before wicket. But he will not resist the temptation, Wayne Madsen, to sweep. I think he's been hit somewhere. Because he's been hit
Yeah, outside the
on
line.
the right arm, elbow. He's just flexing his hand and giving it a rub. The elbow, not the hand. So he's just taking a moment here, which is absolutely the right thing to do.
Having a chat to
Jewell has come down to talk to him. Rian Ahmed's just had a brief look, but he's giving that elbow a right old rub. Where's Ali with his magic spray? Do they still use magic spray? I don't think it's actually called magic spray. It's sort of freezing spray, isn't it? No, I think he's just said he's okay. And he's just seen him rub his elbow for about 60 seconds, and down the track comes Mr. Watts to say, "Is it your elbow?"
or alternatively say either get some treatment or get off.
Well, he sort of gestured to it. It was definitely his elbow. Kimber comes in and bowls to Madsen, who is struck on the pad again.
That was
Might have
a
been some
great
bat
first
there.
over.
It was just the 1 run from it.
Great over.
141 for 2. And Louis Kimber single-handedly extinguishes Derbyshire's hopes of victory. They need 308 to win.
Had the dual decision been given, you might well be right with that statement, but it wasn't, and Jewell will continue, although he's looked less secure since going past 50. And again, Wayne Madsen has a word with him. So four times past 50, but yet to score 100. So
Yes. Yeah, the 87, 83. And he scored in the first innings, his highest score for Derbyshire.
Scriven is in to Caleb Jewell, who drives almost off the front foot, slaps it away through the offside. But fields, falls over, having sort of stopped the ball, which wasn't travelling particularly quickly. Underarms it to Ben Green, who'll do likewise to Tom Scriven. A couple of overs with one off each, first from Scriven, then from Kimber, just has pulled the run rate back under 4, his current run rate that is. Scriven in, Madsen looks to late cut and does very successfully, a shot that's brought him, well, pretty much countless runs over the years really. A little late dab outside off stump. And picks up one, there being a third man.
Well, even when he got his century against Gloucestershire, he was out sweeping. I think it might have been a reverse as well. I wasn't there. It was in North Wales, or on the way back from North Wales.
Scriven in, bowls, just pushed, waited for it almost there on the front foot, Caleb Jewell, and steered it into the offside, but not wide of Ahmed. Ahmed had to make ground to his left to get there, but to make ground he did.
I tell you, might have been useful. Liam Trebaskis.
I think there'll be a few of the Leicestershire persuasion would be nodding sagely in agreement at this stage. In goes Scriven. There's an appeal for leg before. Scriven wasn't convinced from the start. He was trying to whip it away across the line, but quite possibly pitched outside leg. Hassan Adnan not interested.
The appeal stopped quite quickly, didn't it? The appeal,
yeah, pitched well outside leg actually. Might have gone on just to clip the leg stump, but Dem's not the rules.
Lancashire lost their 5th wicket. They're only 9 in front of Northants following up.
Exciting at Old Trafford. As Scriven is in, bowls, Jewell reaches for it but steers it. No run, he says. In which state is he from again?
Tasmania.
Tasmania.
Second Tasmanian to play for Derbyshire after Michael Divenuto.
I don't know whether the Tasman accent is particularly distinctive.
We didn't talk a lot.
Compared to no, he's quite a young man, isn't he? Just very polite. And
very quiet. Just come over here to do a job.
Culture shock, probably, as well. Scriven is in, bowls to him. He tries to steer it away outside off stump, jabs down and misses the ball completely. Slides through to Cox. So, last 3 overs or so, Leicestershire have just got a little bit of control back. 1-4-3 for 2.
You say culture shock. He spent last year in Doncaster.
Well, experiencing culture then. Well,
Played in
Doncaster.
One of the Yorkshire Premier Leagues for Doncaster Town.
That was a good signing on their
I think it's
part,
Doncaster
wasn't
Town.
it, Donny?
Didn't have a good time.
Did he not? Didn't what? With the bat or
with the
just
bat? He's already got more runs than he got in the entire summer at Doncaster this season with Derbyshire. And he's quite sort of self-effacing because he finished the Sheffield Shield campaign with an unbeaten century. Obviously, he did score a lot of runs. I think it was in one of the knockout matches in the Big Bash, and then shedding that century stand. And I mentioned that to him when I first spoke to him. He said, "Oh, really? It's been a season of highlights." Sort of suggesting that there was some failures, as there always is in a cricketer's life. Somebody just got the fielding pads on now, and he's gone in at short leg for Louis Kimber, his second over, bowling to Wayne Madsen. Reverse sweep comes out into the ground and taken by Peter Hanscom and slip.
thought he just lofted it straight to Hanscom there for a minute.
Sturdy these chairs though, aren't they? I thought you'd have gone right backwards off that one then. It's Kimber again. Madsen defends.
When I came in on the second day, they're fastened to their bases, such as they are, by 4 sort of, well, screws obviously, but Allen key screws. 3 of your screws are on the floor.
Oh dear. It wouldn't have survived. This one is swept by Madsen. Conventionally, it's a long way in front of the square actually. There's a chase around the boundary for Hill, and they're coming back for the second, and they get back comfortably enough in the end.
As though somebody was trying to sabotage you.
There are many suspects, I would have thought. 44 to Madsen, 145 for 2.
The entire Derbyshire team was seen leaving.
Former Q.
Leaving the commentary box.
Kimber into Madsen, who guides this square on the offside. There isn't necessarily a fielder there. It's actually been half stopped by by Logan van Beek. He struggled to catch up with the ball initially, and he just got his hand to it, and it continued to roll away. But they've only taken a single.
The no from Caleb Jewell was a real warning no. It was a real don't even think about it, because Madsen was right. Come on, we can get another one here.
Yes. Yeah,
no.
I don't think Derbyshire needs to take those kind of risks just yet. 146 for 2, Madsen up to 45. Jewell on 72 as Kimber around the wicket bowls to him. He tries to sweep and he gets that one wrong. Ball turns, comes off the top edge of the bat.
I thought it hit him on the shoulder in the end.
Oh,
he missed it. It just bounced and as he tried to sweep it away.
Where's Louis Kimber been this match? He's
Look,
bowled
see?
11 deliveries.
Yeah, hit him on the
Most of them have troubled the batters. This is his final ball of the over. He's in, and Jewell very sensibly just defends it straight back to him. The over does come to an end. Madsen has 45, Jewell has 72. It's 146 for 2. 303 off 48 overs will be Derbyshire's target now for victory at 6 1/4. It's just climbing a little bit. And Leicestershire, of course, still need 8 wickets.
Stephen remembers, you were asking who bowled that last over, that very fast last over. It was Ackerman, he says. And it was well under 90 seconds.
Oh, yeah, it was rapid, wasn't it? And it just got them back into the safety zone, I think.
It did.
Somehow. Because I've got no idea how the over-rate business works, but there we go. Wonder if they'll come back to me at 3 o'clock.
Fletcher wanders off to find out. As Tom Scriven runs in to bowl to Wayne Madsen. Ben Cox standing up to the stumps, short, outside off stump, and Madsen will cut those all day down to third man, and does, takes his single. He moves on to 46, 147 for 2. Well, still need another 302 runs, Derbyshire, but beginning to tick off the landmarks. 302 off 47.5. Scriven in. Jewell drives very pleasantly, but very straight, and Ben Green can move smartly across to his left. He's slightly deeper than a conventional mid-off, and make the stop. Umpire Watts, as is his occasional wont, despite the fact there's nobody in his way, jogs across. He was at point. Perhaps he suddenly realised he was at point instead of square leg and had gone the wrong way. Of course, the 2 batsmen had swapped. Scriven in, bowls, Jewell forward, just leaning on that one, pushing it out to Ahmed, whose sense of theatre is such he can't resist sort of doing something with the ball, sort of picks it up and launches it, shot putter style, towards Louis Kimber. I'm sure he's been coming in with a hat on as well. I'm beginning to understand why now. I will ask him about it. He's a charming, self-effacing young man. He's probably slightly embarrassed. In goes Scriven, and it's driven in the air for a few feet by Jewell, hence the yelps and oohs and the ahs. It was between Messrs Kimber and Ahmed out towards the sweeper Budinger, so it was kind of safe enough, although it was in the air, as I say. Jewell moves on to 73, but it's good stuff from Messrs Scriven and Kimber. They've just slowed everything back down again as far as Leicester are concerned, and Derbyshire obviously, but just exerting a little bit more control. Scriven is in and bowls, cut by Madsen down to third man. And it is just the single though. Holland is down there, taken rather insouciantly by Ben Cox, one-handed, waist high to his left, just let it land in his gauntlet and lobbed it up. Hanscom to pass on to whoever was passing. 149. 300 to win then. Exactly 300 to win off 47.1. 8 wickets in hand. Can they do it? Break all their records. In goes Scriven, bowls, back foot defensive, push back to him by Caleb Jewell. Jewell has slowed up considerably, but Leicestershire bowled better at him. And as I say, it certainly doesn't look that comfortable against Louis Kimber so far in particular. So 300 off 47. Let's do the, let's reach for the calculator. 300 divided by 47 is 6.38 is the net run rate after the last 4 or 5 overs, which from Leicestershire's point of view have been good. No breakthrough for them in it, but no boundaries either, and both Kimber and Scriven have caused issues. Fletch is back. Kimber bowls, turn to mid-wicket. I wasn't sure whether you were quite.
I was ready, but
prepared.
I
beg your
down.
pardon.
No, I didn't realise it started.
You crack on henceforth. They remembered you?
Yes. Very exciting. Full 20 seconds. Here comes Kimber again, bowls to Madsen. Reverse sweep comes out, connects, but there is a man down there, so yeah, it's Ben Green. He picks up a single.
I suppose it is the short bound if he gets hold of one, but
he plays it a lot.
Yeah.
I mean,
but hockey players do, don't they? I mean,
yes.
and sort of reverse their stick. I was watching the hockey at Cardiff last week when not commentating.
Yeah. Big blue pitch.
Aye. The National Hockey HOCI Centre. Hockey.
Kimber bowls to Caleb Jewell and gets one that turns and bounces as he goes for the sweep.
He's missed every one of them.
Yes, he hasn't connected with the sweep yet. 150 for 2. Jewell on 73. Waits as Kimber is in and bowls to him, and he just pushes this out into the offside. Rehan Ahmed is at extra cover to do the fielding. As a consequence, and there is no run. But he rattles through his overs here. Kimber, as you might expect, around the wicket to Jewell again. Very watchful, the Tasmanian, pushing it back to Rehan Ahmed once more. Ball is now, what, 40 overs old. Has been an issue with, in this match really, the new ballers seem to have done a bit more than, as it often does of course, but I've got Sol Budinger at silly mid-off to stop him lunging forward, so he sweeps it straight into Logan Van Beek, who stops it with his right hand, and this hurts because he's gone on a walk. He's in some discomfort there, is the Kiwi. A lot of discomfort by the look of it. Right hand.
Marches away.
He's marched all the way to the boundary here. I mean, that might be where
it is
he's
his fielding position, but yeah.
He didn't want anybody to talk to him and say, "Are you okay?" Because I think they'd have been told in no uncertain terms that he wasn't, because he hit that very hard indeed. Caleb Jewell, he didn't get a run for it. 73 he remains, 48 to Madsen, 150 for 2.
Yeah, the run rate had gone over 4, now back to 3.8 as Scriven continues from the pavilion end, bowls to Madsen, who just, I think he got something on that. Sounded a bit woody, but well, it was, because it was a thick outside edge, and it's gone down to the boundary for 4. And that's 50 for Wayne Madsen. Well played, as ever, against Leicestershire. We expect nothing less. 52 off 58 balls. And, well, he still needs another 16 runs, perhaps, to meet his usual average against Leicestershire. Is it 68? Something like that, 67?
Might have dropped
68?
in the first innings.
Yes, possibly. But, yeah.
8 fours.
At the moment, we're on Leicestershire on top. In goes Scriven, bowls to him, and he goes back and tries to force it away through the offside, doesn't quite time it. So 58 balls, 8 fours for Madsen's 50.
I mean, a false shot, clearly, but if Derbyshire are to get anywhere near scoring the remaining 295 runs, and I don't think they will, they're going to need an awful lot of luck, you would have thought, so fair play to him. And you earn it in it to a degree.
Yes, absolutely. He has been proactive. In goes Scriven, bowls to him, holds it back a bit, but it just drifting onto the leg stump, clipped away into the leg side where the athletic Budinger feels extremely well, saves 3 runs. Van Beek looks shocked that Budinger got in front of him there, because they were both moving towards the ball, but Budinger has that ability to sort of pick up and almost throw in the same movement, despite sort of picking himself off the ground as he did so, and it was a good throw too. 2
impediments. One, he's got the fielding pads on because he's been fielding close into the pitch, and he's also speaking to a member of the backroom staff as well.
Scriven in to Jewel, who is bowled off, I think, the inside edge. Huge cry of triumph from Tom Scriven, but Caleb Jewel, having played so well in going past 50, had become a little bit more becalmed, if you like, as he went on towards what he would have hoped to have been his first century for Derbyshire. He's past 50 in his first 4 innings for the county, yet to go on to 3 figures. He touches gloves with his captain Wayne Madsen, but that just might be the end of any real genuine hopes of completing this high target. You never quite know. But Jewel goes and the partnership comes to an end for the 3rd wicket on 87.
Yes, the end of the imaginary hopes that Derbyshire had of chasing down a ridiculous target of 449 set by Leicestershire. You're right, though, he sort of slowed down alarmingly, didn't he, really? Yeah. And he trudges off, barely acknowledges the applause. He'll know there was a century there, potentially for him, and Pat Brown and Zach Chappell both applaud as well. They're standing on the boundary's edge in their civvies.
Well, his 50 came off 53 balls, and that was his 100th delivery, and he was only on 7, so, you know, just 20 off the next sort of, what, 47. Despite sort of wanting to get on with it, he's better when he plays sort of naturally, really, in an odd sort of way.
But then once you become and you try and play naturally after that, it's hard to get going again, isn't it? It's always hard to get going again.
It is, and it's a great start to his Derbyshire career.
Oh, no question. He's had 1 not out in those 350s as well, so he'll be averaging well into the 70s, I would have thought. Which is decent enough at the start of the season. Brooke Guest, who hasn't started the season in particularly good form with the bat. Out for a 25-ball duck in the first innings and just didn't look like he could do anything.
Scriven bowls to him and he defends. Quite a full flow of the bat, pushing the ball back down the pitch, the straight delivery. Scriven's bowled very nicely though. Really, 4 overs before lunch for just 4 runs, and this is his 6th over of this second spell. He's picked up his wicket, 1 for 23.
He's got 1 run this season. It's only his 3rd innings, Brooke Guest, but he's got 1 run.
Cox continuing to stand up to the batsman. Slip Hanscom has gone back in as Scriven is in and bowls. Guest covers up. Not too much foot movement to the length delivery. All sorts of shouts of approval at the end of the over for Tom Scriven on all. Thoroughly earned 155 for 3 off 41.
45 overs to go. 294 runs required to win. It's gone above 6.5. And no Caleb Jewel. Wayne Madsen's still there. He's on 53. And there is batting. Good batting still to come. Lewis Rees, Anders Dahl, Martin Anderson got that maiden first-class century in the first innings. Louis Kimber to continue from the Bennett end, bowls to Madsen, who sweeps a full toss. It's almost caught by the umpire, who put his hands up, I think, to protect himself. I thought he was going to catch it.
First full toss, though. That's not you know, for an occasional off spinner, that's been waiting for it a bit, but
Gets a single.
he's gotten away with it. Yeah. Surrounded, Brooke Guest.
Yeah, slip, leg slip, short leg. Real armoured at leg slip. He's urging Brooke Guest to play the ball too, I think there. He's asking Ben Cox exactly where he should stand. Should he not have a helmet on? In comes Kimber. There's a poor ball down the leg side this time, and it's swept away by Brooke Guest and swept away for 4. His first boundary of the season, remarkably. 160 for 3 Derbyshire move up to. I thought leg slips had to have helmets on. Perhaps
You've got to be quite close. Have you been in a certain? But he's not. He is close. I mean, he's quite close. Yeah.
I wouldn't stand there. He's moved anyway now. They're going to put a man on the 45 square backward. Position with no name. Kimber bowls. That was way outside the off stump.
Budinger would have you believe that turned 45 degrees, but
well, that would have been the
minimum.
The equal of the dismissal of Brett D'Oliveira, I think, if it hit his pad had he been given out. Kimber's in again, and that one is played off the back foot by Brooke Guest, picked up by Budinger.
Did turn, but not quite as that much.
Kimber's in again and gets a thick inside edge to what effectively was a full toss. He picks up a single. It's a very peculiar shot. I don't think it was the turn that did him there. It was the flight. 161 for 3. Wayne Madsen's looking around. There are 2 men on the leg side, backward of square, and 1 on the offside. What will he go for here? It's a sweep, but he misses it. Hits the pad, goes through to Peter Hanscom. That's slip. And the over comes to an end, 161 for 3.
Mixed bag, wasn't it,
yes,
from Louis in that one? 3 great overs, everyone landing and turning, and that was a right mix of offerings. There's a chat with Ben Cox. I think he certainly will continue, I would think, because there's something there for him.
Of course, we get to the last hour as well. If he's bowling at 1 end, they'll get more than 16 overs in if required. See what 8.
Scriven over number 7 is in and bowls absolutely on the money. Off stump line to Brooke Guest, who is solidly leaning forward. Not a big stride, not a big man, but very solid as he plays that one back down into the pitch. It bounces high on its way down towards Ben Mike at mid-off. Guest just shakes his right hand off a little bit there before lifting the bat as Scriven is in, bowls to him. He drives pleasantly, but only as far as Hill in the covers. Hill takes the ball cleanly and then sort of holds it to show everybody in with a grin on his face, just show that he can from time to time. Told you what he said yesterday, didn't I, when he saw him with his holding his daughter. Thank goodness I didn't drop her. He said, having dropped 2 catches yesterday, bless him, on the boundary. In goes Scriven and bowls slightly short of a good length. Guest stands up tall and plays essentially defensively out into the offside. Louis Kimber is the fielder.
Zach Chappell's got plenty of confidence in the middle order. He's over by the electronic scoreboard at the moment.
He's been doing a few laps as Zach wandering around.
He and Pat Brown are often seen patrolling the boundary.
Scriven bowls. Oh, that's a super delivery. It's an appeal for leg before. It isn't taken cleanly by Ben Cox. For me, it might just have been outside the line. Guest was sort of half forward. Let's have a look. He was outside the line, and he was playing a shot. But it's good stuff from Scriven. Turns. Runs in and bowls, and good straight delivery that I guess is a touch late on, gets plenty of bat on it. Rather squirts out towards backward point where, as ever, Rahan Ahmed, specialist in that position, fields.
He's fielded well there as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
Remarkable.
He really has. He is a talented boy, no question about it. As Scriven is in and bowls, guest defends on off stump. Another very good over from Tom Scriven. Comes to an end, 161 for 3, 288 off 43 now. Leicestershire listeners can probably relax in terms of losing the game now. I know. This should have been from the start, but you aren't, are you? Especially when you've got two good international players like Jewell and Madsen going very well, and you start to...
Non-international international players, of course.
Has Jewell not... No, he hasn't, has he?
Jewell's never played for Australia, and Wayne hasn't played for either South Africa or England. We've played hockey for South Africa.
I was about to say, I beg to differ.
I'm not having that as an international cricketer.
I didn't say cricketer.
Well, Jewell may have
but
represented Tasmania or something in chess. 161 for 3. Kimber comes in and bowls to Madsen, who defends that comfortably enough back to the bowler. He's got 54 off 62, sorry.
Do you say that, is that a chess thing plucked out of nowhere, or is he supposed to be very good at chess?
No, I've got no idea.
Oh, okay.
No idea at all. Kimber bowls and Madsen takes a couple of steps towards the bowler this time.
Because there is a cricketer who's played international chess, and I can't... just trying to remember who it is. Remind me, somebody.
Joey Kasparov of Kent. In comes Kimber again, and Madsen, well, he's in 2 or possibly even 3 minds there, and eventually plays an ugly looking shot with his front leg outside the leg stump, very much front on. They're finding it tough here, the Derbyshire batters, as Kimber is in again, and Madsen goes back and pushes the ball out towards green, coming in towards the point boundary. Go through for a single. Madsen moves to 55, 162 for 3. The over rate, which was +3, has now come down to +2 somehow, despite the introduction of 5 overs of spin. Kimber is in once again, bowls to Guest, who turns this on the floor into the leg side. Whichever Derbyshire batter is out there, there's going to be lots of hooting and hollering between now and whenever the end of the game arrives. Lost 2 wickets since lunch. Harry came for 8 and Caleb Jewell for 73 most recently. As this next delivery a little bit quicker from Kimber, and Guest deals with it very comfortably indeed, pushing it into the leg side, fielded by Sol Budinger. That's 162 for 3 at the end of the over. There are 42 to go. Madsen has 15, Guest has 5. 287 is the nominal target. It's moving towards 7 runs and over. And there's going to be a change of bowling by the look of it.
That was a great spell from Scriven.
7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23 in that spell.
Doesn't sound particularly exceptional, but it was. Against 2 batters going very well.
And got rid of Caleb Jewell, of course, so he's done his job.
Making me really cross this.
What? The cricketer who plays chess?
Who played, I think, for UK schools, you know, at international level. Like, oh. I I can't go through every page of the trying to remember, but might have been Hassan Azad actually. In goes Ben Green and bowls, driven back past his reaching left hand by Wayne Madsen, but only as far as Ben Mike at mid-off. Haas had a one, you know, a first in, well, he has a first in
Applied chess.
some sort of engineering, some extremely complicated engineering. Green is in, bowls, goes for the cut and misses it, Wayne Madsen. He too, having played so beautifully and going to 50, has just started to look a little bit scratchy.
He is. Svendra Chahal, the Indian test player, is also represented India at chess.
In goes Green, defended by Madsen, out onto the onside.
Chris Rogers' cousin was an Australian chess grandmaster.
Was he?
Doesn't really help in your search, I'm afraid.
Impresses me though. In goes Green and bowls. Madsen is forward on off stump defending, and there is no run. Got a couple of old who's here, but neither of them feature Haas. Cox jogs back to get the helmet, and he's going to stand up for Madsen, who's been using his feet to Ben Green, or Greener as they're all calling him out there, who is in and bowls. Madsen defends on off stump, dropping it out into the offside. Ben Mike started to do his side. Woof! Look at that. Look at that.
Madness, isn't it?
Impressive sort of sideways press-ups involving his right arm going underneath his body and going out as well, but sort of in a bouncy style. Green is in and bowls. Madsen steps forward and leaves. End of the over, and yeah, it was fun while it lasted, but it hasn't lasted long enough for Derbyshire to sort of maintain, I don't think. Well, it wasn't a chase, was it? But it was a, well, let's see what we can get. And they played very nicely, Messrs. Madsen and Jewell. But Jewell, having departed, Madsen hasn't gone into his shell, but he's playing normally, if you like, instead of
I've drawn
really
a blank.
looking for runs.
Because Wikipedia is telling me that Andrew Flintoff was a keen chess player when he was young.
Yes, yeah.
Takes the biscuit, doesn't it, really? So Ben Mike is back. The field scatters. There are three men on the leg side, very deep. Kimber, Hill and Ahmed. There's one out on the point boundary, which looks like Logan Van Beek. It is. No slips. Hill has been told to go as square as he can legally. Peter Hanscom, the skipper, is at gully. There's a shortish leg, although he's not incredibly short, Sol Budinger. And a wide mid-on and mid-off. And here comes Ben Mike. From the Bennett end, bowls to Brooke Guest. Short delivery, as expected. And he has nothing to do with it, allows it to go through to the wicket-keeper, Ben Cox. Lancashire inching into the lead, 26 in front now, following on their 5 down against Northamptonshire at Old Trafford. Glamorgan lead by 93, following on their 4 down against Gloucestershire at Bristol. Here Derbyshire 162 for 3, 41 overs to go as Mike bowls and Guest bashes it out to the point boundary. It's a terrific sliding stop by Logan van Beek. Saves 3 runs.
They've fielded well, haven't they?
Yes, they have. Apart from the drop catches in the first innings. No blemishes in this one. Brings Wayne Madsen back onto strike and means that Sol Budinger is no longer a short leg, going out to mid-wicket. So the 3 men, either square or backward of square on the leg side, are still there. And Van Beek is still at backward point on the boundary as Ben Mike hurtles towards the crease, and Madsen gets up on his toes, and he's short of a length rather than a short delivery. Pushes it out into the offside, where it's fielded by Holland, who immediately begins to get to work on the 45.5 over old ball. And then he does some stretch. He's touching his toes on the floor, but his knees are bent there, Ian Holland. That's cheating. Legs have to be straight. Required rate has crept over 7. Here comes Mike and bowls to Madsen, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump, but it swings back down the leg side quite alarmingly as Ben Cox hurls himself to his left. Not sure he'd have been expecting that necessarily. This must be irritating post-wicket movement.
Straight legs now for
That's better.
Holland.
I'm not suggesting he couldn't do it, but it was just, he was only fooling himself, really. It's like cheating at golf. You're only cheating yourself. Unless you're playing for money, of course. As Mike is on his way into bowl to Madsen, who turns this one into the leg side, up towards mid-on. Scriven does the fielding.
So you'd have been on, you were in Goldfinger's camp, were you, in his battle against Sean Connery as Bond? His golfing battle? Did
No, no idea. Well, I
okay.
know there was a...
he cheats like mad
Who was
throughout.
Bond?
No, he's a, well, he's not an English gentleman. He is in the book, but he's a Scottish gentleman.
Is that the one with Odd Job?
Mm.
Where he throws his hat?
Yes.
Mike around the wicket to Madsen, who ducks underneath a short delivery. Ball goes through to Cox. The over comes to an end. 40 to go. 163 for 3. Rian Ahmed has just done a commando roll in the outfield. No idea why, but he did. Madsen 55, Guest 6.
I'd be tempted to keep going with Louis Kimber. It was an interesting little spell, and I think it was an important little spell from him. Didn't pick up a wicket, but just seemed to change the momentum a bit, he and Scriven.
Just to add to the boredom at Bristol, it started to rain.
Well, that might be it then.
There was never going to
I
be a
guess.
result there, I wouldn't have thought.
Ben Green from the pavilion end, short run in bowls, and Guest is leaning forward. Just had to adjust at the very last second. And dropped it out into the offside. But it's beginning to look like a 5 o'clock-ish finish here. With those who would say it always has looked that way, but as I say, that hour with Messrs. Jewell and Madsen was an interesting one. Green is in, bowls, forced away off the back foot, in front of point, and that's going to go all the way. Nice shot from Brooke Guest. He has, as Fletcher's been saying, he's got a bit to play for in terms of playing himself into form then.
Yep, absolutely.
And that was a nice shot.
Absolutely. Terrific season 2 years ago, the same season that Anuj Dal had probably his best career season, and Derbyshire for the first time this century, and the only time still, won more games of cricket than they lost under Mickey Arthur in his first season.
Green is in, bowls. Guest gets one that bounces a bit, plays it very well actually. Didn't sort of flinch backwards. Cox behind the stumps was sort of leaning back and holding his gloves very high, but an extra little bit of bounce.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
You know, it's an interesting Derbyshire batting lineup because Brooke Guest has spent most of the last few seasons batting at 3. And of course Lewis Rees has spent most of the last few seasons opening the batting. Now both in the middle order.
Green is in, bowls outside off stump. Lovely take. You couldn't hear it, could you, thumping, because it didn't thump into the gloves of Cox, just sort of melted into them despite being delivered at, you would think, something like 76, 77, 78 mph. They're quite good, these keepers, aren't they? These
they're not bad.
county keepers.
Standing into that.
Top class stuff, isn't it? Green is in and bowls. Guest goes back, defends down the pitch on the onside. Straight delivery. Always has been a very fine keeper, of course, Ben Cox. Spent much of his career up to the last couple of years, of course. Well, the entirety of his career, wasn't he, at Worcester?
I think so. Didn't fancy that first division stuff, eh? They might be back in the second division next season if they shape up like they have this week.
Green is in and bowls. That's a good shout, surely. No, Green's got his hands on his head, suggesting might have been a little bit of bat involved because
it seemed to scuttle a bit,
it
didn't
was hardly forward. Well, it could have got an inside edge, but it did actually sort of jag back a little bit, so it might have been going on to miss leg stump, but I suspect it was inside edge onto pad because Green's hands immediately sort of went to his head. 167 for 3, 39. We won't get 39 now, I don't think. Today, another 25 overs, something like that. Cameraman's got the flattest feet in the world.
Unbelievable. Ben Mike around the wicket bowls to Manson, who gets out of the way. I think it's the best way of describing that, of a short delivery. He's still bending down now. Of course, the angle that he's bowling from makes it slightly awkward for the right-hander.
Look at the soles of it. I mean, he's got these huge, great sort of soles with hair and stuff in them, but
so am I. You'd never hear me move.
But the whole sole hits the foot, doesn't it? The whole sole hits the grating, not just the toes or the heels.
As well as the hammer that he seems to have inside it. In comes Mike again and bowls Manson, clips that off his hip down towards Kimber. It smashes into Kimber's knee and goes for 4 as he slides in trying to stop it. It's a little unfortunate there, Louis Kimber, because he put the slide in, as fielders do these days, just to try and get the body behind the ball, but it looked like it hit his knee. Certainly a hard part of his body because it ricocheted quite a long way and went over the boundary, and Manson moves on to 59. 171 for 3. .278 to win. Mike around the wicket bowls to Manson. Oh, almost pulls the ball onto his stumps, for goodness sake. He's going to get a single down to a very fine leg, Kimber Fields. He almost played that onto his stumps.
Missed him by a whisker.
Yeah, it seemed to from our vantage point, certainly. 172 for 3. Manson moves on to 60. Brings Guest back onto strike, 10 not out. Requirement, which was hovering around 6 and over, is now hovering just above 7 and over. Here comes Mike, and that one is turned around the corner by Brooke Guest for a single. So you get the impression that somebody like Martin Anderson might fancy a go, but certainly Zach Chappell would. 173 for 3, incidentally. But by the time those two come in, there's only Jack Morley and Blair Tickner left. You wouldn't necessarily want to get down to too far. Only 3 down at the moment, Derbyshire, which is a good effort from them. And Mike is in around the wicket and bowls to Manson. Down the leg side, Manson has absolutely nothing to do with it.
Yep, Kent have 38 points from their 2 wins, having taken no batting bonus points.
Good effort. Good effort. Just low
How have
first
they
inning,
won
low
those?
first inning scores. So what Leicestershire would take?
They would go on to 39.
16, so you'd start, they'd
So
stay
they
top.
would go. They would stay top.
Derbyshire
and
would go on
Derbyshire.
to 38, but would be above or below. They'd be below on wins, I think. I don't know what the defining thing is. Or Madsen's played that around the corner rather top edgishly, and it's going to go away for 4 runs. It's gone in between Rian Ahmed and Louis Kimber. Wasn't entirely in control of that one, Wayne Madsen, but he picks up a boundary nonetheless. He moves on to 64. It's 177 for 3 at the end of the over. A good one for Derbyshire, that, with 10 runs coming off it.
But they'd go on to 36 points, wouldn't they? So you'd be third. Is that correct? 39, 38, 36.
Yeah. So
Stay third.
so late into the season as well.
Indeed.
Unbeaten.
But we're getting ahead of ourselves because Wayne Madsen has put his foot down again. Press the accelerator. It can happen when Ben Mike is bowling. It can be wickets, can be runs. Green tends to nag away a little bit more. In he goes and bowls and fiddled down through the sort of gully area by Guest, and he takes the single and gives Madsen the strike.
Left over before tea, I would suggest.
Oh yes,
Crept up on us,
indeed.
especially now that
Hanscom wants his tea.
Rich Hanscom's having a conversation with the bowler, and now he's going out to. Is he going to mid-wicket? Mid-wicket. That's where he's going. Who needs slips when you're trying to win a game?
Green wanders in and bowls. Oh, bounces. Was it a chance? Was it a chance? It was knocked up by Ben Cox into the air, and then he flung himself forward to try and get his gloves underneath it.
He's
and the
reacting
reaction
as
of
though it
everybody
is.
is such that the implication is that was a chance.
Look at the replay. Look at the replay.
It rose dramatic. Oh,
Oh, there you go.
what's that?
Somebody will let me know if it was a chance.
Green is in and bowls. Madsen goes back and chops it away through the offside for a single. No, we might show a replay, but not that we can. So it's still hard to tell. It's just we have to go to a certain extent by the reaction of the players, and Cox's was such that it was a chance. Madsen on 64 at the time. Make a note of it just in case it was. Put a few down if it was in this game, Leicestershire, which they didn't do at Cardiff. Green is in and bowls to Guest, who is solidly forward. Hanscom's gone into slip for the relatively new batsman, Brooke Guest, 12 off 25 for him. Madsen 65 off 83.
I've been admonished by Chris Bridden, and he's absolutely right. Of course, Wayne Madsen is an international cricketer. He's played for Italy. So you were 50% correct.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Green is in, bowls, Guest is forward. Defending out into the covers. Hill has come in from the boundary for Guest, and so no runs to be taken. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Little flock of 7 pigeons peck away at the immaculate square, which must drive the groundsman. I suppose you get used to it, but I don't think there's any seed around there, so maybe they're just getting a few grubs. Maybe they don't mind them at this stage of the season.
Eat anything, won't they?
Oh yes, but that's why I was wondering what they were eating there as Green bowls and turned by Brooke Guest out to mid-wicket on that occasion, and that is tea, ladies and gentlemen. Derbyshire taking tea on 179 for 3. They were 56 for 1 at lunch, so it's a pretty decent session for the visitors. And at one stage it threatened to get a little bit more exciting than Leicestershire would have liked when Caleb Jewell and Wayne Madsen were together. But Jewell was dismissed, bowled by Tom Scriven off a bit of an inside edge for 73, 155 for 3, partnership of 87 with Wayne Madsen. But 179 for 3 means that theoretically, well, in fact, not theoretically at all, Derbyshire need another 270 to win off 37 overs, which isn't going to happen, and it is almost certainly going to be a case of the game drawn and the teams shake hands probably around about 5:10, something like that, but we shall see. We'll have our 15 minutes break, get a cup of tea, and I'm sure you will too, and we'll be back with you for the final knockings of the game. Dave Fletcher and myself, Richard Ray, at around at about 4 o'clock.
Yep. Nottinghamshire 347 385, Essex 367 and 51 for 1. At the Oval, Surrey 253 and 342 for 9 declared, Hampshire 219 and needed 377 at 213 for 4, and only another 164. At home, Sussex 294 and 501 for 7 declared, Somerset 201 and needed 545 or 330 for 9. Division 2 at Bristol, Rothesay 546, Glamorgan 385, following on 254 for 4. So Glamorgan now leads by 93. Finally at Old Trafford, Northamptonshire.
Hello lovely cricketing folks, we're back for the final time in this game from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Final session of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Derbyshire. Derbyshire resuming their second innings, 179 for 3, needing 270 more runs. The target is 449, but with a maximum, really, minimum, but also maximum, Leicestershire won't bowl any more, of 37 overs left to get those 270 runs, so that is a most unlikely prospect. Never quite know, with Wayne Madsen at the crease against Leicestershire. All bets tend to be off. He's 65 not out at the moment, so he's just about reached his average against the Foxes. Red ball average, that is. At the moment, he's being accompanied by Brooke Guest, the Derbyshire wicket-keeper batsman, who is 12 not out. They've put on 24 runs so far for the 4th wicket, coming together when Caleb Jewell was bowled off a little bit of an inside edge by Tom Scriven for 73. Louis Kimber is going to open the bowling for the Foxes with his occasional off-spin. Floodlights have been switched on the order of the umpires, presumably. It's a broken cloud, but it is cloudy around the ground. There's no blue sky, but there's sort of light patches, and I'm a little bit surprised that they switched them on. But they have. And I think it most unlikely we will get those 37 overs. It's just after 4 o'clock. They can call it a day normally around about just before this, just after the start of the final hour, I think. Quite sure of the exact rulings on that, but captains can shake hands at that stage. So Wayne Madsen still has, I'm sure, a century in mind. He's got a short leg and a slip on either side of him as Kimber goes in and bowls. Madsen goes back, works it past the short leg, who's Sol Budinger, wristily out to deep backward square, where Lewis Hill fields and throws to Ben Cox, and a single is taken. Richard Ray and Dave Fletcher, your commentators for this game. Fletcher's next door at the moment, updating BBC Radio Derby with the news that it looks like being a draw here at the Uptonsteel as forward goes. Ooh, nice work by Budinger. Forward goes Guest, turns the delivery towards Budinger's left hand. He falls to his left, dives, flicks the ball back towards the stumps, and Guest has to reach back and make sure his bat is inside his crease as Kimber is in. Bowls. Guest goes forward, inside edge and pad, and Kimber's hand started to go into the air. Budinger dived forward, didn't get anywhere really near it. Cries of "get in the hole!" Echoes of the Masters. They were all probably watching last night, I would think. A lot of keen cricketers amongst the Leicestershire players, certainly. Back goes Guess and rather shovels it into the onside. Rahan Ahmed jogs in to field, and there is no run, but he's getting turned, Louis Kimber. Who jogs in and bowls. Back goes Guess and defends rather more convincingly this time off the back foot out towards Scriven at mid-on. Fletcher's back alongside. I won't drag him back onto the mic while he just sorts out his very detailed notes and files. In goes Kimber and bowls. Guest defend again down the pitch on the onside. Scriven jogs into field, just the single from the over, 180 for 3. I don't bother telling you what's left anymore, really, because it's just a case of ticking down, I think, the overs. That's how it feels. Fletch?
Oh, yeah, it's felt like that for a long time, I'm afraid. The target was implausible. And Leicestershire left it too late, really. Having said that, they've only got 3 wickets, so if they'd have batted... No, forget it. If they'd have batted last night like they should have done, could have had all day and a really decent length of session with a new ball. But Ben Green to pick up the attack once again after tea from the pavilion end, bowling to Wayne Madsen, who defends it back towards the bowler, and there is no run.
I think they would, and will, I'm sure, maintain that it wouldn't have made any difference on the pitch. They just don't, I'm sure, feel that it's offered enough to have any real prospect of bowling Derbyshire out again twice. But
Green in bowls, and Madsen just punches it into the leg side a long way in front of square and gets 4 runs for it. He moves on to 70, 180 for 3.
Nice shot.
Past his average against Leicestershire. Sussex beat Somerset by 260 runs. Well done to them.
fair play.
Yeah, Lancashire's lead is 35 against Northampton. They are 6 down at tea.
Interesting.
Very
interesting.
The other game less so. Glamorgan leading by 110 with 6 wickets in hand following on. There's Green bowls to Madsen. It was quite a floaty delivery now, a slower ball, and Madsen was almost through the shot too early. He managed to keep control of it and push it up to Tom Scriven. Lancashire didn't win. That would be a
We're there next Friday.
feather in Northamptonshire's cap after they were humbled last week. This next delivery is almost getting through the Madsen defences, such as they were. Squirts out into the offside, fielded by Ahmed. It remains 184 for 3. Remind me when we can shake hands. I mean, we could shake hands now.
I was just trying to what the exact rule is.
No, I'm not sure. Is it when we get to the last hour? As this next delivery is driven by Madsen down the ground, 4 runs. He moves to 74. Target down to 261 off 35 overs. Just trying to keep the excitement up. If it is with an hour to go, we've got round about 18 overs.
I suggested with 14 remaining that they'd
14.
call it a day, but i.e. just after the start of the final hour, but we'll see.
In again, Madsen defends into the offside. Kimber fields and holds on to the ball because he's almost certainly going to be bowling the next over from the Bennett end. A decent enough over for Wayne Madsen. He moves on to 74 off 90. Guest remains on 12, and Derbyshire 188 for 3 with 35 overs to go in the match. And the lights very firmly on. Sure we really need them, but
No.
if I'm honest. When I saw them, I was just having a chat downstairs with David Griffin and the lights came on and I thought that didn't feel like a lights day.
It isn't yet. Kimber is in, gives it some air, guests use his feet, get the pitch of a ball, but just plays it firmly out to mid-on. Scriven fields, and excitement notwithstanding, there is no run. Bowls again, guests use his feet, and again no run results because all he does is defend it back down the pitch. But the fact he's using his feet will tell you that it is turning a little bit, sometimes quite a lot for Louis Kimber, who is in, gives that one some air. Guest can wait for it because he can get to the pitch of it from the crease and block it back down towards Louis Kimber, whose 6.3 overs have yielded just 13 runs so far. In he goes and bowls, guests again. Defends on off stump. Down the pitch on the offside. Crease occupation, a useful exercise for Brooke Guest at the moment. More time you can spend in the middle, the better. Kimber is in, drops a little bit short. He goes back, tries to force it through the offside, but Van Beek moves smartly to his left to field. He's had a good debut and can look back with pleasure on the game as a whole, runs and wickets. Kimber bowls, Guest is forward, a little bit deceived in the flight, but he's managed to squeeze it down through what would be second slip. Ben Green runs around from long leg to field, and Guest picks up a couple, moves onto 14, 190 for 3. 259 from 34.
Today, the 20th time Wayne Madsen's gone past 50 for Derbyshire against Leicestershire.
I believe it. How many times he's gone on to 100? Many times.
6.
Okay. 20 50s, 600s, and an average of 67-ish.
No, 14 50s, 600, so 20 times
Sorry,
he's got to 50.
Okay, beg your pardon.
Yeah. Just over 2,000 runs at 62.
Just over 2,000.
40 innings.
Yeah, I've seen them all.
Sorry.
Is it alright?
2 over begins from the pavilion end. Ben Green bowling 2. The aforementioned Wayne Madsen, who drives the ball back down the ground. But
In fairness, it has been a pleasure in many cases. That T20 100 he made last season was extraordinary.
yes, it was. Still didn't qualify though for the knockout stages, as they lost the last game for the second season in a row to fail to get through to the knockout stages. Green in again, bowls to Madsen. It goes back and punches the ball into the offside. Kimber fields on this occasion. And everything stays pretty much as it was. Yeah, Lancashire's lead at 41. That's going to be a nipper, you would have thought, if they can get the last 4 wickets quite quickly. They're into the evening session at Old Trafford, of course. Northamptonshire to beat Lancashire. Of course, the best result for Derbyshire and Leicestershire is a draw, as this next delivery is turned into the leg side by Madsen. Almost falls over into the offside, playing the ball into leg. He doesn't. That's Peter Hanscom, is it? Mid-wicket it is. No slips. Third man, no fine leg. There's a deep backward square leg though. There's a man on the mid-wicket boundary as well. Man on the cover boundary and a third man. This next delivery is it's an attempt to drive it, which goes horribly wrong. Comes off the toe end of the bat, inside half, dribbles into the onside where Hanscom fields. And where he fields it, he decides to stay in a very straight, shortish, mid-on kind of position. Turns around and says to Tom Scribber, "Can you see?" The answer's probably no. So he goes a bit wider. And Green sets off again. Bowls to Madsen, just guides it down to third man. Moves on to 75. 191 for 3. Hours worth, notionally 2 hours worth of cricket to come after this ball, or just after this ball and an over. Just be thankful we won't have to go through it. Wayne Madsen will want a century though.
He waits.
Next delivery is defended into the offside. Well, it's fielded as the last ball of the last over was by Louis Kimber, who's going to bowl the next over. Possibly.
Oh, yes, he is.
He just threw the ball to Tom Scribber just to try and fool everybody. 191 for 3, 75 Madsen and 14 to Guest.
Sam Wood walking around the boundary in shocking red
Yes.
socks.
I noticed him walk out in them this morning.
Could be a bet.
What's the betting? It's a football club that's behind it.
Kimber in to Madsen, who is forward, just pushing it slightly wide of cover. Van Beek runs to his left to field, and Madsen takes a comfortable single. Brings Guest back down on strike against Louis Kimber. Who is in and bowls, swept in the air, but just got it wide of the diving Ben Mike at that sort of backward foot square, almost on the 45 position, halfway up. So one of the first successful sweeps we've seen, really. And played nicely by Guest. He moves on to 18. Louis Kimber has 8 first-class wickets to his name, taken at an average of 73. And he goes and bowls. Back goes Guest. Slightly dangerous when it's turning back in. It doesn't really turn sharply, that one, so he can adjust and just push it out into the offside. His best bowling being 1 for 8 against Middlesex here 2 years ago. Goes in because that wants some air, and the sweep is missed from Guest, and he leans across and picks himself up on his bat, rehearses the shot. It thumped into the pad, but it hit him. Oh, it ran up the arm, presumably onto the helmet, so it has to be checked. And we have Han Hun necessary, really, a delay. Wayne Madsen indicates his sort of right shoulder.
Yeah.
And says, right, didn't hear it was nowhere near his helmet. So that's worrying when the umpire indicates it had hit him on the helmet.
It's all right, lads.
Near it.
It was his bat, middle of his bat. You're all right. Go off you go.
It's quite a long way from the shoulder to the helmet, isn't it? But anyway,
fair distance.
I didn't. Yeah, from the back it didn't look like it hit. Anyway, nowhere near his helmet. Kimber is in, bowls, fullish outside off stump, driven away by Guest for 4. That was a genuine half volley, well outside off stump, and will not have impressed Leicestershire's head coach Alfonso Thomas, who's come out for a walk down below us. He's walking around clockwise.
The right way. For those of the superstitious bent.
Yeah.
Right for runs,
away.
left for wickets. Well, nonsense.
And the 200 is up for Derbyshire in their second innings. Kimber bowls, gives it some air, just slightly does Guest in the flight, but he adjusts and plays it very comfortably out down the pitch on the onside. 8 overs for 24 for Louis Kimber. The first 3 were really good overs, and as I say, were useful in the context of the game when Jewell and Madsen were going quite nicely. And just helped with Scriven to put a break on things. Probably work done now. It's going to be Ben Green to continue, but I think we really are probably going through the motions for the next, 50 minutes or so?
The last 5 hours. Green on his way in to bowl to Wayne Madsen on 76. He drives it out into the offside for a single.
Yeah, not going. Madsen would never go through the motions, would he? Really? I mean,
well, he's still got a job to do,
yeah.
Of course. So, I mean, if he gets out, that would really perk everybody up, wouldn't it? So he'll know the importance of his own wicket as well as both the captain and the leading run scorer over the last 20 years or whatever it is. Griff's getting his mosaic ready. He's seen every one of his centuries. Oh, Ben Green loses his run. Unfortunately. Hasn't seen every one of his first class centuries, of course. I think one of them was in South Africa, at least one of them was in South Africa. Here comes Green at the second attempt to bowl this delivery, which he does, and Guest defends it. Total in first class cricket. Over 30,000 runs at 40.88. High score of 231. Decent. 40 centuries to go with 88 half centuries. Here comes Green again, bowling to Guest, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Allows it to go through to bless those people who stayed in the crowd as well. They will be perishing, or perished. Ooh, inside edge onto his foot. But Guest tries to drive. John Mallet has found a bobble hat by the look of it, if that's him over there on the Uptonsteel stand in the middle, the square leg. It's a vague look of him, but then again, he's a long way away, my eyes aren't great. Underneath the word Uptonsteel.
Well, the clue is the camera, isn't it, really?
Well, yes, but some amateurs have decent. It doesn't look massive to me from here, but green bowls and Guest gets an inside edge down towards square leg for a single. He moves on to 23. 202 for 3. David Griffin is down below in anticipation of the Madsen celebration. Well, not in anticipation, but should there be a Madsen celebration for yet another 3-figure score. Green about to bowl his final ball of the over. No, he isn't. He's about to bowl the 5th ball of the over. He's in now on bowls, and that one is chopped away by Madsen into the offside for a single. Moves to 78. 200 moves to 77. 201. I think the scoreboard stopped. Yeah, there we go. It's at 202 for 3. The manual scoreboard says 203. Somebody's not right. I'm not sure which. That's on 77, Guest on 23. I think they should go back down to... Oh, it's gone up to 203. Actually, well done to the manual scoreboard. 1 to you. You were right. The rest of us were wrong. It's 203 for 3 at the end of the over. This is what it's come to.
Well, Louis Kimber's going to continue from the Bennett end with the Buttinger at short leg and Hanscom at slip. Tosses his head up, slap driven, sort of in-out style, as he often does. Madsen can't beat the diving Van Beek at extra cover. Van Beek's clearly an excellent fielder as well as a pretty decent bat and bowler too. He's going to be quickly onto that, picks up left-handed and throws left-handed. That's neat, clever, underarm.
Ambidextrous.
Guest had made his ground, but
apart from that,
yeah, not bad. Not bad.
Getting excited by all sorts of things here.
50 partnership coming up as Kimber bowls to Guest, who goes back and touch of turn, and slightly unconvincingly played out towards mid-wicket by Brooke Guest. Remains 23, 49. The partnership so far for the 4th wicket. Kimber is in and bowled. Whoa, that bounced and turned, and Guest made sure everything was out of the way, and it bounced up and it sort of dropped off his tummy down, back down, almost his tummy, back down onto the ground. Kimber is in, Guest is forward, propping forward, comes off the pad. Hanscom appeals, holds the pose for a while. Rehan Ahmed is below us, so he's been off for a little while, which suggests that young Jamie Dunk is out there somewhere. In goes Kimber, bowls. He sort of pushes forward at that one, Guest, and the appeal is on the basis that though it was outside the line, he actually wasn't playing a shot, and he wasn't really, but it didn't turn that much. It would have been... we have seen him given. Horribly.
Rehan Ahmed might have gone off for his bowling boots. Does he have bowling boots as a leg spinner? I don't know.
I don't think so. He's
going to bowl, having come back onto the field of play.
Yeah, Ben Green is done. He's been perhaps had a little treatment on the shoulder that he bruised earlier in fielding, but he's going to get a little bowl now. He's probably a bit miffed, would be the wrong word perhaps, but surprised that he hasn't bowled, and Louis Kimber's bowled 9 overs, but Kimber's bowled nicely, and I think they needed a finger spinner in the game.
Got a new record.
Go ahead.
The match aggregate runs games between Derbyshire and Leicestershire has been broken, surpassing the old record of 1,411 runs in 2017. It's not a brilliant record, but it's a record nonetheless. Tells you a lot of runs have been scored and not enough wickets have been taken, essentially.
32 wickets, I suppose.
Here he is, Rehan Ahmed, in to bowl to Wayne Madsen, who defends the first delivery that he gets from the leggy back towards the bowler. Doesn't quite have the energy to reach the bowler. He wastes no time in coming in again, and Madsen gets a fullish delivery and drives it down the ground. Scriven picks up and throws in, but Madsen's home comfortably. He moves to 80, 205. 4-3. I'm sure Madsen isn't looking at the weather, but it's a 50 partnership, incidentally. And they don't touch gloves, they just nod at each other. Perhaps that's going to become a thing, that would be good. Ahmed just bowls to Louis Kimber. Then asks Scriven to go a little bit squarer as he bowls to Guest now, who drives at that one and misses. And leans on his bat. The floodlights now shining off the back of the bat, which is not a good sign for the continuation of play. As Ahmed is in, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Guest, much more convincingly this time around. David Griffin keeping us up to date with all the stats, of course. As Rehan Ahmed is in once more, that was turned into the leg side by Guest. Just for a single, Scriven moves around to do the fielding, picks up. Guest moves to 24, 206 for 29 overs left after this ball. We won't have them, nor will Derbyshire get the 243 runs they require to win. Rehan Ahmed bowls a horrible full toss, and it's beaten away by Wayne Madsen for 4. It can happen to leg spinners. It happened to Rehan Ahmed there. And Madsen moves to 84, 210 for 3 at the end of the over. Guest has 24. The partnership now worth 55. And we don't. This game doesn't feel like it's got long left in it.
No.
Lancashire now 7 down, leading by 56 at home to Northamptonshire.
Nerves jangling. Manchester.
Slightly more exciting finish than this one. Raining again in Bristol.
Louis Kimber to continue from the Bennett end, goes in and bowls to Guest, who goes back and plays firmly out into the offside, but the excellent Van Beek manages to get across to his left to field. Impressively, Ben Mike is starting to warm up. Kimber bowls, back goes Guest, covering any great spin, just dabbing it down towards backward point. Hanscom comes up from slip to field. Mike swings his arms, continues to do so. Kimber steps in and bowls, outside off stump. Guest steps forward but lets it bounce through to Cox. Over 8's gone back, which had gone back down to +2, is back up at +3. Means nothing whatsoever. Kimber is in. Guest is back and sort of flicking it in the air through the leg side. Presumably quite a long way wide of Budinger at short leg, because Budinger didn't really react, although there were lots of oohs and ahs from the offside field, thinking it was possibly a bit closer to the short leg than it actually was. Kimber in. Guest goes back, works at the other side of Budinger this time. It did bounce first, he worked it into the ground this time. Ahmed runs across from mid-wicket to field, and Guest picks up a single, moves on to 25. .211 for 3. Kimber to Madsen. Oh my word, almost bowls him. It bounces, turns, goes past the outside edge, isn't taken cleanly by Cox, but again, action from Kimber off the pitch. And just a tall off spinner, giving it a rip. Maybe something there. Maybe this says something about the state of English spinning. I don't know. Off spin. Perhaps there is something in the pitch and it's not being extracted.
Yeah, it's April though, isn't it?
It is.
These pitches should be bouncy, certainly. I know it's been warm and they are a bit drier than normal, but they won't be tomorrow and Wednesday when it's chucking it down. Guest on 25, Rian Ahmed to bowl his second over of the innings. Guest just guides it out into the offside, backward of square, and there is a no run. Ahmed again over the wicket, full of delivery, driven by Guest, who calls Madsen through for a quick single. Rian Ahmed couldn't field off his own bowling there, got his hands down, but it burst through them, and it was Tom Scriven who tidied things up behind him. Guest moves to 26, 212, 4-3. Slight delay as the slip gets back into position. Ahmed bowls and Madsen defends. Out into the offside where Louis Kimber does the fielding. The players are as weary as I am. It's no wonder the game's like this. Rian Ahmed's in again. My first and yours first 4-day game of the season. Proper all 4 days. Single to Madsen. Pushing out into the offside.
There's an interesting variation from Ben Mike.
Doing, Ben Mike? Legs up and down, arms in the air. Now he's squatting and leaping. 213 for 3. Guest on 26 goes back and defends this one from Rian Ahmed. Looking forward to a chat with Mickey Arthur at the close of play. You'll see that on the socials and in tomorrow's Sports Scene at 6. You're about to hear it. That one is cut away by Brooke Guest. Lewis Hill is still out there patrolling, so he's only going to get a single. He's also pinched the strike, which isn't going to help Wayne Madsen in his bid to get these extra 15 runs that he needs for his 7th century against Leicestershire. But it is getting brighter away to the west, although that isn't necessarily where the weather's coming from.
Floodlights shouldn't be on, should
I
they,
don't
really?
think so. I don't think it's
Bit of a waste.
Yeah, absolutely.
Louis Kimber's work is done, and I suspect for the match as a whole. Ahmed, is he walking to a fielding position? Is he walking off?
He's got a little ball there in his hand now, hasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Ben Mike.
No, he's. Well, 1 foot on the pitch, 1 foot off. So I'm not quite sure. I think he's still on.
I think
Well,
he's
some
on.
sort of exercise ball.
Yeah.
It was probably one of those slightly heavier things that helping him swinging his shoulder or warm it up or whatever. He's bowling. That is bowling shoulder. Meanwhile, we're going to get Ben Mike going to bang 1 or 2 in at Brooke Guest. 235 off 27, so we're almost up to what, 9 and over, something like that now.
Yeah.
Not far off 10s, well, 9s.
8.7.
8.7. Mike does a little sort of a kicky dance just to loosen up some muscles or other before running down the slope and bowling at Guest, who gets a short ball outside off some, stands up tall and square drives it away to the sweeper, Van Beek, out there just in front of the first seats of the Uptonsteel stand, and a single is taken. Guest on to 28.
Something's bursting out now.
Yeah, there was a possibility of a shower or 2 at 4, but it hasn't translated into anything damp coming out of the sky, so we'll go the distance, or at least as far as the captains want. Mike is in and bowls. Madsen Gets up and plays firmly through extra cover for 4. I suspect no. Van Beek will get across, reach down, pick it up, and it will be just 2 to Madsen, who moves on to 87. What odds you could have gotten against him scoring a century? Really short, I would have thought, against Leicestershire. Imagine going into a bookies. What will you give me for Madsen to get 100 against Leicestershire? What will you give me, mate? He says.
He says, who? What? What sport's that? Is he a Premier League player?
Yes, I think he would have to look it up. Mike is in. Madsen is working it away from just outside off stump to the man on the point boundary. He's following Van Beek around, really. Single taken. Madsen on to 88. Come on, Mikey. Is the call. Again, there'll be those who say, well, 2-3-1 off 26.5. Well, if you can get 200 off 20 in T20s, surely you can. Not the same.
No.
Mike is in. Bowls, short, pulled, not quite cleanly by Brookguest, but he's going to pick up at least 1. And it will be just the 1 because Hill is running in from the deep square boundary quickly. He has been a tad expensive in this second innings, Ben Mike. A couple of unlucky moments, but 5.4 overs, none for 40. Hasn't really worked for him. Runs in, bowls, Madsen pulls the short ball down to Ahmed at long leg and takes the single. Runs have come very easily off him, but one assumes that he's sort of bowling to a plan, really, as told, you know, this is what we want you to do.
Yeah.
Bang it in, and you know, we don't mind you going for runs if the occasional chance of somebody hits it up in the air, whatever. But sort of balls into the body, someone like Madsen and Guest, now he's been in for a while, are going to just work away comfortably all day. They need to be higher if it's going to be genuine bouncers. He goes in and bowls on off stump, pushed out to mid-off, and it bounces through Ian Holland, and he's going to have to turn and chase it back to the ropes. In fact, the sweeper on the offside gets across and doesn't exactly save his blushes. The blushes are there anyway. Not that he'll be too worried, because they took
3.
I was going to say 3. It was.
Yeah. Because Guest has pinched the strike off Wayne Madsen again.
Yeah.
With overs running down. And Madsen on 89. I'm sure he'd tell you that he doesn't mind. I think he probably does. But Guest is getting some useful time out in the middle. 32 off 67 now. The partnership worth 68 as Rian Ahmed begins a new over, and he's called through for a quick single, Wayne Madsen, by Brooke Guest. So Madsen back on strike. Guest on to 33, 224 for 3. Almost at the halfway stage in the chase. There's 7 wickets left. If only there was another day. Then we wouldn't have had the declaration. Ahmed is in once more. Madsen pushes it straight back to him. Next delivery from Ahmed is smacked down the ground by Wayne Madsen for 6. Well, perhaps he's seen the clouds up above. He's moved into the 90s. 95 not out. It's 230 for 3. Now past the halfway stage for what it's worth. I think Mickey Arthur will be relatively pleased. His batters today, as Ahmed bowls and Madsen clips it into the leg side for a single. Moves to 96. Green fields. Was that not a sitcom? Out at mid-wicket, straightish mid-wicket cow corner kind of area in front of the meet. 2 balls of the over remain. 231 for 3. Ahmed bowls, and that one is defended by Brooke Guest. Prunella Scales, possibly.
Her or Julia Mackenzie or something like that.
Could have been Julia Mackenzie, actually. His next delivery is pushed out defensively into the offside. Backward a square by Brooke Guest. Final ball of the over. So Wayne Madsen, 4 away. So I was going to ask, because I'd forgotten who was bowling, but he won't do it if you do it with a reverse sweep. If he reverse sweeps Ben Mike,
I'll be impressed.
it would be one of the more astonishing shots anybody's ever played. He might get one down the leg side that he can turn down to a fine leg. If he continues with the short pitched bowling. Hands are thrust deep into his pockets at slip. Takes them out now because Ben Mike's about to begin a new over.
And he comes from the Bennett end. Oh, I beg your pardon.
That's all right.
You see him through to it. Nearly got him out there. He went for the pull and it stayed a touch low, and I suppose it could have gone off the bottom edge onto the stumps. It wasn't that far from flicking the stumps as it went past them. Go on.
Or a bottom edge.
Concentrate, Richie.
I don't know what's happening anymore. Lights are on. Sun is sort of trying to break through. There's no effect from the lights at the moment. As Mikey's in to bowl to Madsen, who's bowled.
Oh.
May well have got a bottom edge on that. He looks at his bat and he misses out on a century. He's gone for 96, and that may well prolong the agony here at Grace Road, because Madsen goes and Derbyshire 231 for 4. Ben Mike with the wicket.
Well, you would have put your house on him getting 100, really, Wayne Madsen. But for once, and it does feel like for once, he has just missed out, if scoring 96 can be called missing out. But another wonderful knock from the Derbyshire skipper. And he raises his bat to the Derbyshire faithful. Brooke Guest applauding behind him as Pat Brown comes out with a drink for him. Madsen has a word with Lewis Rees as the two cross. Rees heading out into the middle, but I think we are nailed on to shake hands at the earliest possible opportunity now.
That's come 40 minutes into the session. If it had come 5 minutes into the session, I think we could have been here for slightly longer, but I don't imagine that they're...
No. Partnership 76 with Guest for the 4th wicket.
I tell you about our journey into Leicester last night. The first pub we went to was shut. It had been open previously.
Sunday night, I suppose, right? Do you mean actually shut?
No, just closed.
Oh, just.
Yeah, not open. The second pub we went to at 7:45 was going to close at 8 o'clock.
They're a sober crew in Leicester, I tell you.
Something to do with the buses, apparently. We did find one that stayed open.
The buses?
Well, they don't run on a Sunday. People can't get home.
Okay.
So they don't come into the city centre.
Mike round the wicket to Rees. He gets his bat out of the way as it thumps into his thigh pad and loops up into the air. But you found one in the end.
Oh, yes. And the one that we found was serving beer at 99 pence a pint.
Good beer?
Yeah, well, it was certainly worth 99 pence. No, we only had one of them. It was a bit too dark for me.
So, but it was beer, not yellow fizzy stuff.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't drink that anyway. I'd rather go back to the hotel room and drink orange juice. That's Son.
Mike in with the sun, comes in and bowls to Lewis Rees. I thought that was going to thump into the pad. He was looking to turn it into the leg side, and it almost came off either the back of the bat or the leading edge and ran out towards cover where Lewis Hill picked it up. deal. 99p a pint these days, isn't it? What is it now? Four quid plus in some pubs. isn't it?
And it just reminded me there because all the transaction I did last night suddenly appeared on my phone.
In goes Mike Bowles. Short. Reese swivels out of the way. Well, that's Ben Mike sort of for you. He's got one ball to go in the over. He'll be expensive, but once again, he'll take wickets, and often important wickets, and he's done it again. Today, 1 for 44 from 6.5. He's got a shortish leg in, 3 strips back, is Sol Budinger. About 12 feet from the bat. Mike is in, bowls outside off stump, length delivery. Oh, his hand, I don't like that, goes to his back. Immediately. And he's had side strains in the past that have been a problem when you're having to bowl fast, and he's immediately, or he's just gone in for a drink, so hopefully he's okay, but there would be, if he's got the slightest issue, no point whatsoever in continuing.
No, absolutely not. Trip to Old Trafford on the horizon. Good Friday. Derbyshire at home to Northamptonshire. Currently playing Lancashire at the moment. Lancashire still 7 down and 60 in front, following on. Rian begins a new over with a ball that doesn't bounce at all. Brooke Guest does well to even reach it and pulls it into the leg side for a single. He moves on to 34, 232 for 4.
Well, that was the 4th in...
Yes, 4th in 4 days.
4 days, if Rahan is counting, which apparently he is. It's stayed very low.
Ben Mike still hasn't got his drink, much to his consternation. Movement in the field as I think it's Ian Holland who had been at shortish third man goes to backward square leg. Lewis Hill still on the boundary in front of the manual scoreboard. Lewis Rees leaves this one alone outside the off-stump left-hander. Lewis Rees, of course.
You've actually seen the ice cream van.
No.
We've heard him every single day, haven't we?
I've never seen it.
We've still yet to actually see it.
I think it might just be a car with a speaker out of the window. Ahmed bowls back into his stump.
A cruel parent.
And leaves it. Yeah. Well, that is the one, isn't it? You tell your kids that when they're playing the music, it means they run out of ice cream. In comes Ahmed, works a treat. That one was defended by Rees into the offside. 2 balls left in the over. 232 for 4. Rees yet to get off the mark. Jules 73, Madsen 96 have ensured that Derbyshire should draw this game now. As Ahmed is in and Rees defends off the outside half of the bat and gets off the mark as the ball dribbles out into the offside. 233 for 4. That sun was just brief. It's now disappeared again behind a thick blanket of quite high cloud. Coming up from the south. As Ahmed is in to complete the over, back goes Brooke Guest and guides it into the offside. They decline the single as Holland fields. And the over comes to an end. We've got 23 to go. And hopefully we haven't. And Derbyshire are 233 for 4. With Rees on 1 and Guest on 34. It's gone up to 9.3 and over now, the required rate. Will be a slight delay. Ben Mike's having his drink brought on finally, I think by the physio. Perhaps a tablet.
Well, hopefully not a tablet, because
Anti-inflammatory they quite go for, don't they?
well, if he is, then he shouldn't be bowling.
Well, no, there is that.
Assumes he's absolutely fine because he's going to continue from a round the wicket to the left-handed Lewis Rees. Charges in and bowls a beauty that beats the outside edge of Rees's proffered bat, and an indication from Rees that it held its own off the seam. Just straighten a little.
A loud appeal from Sol Buddinger again.
Not sure it did straighten a bit. I think he sort of played down the wrong line, but
if he tells himself that it
indeed,
did,
then
it must have.
As you say, it must have. In goes Mike Bowles, and again past the outside edge. It slides past it. I mean, it was quite a lot wider that, and he didn't need to play at it, Lewis Rees, but he did. Well, he's used to opening, so pace isn't an issue for him.
No, absolutely. Certainly shouldn't be.
Hat-trick now would make life interesting, wouldn't it?
We'd see another 22 overs and 4 balls.
Wake is in and the bowls, and this time Rees leaves outside off stump.
Or more likely 24 overs and 1 ball. Nobody wants that.
Wind gets up again.
Lancashire look like they're going to cling on 7 down, leading by 63.
That's right, Northampton. Leicestershire will finish them off for you next week.
We've got many batting bonus points, Lancashire. 228 all out.
In goes Mike Bowles, top edged off the glove, I think, and it's going to roll down towards long ug. He went for the, well, hook almost, really. Lewis Rees, it thumped into the glove, looped down towards Ben Green, who's at long leg. Bounced long way short of him, but it was certainly a false shot. And Mike again causing problems with that extra little bit of pace. Back over the wicket to the right-handed Guest. Comes in and bowls. Guest drives him for 4. Mike lost his footing and his follow through, over pitched slightly. Guest hit him very sweetly. Didn't try and smash it, just leant into it and punched it back past the bowler. No chance for mid-off. 4 runs to Brooke Guest, who moves on to 38. $211 to win. 22.1. Well. Mike is in and bowls. Guest forcing off the back foot this time.
Stop. There we go.
To backward point. Kimber hidden by a pillar. Oh,
I saw you craning your neck
really
there.
was-
Yeah, it was a
very was, really.
brilliant piece of work. Diving to his right.
did have a bit of cover behind him. There was a sweeper, but
Yeah.
good work, as you say, nonetheless. Guest on to 39. End of the over. 22 remain in the game. Maximum, and it will be maximum. Because Leicestershire won't bowl any more, that is for certain sure. And it could be quite a few less.
Rehan Ahmed to begin a new over from the pavilion end. Bowls to Guest, who drives it down the ground and calls Lewis Rees through for the single straight away as it's picked up by Tom Scriven. Guest moves to 40. Rees has 2. 240 for 4. Ahmed around the wicket to Rees, who defends the ball back towards the bowler. Slipping a short leg for Lewis Rees as Ahmed is in again, and that one has beaten him. Nice delivery from Rehan Ahmed. And the ball is thrown to Ben Green, who promptly drops it. wind-induced bang in the background as Rehan Ahmed bowls. Picked up by the ever-eager Sol Budinger at short leg. Next delivery drags it into the leg side. It wasn't a good delivery, in fairness to Rehan Ahmed, and Lewis Rees was all over it. Gets his first boundary. Pulled a long way in front of square. Budinger was taking evasive action at short leg. Rees on to 6, 244 for 4. Just keeping that required rate below 10. And Logan Van Beek going through his bowling action on the boundary's edge. Comes Ahmed again, bowls to Rees, who in a defensive kind of way manages to edge the ball down to the vacant third man area. Hanscom chases it to the boundary, and Guest has run 3. He's very sharp between the wickets, is Brooke Guest. Rees moves on to 9 at the end of the over. Guest has 42, 47 for 4. 21 overs to go. We have this sort of jeopardy of a Guest half century, but it's nothing like the jeopardy of a Madsen century, is it? To keep us awake.
202 to win off 21.
Yeah.
Ben Green sort of swinging his arms a bit at mid-on.
Everybody's sort of doing stuff, aren't they, out there? Except for Mike.
Round the wicket, bowls to Rees, and it goes past his outside edge as he goes for the drive. Slides past his outside edge. Did that do anything, or was he just a little bit late in the drive? A little bit late in the drive, really. The suggestion of shape away. Mike bowls. Ooh, almost squeezes that one onto the pads of Rees, whose foot movement was a little less perhaps than it should have been. Stayed back and squirted it out into the offside. Got something on it, that's the main thing.
Sorry, just pack it up.
Bowls. Rees drops it out into the offside. You heard the call of no as you saw it going more or less straight to Lewis Hill at extra cover. Pleased Scriven at mid-off. You heard him clapping. Gets to work on the ball, which is getting on. 65.3 overs old. Mike has brought up his half century in terms of runs conceded, but did pick up the most prized wicket, that of Wayne Madsen. Runs in and bowls to Rees, who turns him nicely off his legs down towards deep mid-wicket. That might go all the way. Holland is chasing, he's not going to chase it down. Nice shot from Lewis Rees, just turned his wrists on it and pushed it firmly. Not hugely powerfully. All you have to do is sort of get it past and through into the gap and it'll run away, and it did. Holland couldn't get there.
Guest offers some advice to Lewis Rees about something.
We can get these. Less than 200 now. 10 and over. It's doable. Mike is in. Bowls. Huge grunt of effort from the Leicestershire all-rounder as he bangs it in short of a length, just short of a length, but outside off stump. So, in a way, all that effort in vain because Rees just let it run through into the gloves of Ben Cox. 250 up. Updates time for Fletch. Mike turns. Charges in and bowls. Reese defends on the back foot, off stump, out into the offside. Hill picks up end of Mike's 9th over in this Derbyshire second innings. 1 for 54, his figures. 251 for 4, Derbyshire now. So, 198 off 20. Be a tough ask in T20, but you certainly wouldn't quail at the prospect. But as I say, this is a rather, not completely, but a rather different game. Logan van Beek's going to replace Rehan Ahmed. It would seem. It would also seem that he may be about to bowl a bit of... No, I thought for a minute he was going to show he can do something else and try and bowl a bit of off spin. He's not. He's earned his money. He's earned his money in this game, Van Beek, one way or another, and coming back for another spell now. Just shows that. In he goes, and oh, that stays low. Well played by Brooke Guest. Down on his haunches is Cox, because it was straight, and Guest was obviously on his back foot because it was slightly short of a good length, and it stayed very low. And Guest just got down on it in time. Hanscom had his hands on his head for quite a long time as well. Kimber's windmilling his arms. So whether it's going to be a double change. Van Beek bowls, turned off his legs nicely by Guest down towards wide long leg, and one is taken. Ian Holland, the fielder. Sounds like we're in a harbour, doesn't it, with ropes slapping against masts. It's actually the two flagpoles on either side of this pavilion, one of which of course has the Derbyshire flag away to our right, and to our left the Fox of Leicestershire. The wind making the ropes slap against the masts. I suspect Leicester's probably the furthest from the sea of any of the county grounds. Very central, as in goes Van Beek, bowls short, pulled and successfully and effectively by Lewis Rees between Kimber and Ahmed at deep mid-wicket and deep backward square to the boundary for 4, so 193 of 19.3. 256 for 4. Van Beek's going to go round the wicket. Rees checks his guard. Ahmed comes in sort of 10 yards or so at deep backward square, almost wide long leg. There is also a fine leg and a third man. Van Beek in, bowls, bouncer outside off stump, loops tennis ball rather through to Cox behind the stump, signalled 1 for the over. Van Beek in, another bounce. Oh, a good one, hits the shoulder. Rees was sort of leaned to one side and squared up. Hit him on his left shoulder and sort of bounced out towards sort of short leg backward square. There is a short leg. Sol Buddinger's there as he rehearses throwing himself to the left, but it was very much just off the shoulder, nowhere near the bat. He dropped his hands. In that respect, played it well. There was no danger involved other than to life and limb. Van Beek in again, another short one, pulled in the air, but that's going to fly over fine leg into, I was going to say the car park, but it wasn't the car park. It hit, I think, the door of the conveniences there underneath the press box. 6 to Lewis Rees, 187 off 19.
Stop it. Yeah, imagine being in there. A loud crash on the door.
An as effective as a shot of caffeine, I would think.
Yes, absolutely. Are we going to see Louis Kimber return? The last dice are being thrown. Return of Logan Van Beek. 1 for 61 from his 12 overs. Not as effective as he was in the first innings. Louis Kimber did pretty well a little bit earlier.
Sam Red Sox Wood is heading off to indoor school, perhaps. Below us to the left. Great socks, those.
So guest on 41. Kimber from the indoor school end bowls to him, and there's an appeal for a leg before wicket, I think, from Sol Budinger, standing at short leg, perfectly positioned to judge that one.
Standing, what, 6 inches outside off stump when it hit him?
Appeal for Budinger to judge that, though, as this next delivery is turned into the leg side. Budinger sticks out a right hand and catches the ball on the bounce.
Wouldn't have hit another set, would it?
No. You got to ask, though, I suppose. Comes Kimber again. This one is guided out into the offside. He wasn't sure whether to take a run or not there, Brooke guessed, and in fact he's going to get 2 as it's picked up in the far distance by Van Beek. He moves to 43. Herein lies the jeopardy. A couple of overs. Can guess get the 9. No, it'll be 7 runs now, won't it? The scoreboard updates to 43. 7 runs he needs for a half century. Kimber bowls. He goes back and punches this to a wide mid-on. There is only going to be a single there as Tom Scriven picks up and throws back. He moves to 44, guest. 265 for 4. Rees has raced to 23 with the help of a couple of boundaries. 23 or 27 balls. He waits now as Kimber bowls to him, and that one goes just down the leg side, nicely taken by Cox. Reenan's pleased. South Africa. As Kimber comes in, and that one is defended by Rees into the offside. Derbyshire showed grit in the first innings, very satisfying from our side of things, looking at the match as a whole, assuming this ends in a draw. Allow me to add, I think it almost certainly will. That is the end of the Kimber over. Guest has 44, Rees has 23. There are 18 to go. It's just crept above 10 and over again. 184 to win, which they're not going to get. And Guest has 44 and the wind gets up. Like a nuclear wind.
I was going to say either that or several large airliners are going overhead in formation. They aren't. It's the wind. A bit lighter behind it, actually. Didn't need the floodlights throughout. Van Beek is in and bowls, turned off his legs by Guest, but straight to mid-wicket, so there's no run. Budinger there with the pads on. I think they should. The cost of the floodlights for this session should be extracted from the umpires' wages.
Good luck with
I
that.
don't know what they get paid, actually, umpires.
Handsomely.
Yeah. Van Beek is in, bowls, reaching forward his guest, thick inside edge. He was looking to play that on the offside, and it ran out again towards mid-wicket where Budinger was the fielder. Never occurred to me to ask, actually. I wonder if any one of them would tell me. I suspect not.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. Griffel, no.
Here goes Van Beek, and this is driven into the offside on the bounce by Guest, but on the bounce, Louis Kimber at shortish extra fields, and again there's no run.
There's not much that he doesn't know.
Or claim to know.
Well, whatever he doesn't know, he says.
He makes up.
Well, but he's very convincing.
He is.
So,
Your Honour.
I'm not going to. I'm not going to argue
Blood.
with him. That's what he told me.
A back bowl, straighter this time, and it's played straight back to him, firmly by Guest, but essentially defensively. Well, it is 5:10. Can we call it a day after this over? Or have we got to? Have we got to get Guest to his 50? Have we?
Yeah, it's 16 overs to go, isn't it?
Okay.
That's when the last hour would start. I think.
Bake bowls, Guest turns him just past Budinger this time and jogs the single as Ben Green comes off the rope there in front of the Uptonsteel stand, the seats of which have throughout the game lost their lustre somewhat, shining like the very devil on the first day. They just look green, like nearly the rest of the seats in the ground. The Stadia Utilities family stand will be next, and then uniformity will be achieved.
Nice.
Round the wicket goes Van Beek, bowls a bouncer outside off stump, and Rees went down on one knee.
Wide.
But the fact that the umpires are signalling a wide, an indication that he didn't really need to do so. It was both high and very wide of off stump.
I think umpire Adnan was happy just for the over to be completed, but he got the signal from square leg. He looked aghast.
And Big bowls another bouncer, and that is not high enough to be called a wide, says umpire Watts. Rees was down on one knee, let it fly through to Cox. So we think this could be the last over. Whether with Guest on 45 it will be, whether that's a factor, who can say?
Lancashire 8 down.
How tense could it be? Well, it's not a done deal then, is it? They must, if they have another
77-run lead,
16, 17 overs to go, take off 2 for the change of innings. Northants could find themselves trying to chase 100 off 10 or something.
they've only got 12 overs to go there.
Oh, so they need those 2 in the next
Pretty sharpish.
2 or 3 overs.
Yeah.
Then it could be fun.
Certainly could. As Louis Kimber begins anew over, there's an appeal for leg before wicket. It's been met with a negative, and they're going to come back for 2 leg byes, I fancy, as Ben Mike holds. Or is he going to get runs? He's going to get runs. That's why it wasn't leg before wicket. He moves to 47. Very exciting.
That was nowhere near it, was it? Anyway.
Let him get his half century, then we can shake hands.
Yes.
And that's pretty much the gist of what's happening here. Short leg slip, Kimber bowling from the Bennett end. He's in, and Brooke Guest gets one that bounces onto his hip. Lewis Rees wants a single. I'm not sure Brooke Guest is going anywhere in this over.
Shot though, didn't it?
No.
So.
I still don't think Brooke Guest's going anywhere. How can he find a gap in the field? Kimber bowls, he goes back, he's not going to find one there, as it's fielded by Ben Green. Extra cover. just in front of square on the offside is a possibility if he can find it, a way to send it there. He defends this next delivery. He's got 2 balls left of the over. Then we enter the final hour at 5:15 or so. Richard's doing maths again next to me, which is always dangerous.
It is, especially when you can't do maths.
Next delivery, he's pushed it out into the offside for a single to move to 58. I mean, of course, Leicestershire might say, no, we only need 6 wickets, and we've got 16 overs in which to get them. Keep everybody out there. It's within their right, I suppose. Around the wicket comes Kimber to bowl to Rees, who defends this into the offside. And there is no run. We have reached the last hour at 5:15. So it's a minimum now of 16 overs from here on in. Peter Hanscom, I think, is asking the umpire what the situation is, because he's having a long chat with umpire Watts. Perhaps he said, oh, look at the board. Broadcast's 2 away from a half century here. At which point he says, well, we'll shake hands then.
So 16 overs remain.
No, a minimum of 16 overs. If they wanted to bowl more than 16 overs in the hour before 6:15, they could. Derbyshire need 179 to win off those minimum of 16 overs. It's not going to happen.
Van Beek is in, bowls, short, pulled, but it goes more or less straight to Budinger again at mid-wicket from Guest. That might have been his moment, wasn't quite. A couple of yards either side of Budinger, and it would have been. Bowls, and that's going to be 1 because it is slightly to one side of Budinger as he went back and turned it. Guess, but he will get just the single, so he moves on to 49. Ben Mike tosses his cap in the air. Not quite sure why. Replaces it. Budinger goes into short leg. Round the wicket goes Van Beek, bowls to Rees, who just turns him off his legs down towards Ahmed, a deep backward square. Rees takes his 1, moves on to 23, Guest on 49 then. $177 off 15.3. Beek bowls, reaching slightly his Guest, pushing it out to Kimber at shortish extra. Yeah, a lot of positives for both sides to take from the game. I mean, individuals, and in terms of maintaining their essentially positive starts to the season. Good returns, 16 points and 14 points. Van Beek is in, and that is Guest's 100 because he just dabs the short ball behind square on the offside and moves on to 50. Raises his bat, holding it by the blade to his teammates. Gets a little clap and a high clasp of the hands from Lewis Rees. And now, as far as I can tell, there's nothing on the game, really.
Shake hands, boys.
Have we got to go to the end of the over? I will have to confirm exactly when they can call it a day. In goes Van Beek and bowls, and Rees defends, slightly short of a length delivery on the off stump.
And we go on.
Oh, really?
It's the 18th time Brooke Guest has got to 50. He's gone on to make 700s. It's quite the conversion rate Brooke Guest has. At one point he had more hundreds than 50s. Brooke Guest. That has just tilted the other way, so 700s and 1150s now. Yes, it's difficult to explain to a sports editor who's about to do a sports show at 6 o'clock. I might be doing an interview at 6 o'clock, or it could finish in 3 minutes' time. We have no certainty. It's going to be Louis Kimber to continue from the Bennett end. And we will have light shed momentarily as Kimber is in, bowls to Guest, who clips this nicely into the leg side, and it's been missed by Tom Scriven. He got something on it, which means the ball won't go all the way to the boundary, but they will get back for 3. And originally they'd scampered the first one quite quickly. Guest moves to 53, 276 for 4. The required rate's up around 11.5 now, which clearly isn't going to happen. You wouldn't have thought. They have called it a draw at Bristol. Glamorgan finishing on 284 for 4 in their second innings, following on. Still going at Old Trafford. 276 for 4 here. 45-run partnership. Rees on strike, lets that one go from Kimber outside the off stump and into Ben Cox's gloves. Rees has 24 of the 45 runs in this partnership from 34 deliveries. Waits now and bowls. That one is left alone outside the off stump. Of course, the closer he gets to a half century, the less likely it seems that they'll shake hands as well. Good time out in the middle for Brooke Guest. And the half century. Next delivery is defended by Rees, picked up by the man at Silly-Mid-Off, Sol Budinger. Winner clearer?
No.
Excellent.
Sorry.
No, I'm not surprised. I don't think anybody really knows, do they?
Well, I don't think I'm not sure there's anything formal.
Oh, okay. Kimber around the wicket. Gives this one a bit of air. It's turned nicely down towards fine leg by Lewis Rees. It's not going to have the legs to get all the way, but Brooke Guest, with that pace between the wickets, is going to come back for the third to the danger end. And Rees moves to 27, 279 for 4 with 1 ball of the 72nd over. They get a new ball with 6 overs to go. I wonder if that is playing on people's minds. You never know. You never know what goes through the mind of a sportsman. As Kimber completes his up by bowling to Brooke Guest, who turns it into the leg side. Ben Mike flicks it up off his right boot, and we're going to get another over. Or are we? We are. Why wouldn't we be? 279 for 4. Guest 53, Rees 27. And we go on.
The next over. That was an entirely pointless burst, really, from Logan van Beek. I'm at the point where I'm terrified of bowlers picking up unnecessary injuries, really, now. But they have gone back to the spinner, Rehan Ahmed. 14 overs for Van Beek, 1 for 66 in the second innings. And Ahmed back on 5 overs, none for 27. Hasn't bowled perhaps as much as might have been expected. Round the wicket he goes and bowls a flat delivery that is short of a length, and Rees stands up tall and pulls him away to deep mid-wicket, where Lewis Hill is lurking.
Lancashire 9 down now. The lead 78, but they're running out of time.
If you've got 5 or 6 overs, you'd have a whack, wouldn't you? But they can bowl
10
all over
to
the
go.
place.
Of course, you don't lose 2 for. Oh no, you do. You do. I forgot.
Sure?
No, not sure.
Ahmed is in, and back on his stumps goes Guest, dropping the ball to short leg.
I think famously you do.
Ahmed bowls, forward goes Guest. Wait there, he says, having worked it to mid-on.
I'll read you some figures in a minute.
Ahmed is in a little bit short again. Back goes Guest, this time works it wide of mid-on, so The single is there to be taken, and is. He moves on to 54. 168 to win off 13.2. Back round to the left-hander goes Ahmed. Bowls on off stump. That's a better length. Forward went Rees, defending out into the offside.
Refuse truck from Birmingham.
Ahmed bowls, gives us some air left by Rees, slightly riskily because Ahmed is bowling into the rough outside the left-hander's off stump, but it again didn't really turn.
So Riyad Ahmed has now bowled 6 overs in this innings. He bowled a bit in the first innings, didn't he? Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner for Northamptonshire, has bowled 55 overs, 15 maidens, 7 for 118 at Old Trafford. That might be of interest to Rehan Ahmed for next week. It does turn at Manchester, of course. That is remarkable. There must be
A sure shoulder.
career best figures. He's the one who was. Is he on loan from Notts or is he signed from Notts? He was certainly at Notts, wasn't he?
He was.
55 overs. Liam Guthrie, who is a quick bowler, left armour, has bowled 22.5 overs and taken 1 for 55. Here is Louis Kimber bowling to Brooke Guest, who defends the first ball of the new over back to the bowler.
Which ground away ground do you most enjoy visiting?
Old Trafford.
Old Trafford. The dust bowl at Old Trafford, says Calvin Harris.
It does turn. Here is Kimber bowling a flighted delivery to Brooke Guest, who plays the ball into the onside for a single. He moves to 55, 282 for 4. Just remind me why we're here.
It may be. I wonder if England say he can't play there, or they say he can play 2 in a row and then 1 off or something. I bet it.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
Kimber bowls, turned it to the leg side, but not very far by Rees. No run. He's got 28. Guest has 55. Partnership's just gone past 50. 51 in fact. 282 for 4. As this next delivery is driven out into the offside by Rees, but not timed at all, and Ben Green does the fielding. Presumably, if you refresh that, they might have the Northamptonshire, no, not the Northamptonshire, the Gloucestershire points added on. This next delivery is forced backward and square on the offside by Rees to Ben Mike.
They do.
So neither of them have overtaken Derbyshire or Leicestershire. These are all valuable points, I suppose. This next delivery is defended by Rees. Back towards the bowler, who turns and takes his cap off the umpire. We're going to get another one.
Everybody ignores the ball.
Yeah.
It's left, sitting rather forlornly in mid-pitch.
74 overs old, but 6 till the second new ball, and then perhaps a 6 over, 3 from each end burst from the quicks to try and force a victory. I can't imagine that Derbyshire wouldn't shake hands now if it was offered to them, needing 167 from 12 overs. So it can only be either that they're not allowed to yet, or Leicestershire don't want to. That would be my...
Sun's shining.
That would be my guess.
Floodlights are still on. Completely superfluously. Short leg slip and slip as Ahmed goes round the wicket to Guest, who kicks it away. Pads it away, just leans forward, lets it hit his pad. Perfectly safely. Oh, Ian Holland's being summoned to mid-wicket. Ahmed is in.
Ooh.
Guest lets it bounce and hit him.
In the box.
can't have been quite. I'm sure he'd even hit Ahmed's pace, he'd be winced a bit, wouldn't he? Because he's not actually. He's pushes it through sometimes. Ahmed is in again. You can't appeal. Well, you can appeal. You're not going to get it answered in the affirmative, Mr. Hanscom, who's standing at leg slip. That was padded away by Guest. Again, it's run down towards third man. Kimber's gone to get it. He's obviously not run. Might well have hit the stumps, but pitched a good 1.5 foot outside them. No, maybe a foot. Ahmed is in. He's played by that bat of Guest, just pushed down into the ground and stopped by Budinger at short leg. Ahmed bowls Guest again. This time plays it past Budinger for a single. I'm impressed by this negative approach by Derbyshire. 167, 166 off 11.1 overs.
Wow.
Still, what, 9 down?
Yeah. And they lead by 78. There's only 9 overs to go.
In goes Ahmed. Bowls. That was the googly, but he dragged it down, got it wrong, and it was played away by Lewis Rees to the vacant mid-wicket area, and he manages to pick up a couple.
So I'm slightly distracted because Jono, who's the day producer for the breakfast show, has just asked me if I can go on at 20 to 8 tomorrow morning, which I can, but
For why?
to talk about this, to talk about Burton Albion, talk about my show tomorrow night, which is coming live from Chesterfield Football Club for the Derbyshire FA Cup final between Buxton and Alfreton. 6 till 7.
My show.
Well, it's my show tomorrow.
That.
And Wednesday.
Well, I think you should then. Maybe you couldn't you pre-record it?
No, it'll be in bed soon. Louis Kimber begins a new over from the Bennett end. It's turned nicely down a fine leg by Brooke Guest. He thinks that, well, they are going to come back for the second. In fact, Lewis Hill does the fielding down below us. There's no room. I quite often go on Twiggy's show. We generally end up talking about any old nonsense, so 287 for 4. Guest moves on to 58. Good for him, but rather pointless for anybody else. Rees is 20 away from a half century as the door is just closed gently behind us. And Kimber is in, bowls to Guest, who goes on the back foot and pushes the ball back towards the bowler. And there's no run. The ground staff look like they're ready to pack things up. They're all standing by the tractor, ready to bring the covers on. As Kimber bowls, that one is guided back with a square on the offside. Hanscom pulls his hamstring as he bends down to pick the ball up. They can't really gain it. Well, they can gain something. Obviously, they can get 6 wickets in 6 deliveries. It seems highly unlikely. Derbyshire, most of their players, apart from the 2 out in the middle, and tucked up nice and warm in the changing room. As that one is pushed into the offside by Guest.
Ben might warming up again, surely.
Yeah,
not.
well, new balls available soon. Here he comes, Kimber. Bowls, that's off a pad. Is it bat and pad? Well, it isn't taken cleanly by Sol Budinger anyway, so A, it doesn't matter, and B, we'll never know. And it remains 287 for 4. Logan Van Beek is steadfastly refusing to warm up down on the point boundary, which is good to see. As Kimber is in, that is 4 runs for Brooke Guest as he pulls it up towards a very wide, long on. And already, Rian Ahmed has removed his sweater. Is Peter Hanscom coming off?
Hopefully he's going to have a word with
presumably
Wayne
to
Madsen.
say,
Can we stop
can we
now?
shake hands now? Because this is nonsense. 158 required off 10 for Derbyshire, so that's not going to happen. 291 for 4. Leicestershire needs 6 wickets, but seeing as they've taken 4 since 11 o'clock this morning, no, not 11 o'clock this morning, what time was it? And they eventually batted, I can't remember, but it was an hour or so, hour and a quarter before lunch. it seems unlikely that they're suddenly going to take 6 unless the new ball does the trick, but they haven't really left themselves enough time with the new ball because they didn't bat quickly enough last night and therefore had to bat a bit longer this morning to thoroughly kill off Derbyshire's chances of winning the game, which they effectively did.
Rehan Ahmed from the pavilion end round the wicket to Lewis Rees, who just waits for the ball, which rather dies onto his bat just outside off stump on the back foot, pushes it to Budinger, who's at the silliest of points, and there's no run. Ahmed is in, Rees is forward, thick outside part of the bat, guides it past sort of second slip Ben Green, and single is taken. 2, in fact, I beg his pardon. Lewis Rees picks up a couple, of course he did, because Kimber had to run back almost all the way to third man.
Who would be the captain on the field now? Could he not just
Hill,
shake hands
I
with
suppose.
somebody?
I don't know, yeah. Ahmed is in, slog swept in the air, but it's going to drop short. It was top edged and Hill came running in. It spun and Hill had to sort of fling himself to his left, having jogged rather casually towards it, and he sits rather forlornly, having thrown it in from a sitting position almost in the end, and Rees picks up a couple, moves on to 34. Ahmed bowls, Rees edges just short of Ben Green at the second slip. Sort of knew what he was doing, but it was only... Now Green shuffles closer and goes down on his knees. We're playing silly devils now, I think. In goes Ahmed and bowls, back goes Rees and whips it out towards mid-wicket and jogs a single. 1 to go, no, 2 to go, and I think it might be 2 to go in the game, hopefully.
Yeah, what makes you think that?
Hanscom having gone off to talk to Madsen. Can he not? Could they not semaphore the decision?
Universal sign for...
It's just when they start doing silly things like this with the field, and everybody sort of starts messing around, and leg slips and 2 leg slips, or 2 slips and a leg slip and a short leg, and Ahmed round the wicket stays very low, and Guest does rather well to dig it out and poke it out towards mid wicket and take 2 more. Hanscom's back down below us, and he's grinning back.
He's grinning back at the Derbyshire supporters who were there.
And he's walking out with his hands in his pockets, and on we go. 9 overs to go, 151 needed.
He's not going to an umpire, is he?
All 6 wickets. No, he's not.
Yeah, I think the 6 wickets are more likely, and I don't think they're very likely, in all honesty.
Let's ask Hassan when we... Adnan, if we catch him before he goes, what are the rules?
Louis Kimber begins a new over from the Bennett end, and Lewis Rees defends into the leg side. Rees 15 away from a half century now.
When I say what are the rules, are there any rules?
Well, yes. Does anybody know what the rules are? The answer's probably no. Comes Kimber again, defended by Rees.
How many watching on the stream?
Well, you.
962?
Well
Bless
done, everybody.
your hearts.
Well done, everybody. To the bitter end.
Bless your hearts.
Here's Kimber again. Bowls to Rees, who defends.
Do you know what I said to Jack Gabriel at to lunch? In a way, I hope for Leicestershire's point of view it ends 300 for 4, because then there won't be too much criticism about the timing of the declaration, because, you know, the pitch would clearly be flat, and it could well end exactly that.
The problem with the timing of the declaration, though, is that it didn't dangle any kind of carrot for Derbyshire.
This is true.
So that one is turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees. There is a short leg there, but it dropped a long way in front of him.
On the basis that hitting out or being, you know, might have resulted in more chances.
Just offering a bit more, but I mean...
But it has played very, very benignly.
Yes. Good news from me from a Derbyshire perspective, although I always enjoy coming to Grace Road, so I don't have to come here again. I don't have to watch any more first-class matches here this season. Good luck.
That's done. Yes.
298 for 4. That one
tick.
was defended into the leg side. I know, I always enjoy coming to Leicester. That's Kimber bowls and Rees goes back and punches the ball into the offside. It's fielded by Green, and we go on. 298 for 4. I think
umpires are consulting. What about?
Well,
Is it their decision?
No, I don't think it is. Hanscom's walked straight past them. I think the new ball thing is live because they're going back to their positions. It's making what I have to do either at 6 o'clock or 6:30 remarkably difficult. I mean, I prefer them now to go on till 5 to 6 and then call it off, and then I could finish off the day. 5 overs and 5 balls remaining at Old Trafford. Lancashire lead by 83. What is the point there, you may ask yourselves?
Guest surrounded by close fielders. Ahmed goes round the wicket and bowls something of a long hop to him. He goes back and just pushes it past. Short leg out to deep backward square and takes a single. Ahmed in, back goes Rees, plays it firmly back down the pitch, bounces twice, fielded by Ahmed. Run for 40 for Rahan, who, yes, I suspect is probably looking forward to Old Trafford next week. He bowls, tosses that one up, gives it some air, waits for it. Rees just turns it calmly to mid-wicket and brings up a round of applause because it's the 300 for Derbyshire, 300 for 4.
Who'd have thought it would have got such a
Round of applause.
terrific ovation?
Ahmed over the wicket this time to Guest. It's too short. And he goes back and he thumps it out towards deep extra cover. Long run down the rope for Lewis Hill. Gets his throw away and is applauded for so doing. Guest has to settle for a couple. Ben Mike saying something about you threw it further than halfway today. Holland comes out of leg slip and goes into the covers. In goes Ahmed and bowls. Forward goes Guest, just pokes the ball to mid-wicket. Mike, he can't have been warming up. He was just probably trying to keep himself warm. Nobody's warming up. In goes Ahmed and bowls, and it's a fuller delivery. Guest was back on his stumps, which was a bit risky. It rather skidded through, but he kept it out. Dot ball, 302 for 4.
Yeah, I think it's up to Peter Hanscom now to just shake hands with one of the two batters. They're looking around. They're happy to stay out there, I think. Guest is on 67. He's batting nicely. Rees 14 away from a half century. Derbyshire have more than you would expect seen this one through. The game at Old Trafford has ended in a draw with Lancashire closing on 351 for 9.
Well, good effort, Northants.
Yeah.
Force a very rare victory at Old Trafford for them, I would imagine.
But the only game still going in the County Championship. Here's Louis Kimber in and bowls to Lewis Rees, who turns that one nicely down towards backward square leg. They've run one, that's all they'll get, because around the boundary comes Logan Van Beek to do the fielding. They've gone off a bad light at the Oval, where Hampshire need 78 runs to win, 5 down. Notts Essex is finished in a draw. Warwickshire need 22 runs with 2 wickets in hand to beat Durham in a nipper up at Chesterler Street. And you are bang up to date, because we're 303 for 4 here, Derbyshire. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket. Was there not a bat in there?
Sounded a bit.
Either way, it's not been given. I don't think broadcaster.
Yeah, he only gives them if they're... Look at that one. Ooh, just outside the line. Would have absolutely thudded into off stump halfway up.
Gonna get a run. here, would it?
But
Inside
just
edge. Single to
no, he was outside. He hit him just outside the line. You could see all three stumps just about when he stepped across.
On to 68. There's a bit futile. Kimber bowls. Reese defends. And, it's picked up by Green. I need to set my alarm actually to remind me.
For that 8, you've here 20 to 8, or was it 20 past?
22, I'm afraid. And comes Kimber again. Oh, and beats Lewis Reese with one that turns. Nicely bowled. Yeah, what time shall I set it for?
25 to. Morning.
I'm at his house actually. As this next one is hurried through by Kimber, turned into the leg side by Reese. He picks up a single, moves to 38, 12 away from a half century if we get that far. And the shaking hands.
We're done.
There we go. This game ends in a draw as Derbyshire finish on 305 for 4. They were still 144 away from victory. Brooke Guest, yes, Brooke Guest finishes on 68 off 120, so a nice little knock for him. And Lewis Reese on 38 from 62.
80 overs we had in Derbyshire's second innings.
Derbyshire will take
14 points.
Thank you.
And Leicestershire will take 16 points. Leicestershire will stay, or go back if you like, because Kent leapfrogged them, if that's the right word, with their win earlier. But Leicestershire have a point more. They have 39 points, and they stay top of Division 2 by 1 point. And then we have Kent on 38 and Derbyshire 30. He says quickly, adding 14 to 22 to 36.
Nice and tight at the top. And
So
then there's
there we
a
go.
gap to
And then,
Gloucestershire.
yeah,
who were on 18. They
18.
haven't put the Lancashire draw in there.
Not yet.
But they wouldn't have got many. They wouldn't have got many batting bonus points, I'm sure, as the internet connection lets us down. No, they still haven't.
Still haven't done it.
14 points for Derbyshire.
I've got a dilemma now.
Well, thank you for your company today. It has been an interesting day. It wasn't quite the day we hoped for, really, but Leicestershire, I suspect, really just didn't believe there was enough in the pitch to give them a serious chance of bowling Derbyshire out if they dug in. And indeed they did play out the final session with a considerable degree of comfort, but a lot for individuals and indeed for both counties ultimately to take from the game going forward. They remain sort of unbeaten, and they have players in form. It'll be very interesting to see what the situation is when we come to Derby, whether both are still going strongly at the top of the towards the top of the second division. But as I say, thank you for your company over the last 4 days. Fletch, it's been a pleasure as always.
No, always enjoyable.
See you again
enjoyable.
fairly soon, I think. Is it one of the June games? I can't remember. One of the mid T20 games, I can't remember. But in the meantime, and thank you for your company if you've got in touch with us, especially. That's been great to hear from as many as you as we did, really, over the 4 days. You'll hear from Fletch again on Friday at Derby. Is that right? You're at home?
Yes, home for the next 2 weeks, next 2 matches.
Who are you taking on Friday?
Northampton.
Northants. And Leicestershire, we'll see if they can get over the line against Lancashire at Old Trafford. But from Dave Fletcher and from myself, Richard Ray, BBC Radio's Derby and Leicester respectively. Until the next time, farewell to you all. Bye-bye.